Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. The things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and the medications are hard to pronounce. So please bear with me.
Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready. What's your best response to so what?
Usually that's my daughter saying that, so first response is to slap the shit out of her. But got to think about that and try to talk about it sensibly.
I like your first response.
Me too. My response to so what is walk away and be in my head about it. I'm not too confrontational. I might piss you off by walking away, like something that's going to make you mad without me saying anything. Turn around making U-turns. Some people, they expect you to respond to that, and I just be like, all right, okay.
I don't care. So I would say, that's nice. Or I don't give a shit and walk away.
There you go. That's how you handle it like a grown-up.
Hey,
I
Toaster, how you
walked into
doing?
something.
You hear the
Hi, Toaster.
question?
No, I didn't.
All right, get ready for this one. It's a good one.
The icebreaker question is, what's your response when someone says, so what?
Oh, it's a question beforehand.
I don't know, whatever you're talking about, and then they just answer, so what?
Okay, that it really depends on what we were talking about before.
Something you want to talk about.
Okay, like I'm trying to tell you something important about my life, and you say, "So what?"
Yes, for the purpose of this question, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, and I'd say, "Okay, I'll try again later."
Love all these non-confrontational answers.
Well, that's just me. I haven't grown my spine yet.
So I haven't grown my spine yet. I'd rather.
I am impressed by people who have spines, and it's like I imagine I can do this. I can do that. I can't. I fold.
Right. It's an
you
August
can't look
thing.
at you can't hate on yourself for not picking a fight. It's really not always the best solution.
That is very true. I mean, if you saw my rant last night while the football game was going on, I do have strong opinions about things.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. It's like some people, how they just get back and say things and respond. I'll be like, oh, I can't say that. But I can see myself saying that.
If it blurts out of my mouth, and shit happens.
And
I
then
have
when
no
I imagine
filter.
myself saying it in the person's
As
face.
Jeff says, filters belong in cigarettes.
That's a good one.
Okay, we can move forward.
If they say so what to something that you're telling them, they're not important enough to react to. That's all.
We could turn our back like Annie would.
Turn your back
Exactly.
and walk away.
Yeah.
And that's
Isn't
where
there
you
a
jumped in
song
when
on
I was
that?
acknowledging that's a adult thing to do.
Yeah, that was the icebreaker. Okay, got one now. It says, am I selfish? I've been having seizures for like 10 years now. It's difficult to pinpoint. Around 3 years ago, I decided to go to a neurologist because my friends were very concerned about my episodes that looked like epilepsy. Long story short, the doctor was rude, but I let it slide, gave me Keppra, which my body didn't respond to nicely, up the dose, then went on and off because the meds were making me mental health go crazy. Took a bunch of MRIs and 48-hour EEG. That was very uncomfortable and still don't know what I have or how to fix it. Both results were clean. Right now, I've given up, paused to find treatment. As of right now, the whole experience was a bit traumatizing. Put my life on pause for a while, always staying in my home, but now I want to go try and live a normal life. Normal is in quotes. I want to go out more, go to school, go get a job, even drive. The driving part is one thing everyone is against. I just started driving too for the first time, so I'm very new to it as well. I'm extra cautious and aware of the risk. I'm just don't want to bed rot for the rest of my life, as I feel I am disabled. Person says, are they selfish? The part where you want to drive, that is kind of selfish. You're not giving someone else an opportunity, and you just learn how to drive, and then you want to drive while you have epilepsy. The slightest mistake could stress you out, and there it goes. Someone else's life in no one's hands because you decided to be selfish.
You run over a 7-year-old kid and drag him 3 blocks down the street, and then he has epilepsy.
Or worse, he's not even here anymore. Kate, how you feel about that one?
Exactly the same. I mean, selfish really pinpoints the actions there, not thinking it through from anybody else's perspective, except their own.
I have something else to add. I think I got stuck on the driving part. But the rest of it, I understand. Yeah, you don't want to bed rot, as they say. It's going to be hard finding out what you can do to have that normal life. Normal is going to be completely different now. And another thing, Capra, not every it's the starter medication. It's the starter medication. Don't be afraid to shop for a medication that will work for you. And when it does end up time, that I hope you are controlled enough that you can drive. Your neurologist will let you know.
And if you don't get the vibe that your neurologist is on your side, shop for a new one of those too.
First comment says, crazy how all the comments saying you shouldn't drive keep disappearing. Someone said, incredibly selfish. I've been without a driver's license for 4 or 5 years. It sucks a lot, especially living in the country, because I can't walk anywhere either. But suck it up, because my desire to feel independent and social doesn't override everyone else's desire to be safe on the road.
Yeah, embracing the new normal is definitely a theme that takes the longest to get used to.
Someone says, if you're not having driving episodes, you should be fine. I wouldn't suggest that to anyone.
No. Nobody has a timeline of their episodes.
Boyfriend doesn't take medication. Hi, I'm just looking for advice. 27-year-old boyfriend. I'm 26-year-old female of 4 years has epilepsy. He has had seizures only early 2019, and medication compliance has been an ongoing issue and has caused a strain in our relationship. It started as a nocturnal seizures, and they seem to be controlled by Kepler. Earlier this year, I gave up on hassling him to take his medication and decided to stop taking it, and went without meds for about 4 months and had a really bad grand mal while awake in August. He has started back taking his medication, but isn't consistent. He had a bad nocturnal seizure last week that caused him to fall out of bed, hit his head, hit his body on surrounding furniture. He's fine now, by the way. I moved the furniture out of the way in time not to cause any serious injuries. When I try and talk to him about this medication as prescribed, he shuts down for some advice. He shuts down and has called me controlling in the past. I'm looking for some advice about how to approach him on his medication compliance and support him more. I think he may still be in denial about having epilepsy and don't know how to support him through this. By the way, I'm the only person that actually has witnessed seizures besides the one he was actually awake for. His brother's girlfriend was with him and seems to be the only one that understands how scary it is. It has caused a lot of anxiety, and I feel like he thinks I'm overreacting. Am I overreacting, or the overbearing girlfriend? No.
No, you're not being overbearing. It sounds like you got to figure out how to talk to that one.
Yeah, you want him to be safe.
Yeah, would he be more likely to respond to a suggestion of what to do next time, or start the conversation by not necessarily addressing the epilepsy, but something else you guys can do now?
Epilepsy affects everyone you live with and love. That includes our caretakers. And it sounds like this is early on in their path. And that means he is learning his new normal. And so he might be feeling, oh my God, all my freedoms are going away.
Or he's probably
I
testing
can't
limits.
even go into the shower by myself without someone saying, Marco. Actually, I love that. I think it's funny.
But at 20 something, realizing that he might need a caretaker,
yeah, it's
that's
gonna
harsh.
be tough. It's hard road on you too as the caretaker, because you're watching someone who was bright and vibrant and just turning into someone new.
I say
Therapy. Always therapy.
Lufa's pretty young, and she got her head on straight. She's wrapped around this. Lufa's like,
but she's the exception.
Lufa is the pirate queen. She is. Lufa's still gone down a long, hard road for one so young.
Yes, I think it's safe to say she's the exception.
Yeah, she's got her head wrapped around it early, which is really good because.
And then we have our old farts like Jeff. I'm poking at you, who've just been dealing with life for so long. They're like, "Are you?" He's probably laughing at the dumb young people a lot.
I hope so.
First comment says, I refuse to take my medication. Gorgeous years, hoping they would just stop, and got milder, less frequent, etc. Big mistake. I couldn't admit I had epilepsy, was keeping it a secret because I was ashamed. And then I wasted many years of my life missing out on events. The right to drive, making friendships, and all kinds of stuff. I got on medication, Keppra, have been seizure free for 4 years. Keppra is hard, and the side effects get worse if you don't sleep well or overwork yourself. I've changed my whole life and accepted the side effects because I love to drive a little, just to the grocery store, shop, and like to events, even though I have to leave early. It's the condition I have, and I want to be the best out of this life. That person is suggesting driving because they're doing good. I don't suggest driving. It's not everyone's stuff is the same. Someone said you need to explain to him at a seizure can flat out kill him. Status epilepticus. Look that up. He can also seriously hurt himself and die because of head injury. It is the top killer of us all with epilepsy. He takes baths. A lot of people drown taking baths. I don't want to sound mean, but if someone has a chance of controlling their epilepsy with medication, they should take it. Mine is not controlled with medication, and that makes me jealous.
So status epilepticus, it sounds like, is what precedes SUDEP, a serious neurological emergency that occurs when seizures last a long time or happen in close succession without recovery in between. So that's that 5 minutes or more or back to back is status epilepticus.
He's not taking the medication. Let's see who else has something to say about it. Someone says, maybe he should look into different medications. I used to take Keppra, but I don't anymore. Or someone said if he doesn't start taking his meds, he's going to be taught a really difficult lesson in an extremely tough way. Non-compliance is a hard issue, and we can't always make people take their medication. He sounds like a hard-headed individual who might have to be taught compliance by life or epilepsy, kicking them in the balls really, really, really hard. If he has a sensitive side towards you, then maybe explaining how difficult his seizures are on you could help. Explain what's it like to watch you and care for you while you're still post-ictal. Yeah, tell him how hard it is on you. He can't take how hard it is on you. At least try, you know.
That's a shame, though, to hear when I mean, sometimes newly diagnosed patients, but a lot of people just won't even accept help when they have, the caretakers and loved ones surrounding them, wanting to do something, help them somehow, adapt to this new normal. But sometimes the patients take longer than the loved ones, for sure.
Hey, Jeff, you ever get hair in your mouth when you shave?
Sorry about that. I don't really shave. My wife trims it with an electric thing, or I get it trimmed when I go for a haircut.
That's love.
Oh, do you make the dad joke? Oh, you got your haircut. Yeah, this one.
No, I say I got my hairs cut. And if somebody says you got a haircut, I'll say to them, really, which hair?
All right, I can move on to this one. Says coworker keeps comparing her narcolepsy to my intractable epilepsy. Hey guys, I work at a hospital in the dietary department. I have a coworker that was recently diagnosed with narcolepsy. Most of the department knows I have epilepsy. I don't talk about it much because it's none of their business, but a coworker has started to tell everyone that will listen that we're Lepsy twins. I hate this. I'm not trying to discount the impact of her narcolepsy, but do you guys think it's fair? It's a fair comparison. She doesn't have to take any meds. I take over a dozen pills a day. She can drive. I haven't had a license in years. She requires one doctor to treat her. I have a team of doctors because things are complicated with my epilepsy. Having her skull drilled into over 16 times with an added craniotomy isn't something she'll have to worry about with narcolepsy. I'm coming up on my 1 year anniversary of surgery. These conditions are not comparable, right? Plus, I feel like she said the president that they're both the same condition or have the same effects. From what she describes, she's sleepy a lot, so every epileptic dealing with seizures and a cocktail of meds. So she said, so is everyone else that's an epileptic dealing with seizures and a cocktail of meds. I'm sick of her and I don't appreciate her telling all the coworkers anything about my epilepsy. She can talk about her narcolepsy until the cows come home, but leave my name and condition the fuck out of your mouth. Am I right? Or am I just being sensitive? You have the right to tell somebody they're not making you feel right because they're acting like they one up you. I've had people do that, try to one up me and me tell them, I'm doing this. And they like, oh, no, well, I've had this back pain for 10, 15 years. And I've been dealing with epilepsy for 20 years. And they always just try to one up you and move the goalpost. Like, well, I had it for 20 years. Well, my cousin had this, so it's in my genes. I'm trying to make everything seem so much worse. Like, you don't have to be in worse pain than me. Just, yeah.
So you were saying hi, or you wanted to speak up?
Hi, Joy. And the I get it. I get the one-upman thing. That but the normal, someone finds out I have epilepsy and they start going on about their arthritis pain. I understand it. I think they're just trying to make a connection to me. But when but there is a difference between trying to make a connection and there's a certain level that is just like, okay, this is becoming uncomfortable. I mean, I will admit I found Lepsy twins kind of cute, but if your Lepsy twin is not comfortable with being called that,
Yeah.
Not to
Yeah,
mention,
she's like,
lepsy is just a suffix. That sounds like a grammatical semantics thing to me. I mean, lepsy in narcolepsy means attack, and that's obviously an attack of sleep,
yeah, and
and
she
that's a
also said,
whole lot different.
she said she doesn't want to talk about it with the staff. She's like, they already know I have it. We're not going to talk about it. This person keeps bringing it up because they're new to it. I assume that's how someone new to epilepsy would be. They're talking about it. They're learning more about it. Then they figure out the people they're talking to doesn't care that they're talking about it. I'm sorry. I'm just throwing out trauma. Yeah.
I think my family has a little bit of a reputation around this hotel already.
Yeah. Hey, Jocelyn, how you doing today? Love your hair.
Hi, yes, thanks. Ponytail. Yeah, I'm doing well today. My cat wants a treat, so she's petting me with her claws. No, I'm doing well.
Subtle.
Tired, so I'll have to take a nap.
Okay. The icebreaker today. The icebreaker today was, come on, Kate. I know you remember it. Somebody. What was it?
The icebreaker was it the turn your back thing? Something
No,
about
it
would
was one
you
before that.
what do you say to a person who takes something that you're trying to like share, like really important with you, and they say, whatever,
yes, so
Basically,
what?
so
what do
what?
you say when a person responds, so what, when you're talking?
Yes. Teamwork.
Well, I think I just butt back in and say, listen to me. I think before I went through this past year, I would have just sat back and I would have just let them ignore me. But with the traumatic year I've had, I'm different now, and I'll speak up for myself now.
Great.
But I'm different now.
We love hearing that.
Toaster,
Yeah,
you hear that? She steps up. She has the backbone we don't have, Toaster.
I'm different now, and I've identified that. I mean, I'm definitely a lot more sarcastic, but I will stand up for myself now. I like that. But I've had a very traumatic year. So,
Gotcha. Um,
So learning from it makes you
You're
an
here
even
if you
better
ever
person.
want a trauma dump.
yeah,
right.
and the thing is, I think that I don't know, but I know that for me, I've had positive things come out of my trauma. Maybe from other people, they have negative things come out of trauma and they kind of collapse. I'm grateful that for me, I've had positive things come out. I know that for me, I had a lot of therapy in my 30s, and I recognized that when I was going through the hell, my therapeutic tools helped me. And I definitely know that my humor helped me. It helped me a lot, a lot. But the therapeutic tools really helped me. I was not going through therapy through all of this, but I pulled out some of the therapy a lot. But the humor helped me a lot. I really do think that my sense of humor really is the key of what got me through this.
There you go. Like Toaster said, if you laugh, you don't cry. No, if you don't laugh, you cry. Can't even read.
Laugh to cope. A lot of people laugh to cope.
There you go.
Good way of coping. I got a new one though. It says, first of all, finding this group has been such a help to me. I'm grateful for everyone's contributions. I take Keppra and find my energy levels fluctuate wildly. At the beginning, I was tired all the time. Now the soul snapping, snow sapping, full body and mind exhaustion comes and goes. I have a demanding job, and when the bad days come. For instance, no seizures, but lots of side effects. I just don't know what to do. I'm sure the answer is no, but does anyone else experience this? Have any hacks for keeping going when your body and your brain just curl up and go to sleep? I may or may not have an urgent work deadline today. Thank you. How you keep going when your reserves are empty was the question. If you're at work, I don't know. But when I'm at home, I give in to the being tired. I don't mind. I'm like, I'm tired. I'm here. I'm not doing anything. Give in.
I have to butt in because I learned this lesson last week, and I'm sorry to just butt in. Someone else had their hand up, but
Go ahead.
I mean, last week I learned that I have to listen to my body. And now, granted, I'm self-employed, but I have work deadlines coming up, and I have deadlines, and we all have deadlines. We all have things that we have to do. We have bosses, we have things, but I was exhausted last Friday. I tried taking a nap. I didn't. I could have, and I didn't take a nap. And then I had friends come over and I stayed up till 2 in the morning. I had alcohol, things that I've heard from you guys that we shouldn't do as epileptics. I had a lot of fun doing it. I stayed up till 2 in the morning. I had a blast. And then as I was going up the stairs, I had an aura. I was on stair 3 out of 12, and I chose to go up the stairs instead of down the stairs. I was an idiot. I should have gone down the stairs and laid down in the lazy girl chair. I didn't. I went up the stairs. The stairs are the danger zone for us. I went up the stairs and I evaluated myself. I didn't feel any other signs, but then I sat at the edge of the bed at the stool and I'm like, I still feel fine, but I'm going to put my pajamas on instead of laying in bed. And then I put the pajamas on and then laid in bed. But the whole time I was worried that I was going to have a seizure. And so, like, so that was what that's the lesson is like, I should, the lesson is that I took the day off from work instead of, I took the day off from work to rest, right? That is what I think that we should do is I was exhausted and I laid in bed and I rested. And that's what I think that we should do is we should listen to our bodies. Now, the stupid thing I did was that I had a little bit of a party with two friends, but I was also resting and I wasn't working because that's what my body told me to do, right? But that's what I think the answer is that I rested. I rested and I don't know what this person can do about going to work, but do you have sick days? If you have a work deadline, I don't know. Yesterday, I felt exhausted again. And so I had a to-do list and I did the two things that I absolutely had to do. I had promised two things to people out of the seven things I put myself on my to-do list. I did the two things that I had promised to do, and then I took the day off. And I'm still tired today, but I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to work. So that's my answer is I think that we need to listen to our bodies. And I'm going to work tomorrow. I don't believe in working on the weekends, but I personally have to. And we all have to choose what we can do. And I think that we need to listen to our bodies. I think that, I mean, I'm learning what it's like to be epileptic, but I think that we have to rest and we have to get sleep. And you guys will tell me what the answer is, but I think that that might be what we have to do.
That is brilliant. That is like the
You
drawn out definition of balance.
you think you got it. And you got it. I think you got it.
Yeah.
You
Sometimes
balance.
still pushing the boundaries a little bit, even though you've heard
Hey,
that it might be a little risky. It's worth your happiness. And you're
yeah.
still being careful. If anything, partying had guests over that would have been present just in case. So you could look at it that way too.
Well, and I looked it
Well,
up, and the fact that the aura didn't turn into a seizure meant that the seizure medicine was working. I didn't have my emergency medicine with me because the chain I had wasn't long enough. So I'm working now. I have it. Now I have my poison pill locket and I can wear it and I can have the seizure I can have my emergency medicine with me at all times. So that's the extra step I have is the poison pill locket. So my Klonopin can be with me at all times.
That's a great idea.
Hey, Twisted.
How you doing,
Anything else?
Twisted?
Okay.
Good.
The icebreaker question today is, what do you do when someone's response to what you're saying is, so what?
So what?
Yeah.
Elaborate.
When you're talking and basically someone says, I don't care.
Like if you're talking about something really important to you, like how you're trying to communicate, hey, look, I'm not feeling best right now. I'm feeling sparky, or I'm feeling floppy fish, whichever term we're using today.
They can come back to you.
Fuck you.
There you go. This could work in a lot of contexts.
Right. I got something else here. It says, is staying on the same medication worth the decrease in my quality of life?
Thank
This
you.
text to my fiance explains everything. I'm torn between changing medication whilst I don't have any obvious side effects like a rash, ulcers, or worsening seizures. I do get the other side effects like lethargy, exhaustion, major irritability, and bouts of depression. But I wonder if it's better to just live with this, even though it decreases my quality of life and puts a strain on our relationship because my epilepsy is controlled. And since my seizures are on the severe end, I think they should have put isn't controlled then. And since my seizures are on a severe end and I could die or become mentally retarded, isn't it, in the grand scheme fits of things, a small price to pay? That was her text to her fiance. Now she's saying, I want to cry all the time, but at least I can wipe my own nose, right? Am I being too ungrateful? Does anyone else deal like this? I'm in my mid-20s. I take lamotrigine, 100 milligrams 2 times a day, been on medication for 8 years with no seizures, never tried anything else.
Don't be
Settle.
retarded.
Yeah, the person says, does anyone else deal with this? And is the person being ungrateful?
Yes.
A little bit, you think?
Yes.
Let's go to the comments. Oh, a neurodiagnostics tech answered this. It says, is the neurologist and epileptologist? They would be the best to talk to in this case. They specialize in seizures, so they have more knowledge about all the ins and outs of epilepsy and could give you some great alternatives if there are any. Someone else says, talk to your doctor. I would suggest trying other medications. My son tried 5. They all worked, but due to side effects, we kept trying a better fit until we found one. It's not perfect, but the side effects are minor and tolerable.
Oh, because what they told me that the epilepsy told me, guys, that we can't make references to drugs anymore. Diagnosis or what else?
Well, this is ringing the bell of that so what icebreaker, and I like your answer right about now. So that's where I'm at with that now. Toaster was asking about the side effects on lamotrigine, and I'm seeing, first of all, it's this is one of those that's prescribed for seizures and bipolar. So the ones that are prescribed for psychiatric conditions is always kind of a red flag because they tend to be more downers than ever a stimulant. Vomiting, tremors, nausea, drowsiness, chest pain, diplopia, and blurred vision. So they have some ophthalmologic, whatever that word is for eyes.
Ophthalmological.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely one that this I feel like whoever posted this shouldn't settle. Another one maybe at the beginning of their journey. She's obviously still young, or he or whoever posted it, and they definitely shouldn't settle. There's plenty of medications out there. If this is not the right one, or maybe just not the right dose, maybe you're not taking it at the right time of day. Some slight changes do make a big difference.
I mean, it makes me hopeful that lamotrigine, she says she hasn't had a seizure in 8 years. That in itself is a victory. And so, yeah, it's entirely possible that something like Breviac or well, no, I'm not giving suggestions of actual medications. I think something else sparked in my brain.
Want to just go with AEDs or some blanket statement?
Yeah.
For
So, and I'm agreeing with you.
For lamotrigine, for me, the worst thing is the insomnia. I've started with the B12, shout out to Nature's Made, but that takes away the fatigue. Other than that, the insomnia is the worst. Yeah, can you imagine just got to smoke till you go to sleep? I mean, as fun as it is, I'm wasting weed.
That wasting money, yes.
Wouldn't say it's a waste of money.
Wednesday is a waste of money? What happens Wednesday?
I wouldn't say it was a waste of money.
Okay.
Huh?
I don't know what happened Wednesday.
Jocelyn, do you have something? Oh. I'll move forward.
No, that was a misunderstanding. He said he wouldn't say it's a waste of weed, not Wednesday is a waste of weed. That was funny.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say that's a waste of weed. As long as you're getting high.
There's no such thing as a waste.
Wait until
you try money as a wallet. That's why I only do it during certain times per week. But it's only honestly Tuesdays and Fridays are now the only day. I'm proud of myself.
Me too.
For you guys.
Hey,
so you get all no filters.
Lufa, the icebreaker today is, what do you say when somebody responds, so what?
A rock star, I got my rock moves. I don't need you, and guess what? Having more fun, and now that you're done, I gotta show you tonight. I'm alright. Is that what the question? So what?
When somebody answers basically, I don't care.
When they say so what?
Yeah.
With Pink. What Pink said, I'm still a rock star and I got my rock moves. And I don't
do it again. Do it again.
Hey, Court.
Hippo.
You there, Court? Oh, it says connecting audio.
Yes.
Hey, Court.
Hi.
The icebreaker today is, what do you say when someone responds, "So what?"
I just stare at them.
Oh,
I'm more of a walk away, less confrontational. Just walk away.
I just stare. I'm working on my confrontation. I'm retiring for being confrontational. I'm being a
Good,
better
good. I hope
Edge.
it's,
So
I'm
this
being
is like your step 2 at a
hoping that
it's
works
better
for
me
you.
saying the fuck. So just
there you go.
see, I'm growing, guys.
That's brilliant.
I've grown a lot.
you
I
and
don't
me
need to
both.
I don't need to waste energy.
Exactly.
Y'all, I just yes. My dad and I were talking about that earlier. Y'all know about Texas barbecue, about people waiting in line and stuff to eat it. Have you
Texas
heard about
barbecue? No.
our culturally Texas barbecue? If there's a place really good, it's small, so you have to basically wait in line to get it. And let's say it don't open till 11, the line will start at 8. So yes, I'll send y'all videos about it. Is Toaster in here? I'm sorry, I'm Zoom on my mobile.
Yes, Toaster's here.
Toaster, listen, okay.
I'm here.
My dad and I were in the car, and there was this man. He picked his nose, Toaster. He ate the booger. I'm like, my mouth dropped, and I was like, I'm gonna have to run in this room and tell. So this is why I'm here to tell you I saw a grown ass man eat his booger. Okay, y'all, I'm done.
It happens. I
It
think there was
happens.
I
I
think
asked
there
was
was
at
a
his
perc-
Of that
appetizer.
70% eat them
I think
as
there's a
adults.
certain percent of people who pick their nose who actually eat it. I forgot. We came across that question.
Yeah, it was a bird walker. I
It's a
Y'all,
used
high
he
to work
ate
percentage.
at
it.
a museum.
I don't want to be alone in this, y'all. He ate it. It got stuck on his lip, and he licked it and to make sure it got in his mouth. I'm sorry. I refuse to be the only person who witnessed this, and not. I'm fucking. I'm traumatizing y'all with me. I'm
Trauma
sorry.
dump. Please get this off your chest. You do not deserve to suffer with
Yeah,
that unseeable sight.
I need to see your facial expression with this because this is crazy. Let me see that facial expression. Corey, what's
I'm in
going on over there?
bed. I'm in bed with my
Imagine.
bunny cap on, listening to 2000s Southern rap, y'all. Y'all hear Ludacris in the background?
Nope.
Okay.
This thing, it
Sorry.
pretty much has a good background noise to take out for a lot of people.
Oh,
Come to
y'all
find
are
out.
fancy. I'm
Um,
fancy. Okay, I might get up and sit up. Hold on. BRB.
BRB.
okay. We'll move forward. Somebody says, I'd rather my epilepsy take me than doing it myself. I haven't posted on here in a while, but these past few years, I just feel like my medication is just affecting my mental health. I feel down all the time, and sometimes I just don't even want to do things I used to like to do now. I really feel isolated from life lately and this condition. And it's really coming it's really coming to a point where I will just stop my meds cold turkey and let the epilepsy make me rest in peace. I really can't take it anymore, even though it's been 5 years since I have been seizure free. I just haven't felt I haven't felt life myself these past 5 years of being seizure free. I really can't take it anymore. I'm crying while writing this because life won't get any better for me. I just want better. I just want better life for myself than feeling isolated all the time. It should have been took my life a long time ago. I don't want to live this life anymore. Can someone help me? Don't do it. Take your medication. Um, I'm not gonna say it sounds like a female, but some advice from you ladies. Take your pills. I suggest that. Take your pills. Don't give up like that. Um, Not saying I haven't been there because I thought about it. Yeah.
This is one of those where you would expect them to have a plan in place. Hopefully, this is like the one and only time. But whenever you start feeling this way, you would want to have a number to call, somebody to talk to you in real time about what to remember as reasons not to do it. Somebody else asked this question here. Do you dream during a seizure? I've had a grand mal seizure, and while being unconscious, I dreamt that my father slept next to me snoring. When I came back to consciousness, I realized that I was the one snoring. I personally don't remember anything ever. So even dreams when I'm not seizing. What do you say, Toaster?
Hallucinatory auras are a thing. I know, I used to have them. Used to. Haven't had one since my resection. Thank fucking God. Not he, I would hear the sound of the ocean and hear saying, the taco man is coming. And then a woman would appear. This is the normal one. I had a few others, like my mom in the kimono. But then a woman would appear, and it's always the same woman. She had white hair, cropped right there. She'd be wearing a pinstripe suit, and she'd just be smiling. I saw the lady in the pinstripe suit. Get down, I'm going to be doing the floppy fish. It's actually, I really wasn't floppy. I was so rigid, it was more like popping my shoulder out of the placement, but still, it not. I hated those. I'd rather just go into the damn seizure, not remember it. Twisted series in her.
Hey, Twisted, go ahead.
Has anybody dreamed of the ocean per se? Between being in the hospital and being at home?
That sounds like when you see the ocean, it's a pregnancy vision.
I know.
Or do you mean like do you mean the actual sea, the waves coming in,
yes,
breathing down the shores? Because I would hear the ocean.
I had a vision. Lower hand.
Oh no, you're good. I don't know how to turn that off.
I can see you, James. Hold on one second. I haven't experienced that, Twisted. But you can keep going so I can understand what you're talking about.
I had a dream multiple dreams that I was in the ocean. Where the waves didn't move.
Black tide?
Low tide.
Oh, slack tide is like when it's in between the two tides, and it's just the waves are just so calm. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up while you're trying to describe it.
But it suddenly kept on going where as far as you can see, and it wouldn't end.
Sounds like you might have, the water was coming in, like the tide's coming in, and you just standing there.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds like, yeah. I understand what you mean. I haven't experienced that, but I've been in some water when the tide came in, and it isn't fun. Also, we got James here. Hey, James, how you doing today? But yeah, twisted when the person was saying that they were that last question I was going through, where the person said they were seizure free for 5 years, and they're tired of it. Basically, you're the only person I know who hasn't had seizures for you seizure free for now. So, how does that feel after years? Do you just want to give up on taking those meds?
I know.
No.
I'm pretty used to it now because I'm only taking three, and one rescue med. Oh.
Yeah, that person said they're tired of taking pills and the side effects. And you're the only person I know seizure free that's not tired of the side effects yet.
Was what's your rescue med? Clonazepam.
That's what I have. Have you had to take yours yet?
Yes.
And is yours the kind that dissolves under the tongue? Mine is.
Let me show you.
Mine's just a little pill, and I would just put it under my tongue and it would dissolve.
I take that too. I only take half of the 0.5, so 0.25. How much do you
Yeah,
take?
I think that's what mine is, 0.25. I had taken it before for anxiety, oh man,
Yeah,
maybe
it's full
like
on a pinch
10 times in my lifetime. And it had helped for anxiety. Like I would take it and it would just like really just calm me down. But I was always really scared to take it very much because I don't want to get addicted.
Yes, I heard you get hyper dependent, like for sure. I'll probably take it maybe, I'd say once out of every 6 weeks. Um, I took it today because,
Are we talking about clonazepam?
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
Collidin is
I
higher.
take, yeah, I take Klonopin every day, twice a day. I take
Yeah, I
one.
mean,
I take a milligram in the morning and 0.5 at night.
I think it's a great tool for anxiety, and I think that
Well, I
if
use it
if
for my
it,
seizures.
oh yeah, when they told me that it was an anti-seizure emergency med, I was like, great. I've taken it before. Sign me up.
Take one
I took one
tablet
today.
by mouth.
It's
Blah, blah, blah.
it's not like the worst if you have like myoclonic seizures specifically. It's not the worst to take. Um uh it's it's what works for me. If I didn't have that, then I'd have to probably get surgery, and I don't want to do that. So,
Now, have they spoken with you about long-term side effects?
um, no, but I know the long-term side effects. The addiction part, that's hippo. The addiction part, I wouldn't say that I'm addicted like mentally. Uh, my body though does need it in order
The
to
dependency.
like
I'm
my
not talking about dependency.
like myoclonic tics. I need it in order to not have those seizures. But even before taking that, the myoclonic tics were so bad that I was bedbound. So with the Klonopin, it has completely changed my life around. So
Good. Well,
think
I'm very happy to hear that.
I think it's definitely different for every case and every
Yeah.
it's different for the type of epilepsy that you have.
Yes, I'm sure. And I'm not a doctor. I want to say I'm not a doctor, and everything is different for everyone. But have they talked with you about long-term side effects of other things? Because I think it's a benzo.
It is a benzo. Yeah.
Okay. Have you-
It's I mean, I personally am not concerned.
Okay.
My
Okay.
body has taken very well to it.
Good. It
I've
sounds like it.
Yeah, I've had DNA testing for
Okay,
what
good.
medications my body responds to, and that
Good.
the 5 medications. So,
Good.
it works really well for me, and right now it's working, and I can only pray that it continues to work, and if
I
anything in the
agree.
future needs to change, then that'll happen in the future.
Yeah.
But right now, it works
No,
perfectly fine.
I agree, and we all need to take stuff that works for each of us. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what benzos can possibly do to our
Oh yeah,
brains in the
I've been
future.
I've been on it for like 5 years.
Yeah.
Um, 4 years, 3 years,
Yeah. No, and it
something like
sounds like
that.
it's working really, really well for you, and I don't want to discourage you from using it. That's not my intention. I just wanted, I'm 47 and you're very young, and I'm assuming, but I just wanted to make sure that you were just aware of benzos and
Yeah, no,
potential long-term side effects. That's all.
I
I'm not a doctor.
it's a lot. I find that Klonopin's a lot less aggressive than other benzos.
I think it is. I'm not a doctor, but I agree. I think so. And I
Been on.
think it's a nice medicine for us.
Yeah, it's not. It's very proactive. If you need it
Mhm.
as needed, it's a great one. And if
I
you need
agree.
it, if it's like my case where it's needed every day, then it's a good last resort medication to do every day.
I agree. And I thought it was pretty hilarious in my case when, uh, anyways, they were very reluctant to give it to me. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, you need to go on Klonopin. And I'm like, oh, all of a sudden, anyways, they're very reluctant to give Klonopin out. And then all of a sudden, you become epileptic. And they're like, oh, how much Klonopin? They're like, take it every day. So I've always liked Klonopin as a drug for anxiety, and they're very reluctant to give it to anyone. And but I think it's a nice drug for people who need it. So
So were you guys all advised that it's just not one of those long-term intended?
they gave me zero advice about anything.
That's what
When
I'm
I
trying to
was
figure out if
prescribed it,
anybody's ever
they
told.
told me nothing about long-term side effects. I learned this myself, honestly, because of Oprah. That little blurb where she was like talking to a doctor and they told her about the long-term side effects of benzos and she was like, "Wait, what?" Because she's obviously I'm sorry. We don't know anything about Oprah, but
I told my doctor and she assigned it to me because I was like, I'm scared of those, right? She was like, yeah, but I feel like you're gonna, she's like, just enough to control what you're doing. And so I had half of some today because I was out in the heat. But like, we were talking Tuesday, I found out I have a whole nother diagnosis that might actually be causing my complex partial seizures. So, women, look into idiopathic intracranial hypertension, FYI, if you have a complex partial seizures.
yes.
So,
They thought that I had that um before when I had my CSF leak and I had none of the signs, none of the headaches. And I'm sorry, were you done? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. They thought that I had that, and there's some signs of it, which are some headaches. And what I learned is that one of the things they're learning about IHH is that it's more prevalent in women over men, and it's more prevalent in overweight people, and that can be just 20 pounds overweight. So they looked at me as a woman and they looked at me as an obese woman and I think the doctors thought, you're an obese woman, you have IHH, even though I had no signs of it. I didn't have any headaches. I had headaches from grinding my teeth. And so I didn't think I had it, and I don't. They tested my pressure in the dura the inter the so I don't have it, and I thought that was so interesting that I don't have
I
it.
don't know. They say I have a benign version of it because they say mine isn't effective enough. So I don't know. Like I grew up in like a super fitness family. And then when I kind of got epilepsy, I can't work out like I used to. But the things they were describing, I've had happen to me for most of my life. So I was like, I may have had all this my life, except for when I got under stress. That's on my theory, because I have like right temporal lobe seizures, and I always feel like there's let like water builds up over here. And um like I used to even sleep on a certain side and I never thought anything of it. Or like if I bend my head over forward, it goes like the pressure like moves up. So I think it's something. I know women who aren't like, yeah, they assume because it's, size is a factor, but I don't know anymore. I think it's a pituitary thing problem, and it's something with your sella. I think it's a hormone issue. Like if it's weights, mostly women, age range, boom, that's perimenopausal menstruating women, right? So we'll see. We'll see.
And I don't, because they were testing me prior to my up the the brain up the nose surgery. What I didn't research whether they can test your IHH pressure without, they tested mine with kind of like a spinal tap. I don't know if they did they test your pressure?
Yeah, they said so the doctor was just like, hey, like we ran your the lumbar puncture, and they said, oh, I would have said you were safe at 25, but you only had 26. And I was like, they were like, it's not real. He was like, you don't even have to take the water pill. Like, it's just a wait and see kind of thing. So what I've done, and I was talking to Annie about this, and like I said, annoying the science girl here. I've been doing vagus nerve stuff, and like a lot of things are starting to change. A lot of things, a lot of things. Like I'm calmer, my anxiety's lower, which I think stress is a huge factor on our epilepsy.
Yes.
I take cold showers now, and I used to have my showers black, like hot as hell. If anything, I'm a demon, y'all, because my hair used to be shit. Shit used to be hot. And so what I ended up doing, I turned it down because they're like, yeah, you having your showers that hot is equivalent to your brain trying to figure out a fever. That's all I needed to read. So hot shower.
Okay.
So when you refer to vagus nerve stuff, you're not referring to any kind of like external therapies. This is all things that are self.
Still too, like when you say external, do you like massaging or do you mean like the device?
I wasn't sure what methods you're implying because they're working.
I'm doing internal. I'm like dumping anxiety stuff like before bed. Okay. I'm making sure I'm slowing down throughout the day. Like I didn't realize how anxious I was these last 5 years of my life. I honestly, really, truly think COVID changed my brain. I had COVID before we knew it was COVID, and things up here ain't been the same. And I think how I recover from things really changed. So I got COVID in grad school working full time, graduated looking for another job. I had 3 different jobs 1 year. And then when I settled down, moved twice, like it was just a lot. And I think that's what was happening up there. So my vagus nerve was probably, my parasympathetic nervous system wasn't functioning at all. And so I was like, hey, let me change that. And like how I used to run around my kitchen and do stuff, like it's hard for me to speed up if I feel like I'm getting anxious. Like it's like my body's forcing it where I would be hopping around like the kitchen triangle. So yeah, I try to do the massage, I do the cold showers, I gargle, humming. I used to be a dancer, so I think that's probably why I was more sane before all of this. So what do you think for your
I think it's brilliant that you're recovering. I mean, now that you bring that up, maybe I'm not losing it. That, after and during COVID, that's why I cut myself in the kitchen so much because it would be so easy.
Are you dropping a
to
lot
have
of
something cooking? I'm dropping the knife on my
hand.
fingers. I mean, yeah, that was the biggest reason that I think I just focus on those little nicks because that's what caused the family to literally like intervene. But other than that, it was so easy to have mixing this while that's on the stove and not burning anything. But
I'm gonna shock y'all. Like
that
it is
changed.
a difference, Kate. Like if you do one thing, just finish your shower cold. Like I turn in circles 4 seconds each side, and then I get out, and it's
See,
like a
and
reset.
that I'm crediting all that to just getting back to working out. You know, I take my
That's
full
it too.
showers. What I take my full showers cold, obviously, after the workout. But now that you bring that up, maybe the temperature really is making more of a difference than just the workout. Because I'm
Multiple
still
things
not
can be
doing high
true.
intensity stuff, but I sweat just like thinking about lunges. So
Multiple things can be true. I'm pretty sure it's your workout too, because that's a stimulator as well, because you're learning how to manage your stress levels physically, right? So you're getting,
and I'm kind of holding my breath, trying to not wake them. Doing it. Yeah. So
the
it's
body is so weird. I
working.
just think how we approach health is really bad, and we're just now realizing ANS versus all the other stuff we have. Because you guys heard of this insomnia, right?
Describe.
Let me write it out because I'm not even pronouncing it wrong.
Okay.
Finally, my turn again.
Sure. What can you contribute now?
I can't contribute anything to what you guys were talking about, but I can move forward. Yeah. Felt like I
And
got
then we'll
the
come
girl
right back
chat.
to Courtney.
I got some information I need to pass to
Automnia.
guys.
I don't know.
I can teach the guys something that weren't here.
Yeah, let's get James included now.
We're gonna have to go through a chat, so I'm gonna move forward for that one. Says, how do you actually live with epilepsy, not just survive? Hi everyone, I have juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. I've been struggling so much just living the day-to-day with it. No medication ever seems to work. I've always breakthroughs, and I can no longer hope to live a single day without experiencing at least an absence or myoclonic seizure. When I was younger, I would dream and think of all the amazing ways I could create something meaningful. Now, I have dropped out of university because I'm terrified of having a seizure. I feel guilt anytime I overhear my parents quietly talking about how they are stressed and have to rework their schedules and make sure someone is always at home with me. Anytime I try to maybe do something I love, I will have a tonic-clonic seizure, and I'm forced to refocus my attention on my health and recovery. I'm now scared of going outside my safe little box because I don't want to step out and have life slap me in the face with a big seizure. I'm stuck in the cycle of just surviving with epilepsy. I'm not sure how to get out of it. Could anyone else give me any words of advice? Because I don't know what to do right now.
Make note. That's another one of take down every single detail, what's relevant of before and after lifestyle choices, and just line up the facts best you can to notice some kind of trend.
How recently were they diagnosed?
It doesn't say how recent the person was diagnosed, but they look like they're just down and out. She feels like she's just living, and yeah.
It's just, I would say it takes patience.
Say that again.
It's a patient thing because I'm not gonna lie, I struggle with this some days. Like you're really learning your body in a whole different way.
How long you been diagnosed?
I was diagnosed February 2023, but I went a full year without seizures. So 2024 is when I started learning stuff. Fun.
You're fairly new to this too.
Mm-hmm.
Jocelyn, you got anything? Somebody needs help. Somebody needs your advice.
I know it's so hard for me because I'm new to this too, and I have a much milder form than this person, you know? I can't imagine having a seizure every single day. I can't. That's really hard. I mean, I've noticed a pattern with my tonic-clonic seizures. And my pattern is that it's like I have a very strong emotional or stress, something stressful is going on in my life, and it's like a couple days later, I'll have a tonic-clonic seizure. So that's my pattern. And that's my pattern with the tonic-clonics. I haven't noted, well, and then with the focal aware seizures, those were those were like twice, 2 or 3 times a week. And that was during a very stressful time in my life. I didn't notice a pattern. It was just extreme stress. The the little aura I had the other day, like I said, I was very, very tired. I stayed up very late having fun and I had alcohol. So those are the no-nos for epileptics. So I think it's try to notice patterns. But I have a much milder form than what this poor person is going through.
But at least you picked up on the pattern.
Right.
Exactly. I
Having
picked
an
up on the
answer
pattern.
is so rewarding. It's beneficial because then you feel like you can start making progress.
Well, exactly. And I'm very fortunate that my medicine is working. Very fortunate. It's stopping both kinds. Well, knock on wood. We don't know if it's going to stop the tonic-clonics. It has stopped the focal aware seizures.
There you go.
What medicine,
Now James is
doctor?
oh, go ahead.
I was just asking what medicine.
I am on topiramate. I had a breakthrough seizure when I was on 50 milligrams, so we've doubled it to 100 milligrams. And I'm trying very hard to not have very, very strong emotions and stress because that is my trigger. The
Same, same,
first,
same.
yeah, it's like the first trigger was it doesn't even matter what they are. It's like super strong emotions, sadness, stress, like sadness and stress. I mean, those can be, and very, very, very strong, strong feelings of those. And it's interesting because the pattern is it's not during those. It's after those feelings are gone and the thing is resolved, then I have the seizure.
Are you a very empathetic person?
I'm extremely empathetic,
Yeah.
like extremely. I feel like when I would go to therapy, I would like feel other people's feelings, and I've had to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm now at the point where I stop myself and I don't go so far as like doing things to like I don't give people money, but I would like stop myself from like feel. I have to stop myself from like being too empathetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I solved that issue. I know this sounds weird, and I'm sorry for jumping in, but I solved that issue.
Good for you.
My parents, because I like I see people, and you know how hot it is, and it's like, toaster, you have no money to get,
Yeah.
and so we got bottles of water because in this heat, a bottle of water is actually more important than change that. No, sorry, I know I'd spend on cigarettes if I was in their shoes because momentary. It's weird. Nicotine's a bad drug.
I would say don't judge yourself so harshly because caring people are needed. Like, unfortunately, I think the side we are on is because the lack of it, like majorly, right?
Yeah.
So, like, my seizure, like, remember I said I was like seizure free that first year? The thing that triggered my seizure was my aunt, and if this gets recorded, I hope it is heard, slapped my cousin, and she's an autistic teen, and no one in my family did anything. And I just straight up had to, since I couldn't punch her, that's like stress on me, right? I was getting stressed either way because I couldn't drive yet because again, epilepsy. So I just reported her to CPS and I felt guilty about that too. She was a 16-year-old autistic teenager and my cousin called me upset. And it's another thing, they lean on you too when you're overly empathetic, yeah? When they know how you are and who you are, they run to you. So it's really hard. I have people like sitting me down saying, Courtney, you can't take care of everyone and you're not even taking care of yourself. So yeah, you don't hear someone who hears you. Please know I am listening to y'all. Please know.
That's
Absolutely.
why everyone deserves that one person in their life that they trust no matter fucking what. Sorry, I'm throwing Jeff under the rug. I know for Jeff it's his Lizzie. I know for me it's my mom. I love my son, but for me it's my mom who is standing there with us and looking out for us. My dad looks out for me too, but not in the same way my mom does.
Yeah,
My
whatever
mom
happened to
is,
that do unto others thing?
oh,
How many
I guess,
people are sitting there saying like, don't give up your money to anybody ever. Don't,
oh,
help
no, not
somebody get a
ever.
couple.
My parents,
Oh, okay.
my parents give to the Heifer Foundation. They give to Carolina Poodle Rescue, Charlotte Humane Society. No, mitzvahs are important. When Jeffy grows out of clothes, it is still important that we gather up his clothes and give it to Goodwill or Salvation Army.
So keep the donations to tax deductible.
Oh, I didn't. We don't ever ask for a
I mean,
receipt.
between
That's just.
Carolinas and whatever.
Oh yeah. Well, no, the Carolinas, yeah, that you can, but we don't. They ask if you want a receipt, and sometimes they're just so busy that you just drop it into the back of the store for them.
Right.
And it's just you go. Mitzvahs are, it means kindness, or generosity. It's a weird, it's an amalgamation of words. Good, to do good, blessing. That's another good word. It's an amalgamation of things, but it's a word that I grew up with, if that made any sense. So it's what I cling to.
There you go.
Words. I forgot what we were talking about, and I'm so sorry.
It's all
You
right.
carried it to a higher place.
So got something that says, sometimes I wonder who would be without all. Sometimes I wonder who I would be without all of the meds I've taken, since most of the medications I've taken are also mood altering drugs and mood stabilizers themselves. I have taken many different medications since age 6. I'm a 30-year-old woman. I wonder who I would be if I had never taken all these medications at all. Would I be more stable? Would I be different at all? I think ladies can handle this better. Well, it's actually only ladies here, so I mean.
Okay, so what stood out to everybody else about that one most?
She said, would I be more stable and would I be different at all? Those were the questions in there.
Okay.
If she didn't take the meds, that was the question?
Yes. I wonder who I would be without all the meds I've taken.
Well said, Courtney. No human is stable. So you'll never be 100%.
I think that's fair for them to judge themselves, right? Because let's say if she didn't have epilepsy, that could be something else. And what if her epilepsy actually helped her prevent something worse? Like, we live in this world like where we either worst for like quotation things that happen to ourselves and we're limited on our thinking. That's just my perspective. I get caught up like that too, and I kind of have to remind myself. Sorry if I answer too fast, but that's my brain at work. I may have wrote that.
Come on, that's our memory now. If we don't get it out right away, then I'm texting things all the time just to not forget them.
I also it's an individual answer, but I tried to go off of antidepressants many times, and I finally went back on them and decided that I'm never going to go off them again. And I accepted that my brain just needs antidepressants for whatever reason. My brain just needs them, and I just decided that I'm never gonna. I had a very bad bout of depression one year, and I just realized that I need to take antidepressants just like some people need to take diabetes medicine or blood pressure medicine or something. And I'm very good now. I don't have bouts of depression. And so I don't know, this person, yeah, it's good, it's great. And so I think maybe this person just needs to figure out for themselves. Like, I think it's an individual decision, right? Like, figure out what the side effects are and how they deal with the side effects, and figure out what are the side effects of not taking their anti-seizure medicine. Like, are they going to get, like, I think, can't we get brain damage from having too many seizures? Is
Yes.
that, I don't know, but I think we can.
Yes.
And can't we, like, so that's not good at all. I think the purpose of anti-seizure medicine is to stop us from having seizures because they can be dangerous. And so this person probably needs to really think hard about their individual circumstances and decide what's worse, what's worse for them, what's their lifestyle going to be like with or without the medicine, and think about what they want to do. I don't think we can answer that for them, but for me, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, all we can do is share our own experiences on finding that balance and what seems like a rational risk versus reward. What do you think, Twisted? Did you ever have to kind of face that battle?
I'm a stroke survivor. Um,
Enough
and
said. I mean, not literally, let's hear.
when I had the tumor out, I had a stroke. Hemorrhagic stroke.
That's the bleeding one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I almost died. But what was the question again?
Now I'm kind of enraptured in your victory, so I want to hear your success. Yeah, no, for real, I don't remember. But okay, it was something about a balance. You know, a lot of us seem to kind of be faced with those like 3 meds, long-term organ damage, 100%, or next 6 months, maybe 5 less seizures. What do you think? Have you ever had to face that kind of situation?
With the lamotrigine, I got really bad skin burn, sunburn.
Oh,
And with the Depakote, I got skin rash and weight gain. And with the, I don't know, Oxcar,
Clozapine.
these, well, I don't know how to even.
We never do. Just go with the phonetic and we'll leave it at that.
So far, with the 2 that I'm taking, the 3 that I'm taking, I developed kidney stones,
Oh, okay.
but I got the medicine that takes care of them.
So
But
did
yeah,
you get that like kind of vicious cycle vibe where it's just something's wrong, take this one, something's wrong, take another one?
yes.
Okay. That's a well-known feeling. Lufa, haven't you expanded on that before too? This feeling like their solution for everything is just another pharmaceutical.
I mean, that's how my entire life has been, yeah. I've been on like over 50 different 40. I don't know. a high amount of medications. But now we're on to a new set with the AEDs. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely rough to come to terms with. This one here is somebody saying they're questioning common causes of a breakthrough. My brother, 24, is autistic nonverbal, and this upcoming Monday will be 5 months tonic-clonic seizure free since he started on Keppra 500 milligrams twice a day after a traumatic trip to the ER in March. However, we have no way of knowing if he's having other types, unfortunately. I live in fear every day that one day will break his streak and I'll be sent through another depressive and anxious spiral like I was in March. I constantly see stories and posts of breakthroughs happening after months and even years of being seizure free. Is there almost always a cause? We try to be super diligent of giving him his meds, constantly making sure he's hydrated, not overheating, working on his weight, and he's never really been stressed a day in his life, thankfully, since he's cognitively about 3 years old. His sleep has always been messed up, so that is our biggest concern as far as breakthroughs. But do they sometimes just happen regardless of triggers or reasons? Should we not get comfortable with the fact that perhaps this medicine or dose works for him? I want to be prepared because I feel as if I'm losing my mind sometimes with worry. All right, what do you guys take on this one? This is clearly the sister speaking about just how to prevent breakthroughs of her, cognitively 3-year-old, but in reality, 24-year-old autistic nonverbal brother.
We're all kind of worried about that, aren't we? Like all the time.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's nothing you can do other than manage your triggers unless I'm missing something.
It feels like a little bit of a borderline rant because she's complaining how, with her brother's mental state, I guess it's probably a lot more complicated than just questioning him about what the triggers are.
Yeah.
So I can see how that's stressful, but I don't know. I still got the vibe that she really needed to rant. She just needed to get that out because she's not actually getting anywhere by stressing. I mean, it's a hard reality, but you really do just have to manage.
Yeah. I think that's hard for some people to understand or accept.
Nothing is set in stone long term if you do all these things right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So James now is speaking about this one, saying that 500 milligrams of Keppra sounds like an extremely low dose. 3,000 is what he's on each night, still having seizures. I think I heard that 6,000 was the max dose.
Wow.
Yeah, and then there's that pesky drug resistant thing.
And it's depending on your weight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's all taken into account. They give you that first little mini dose to make sure you don't have an allergic reaction, then take more and more.
Hey,
This one here said, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said, you got it?
Yeah, this one is talking about now being charged for a felony. In February, I totaled my car. Username Buttermilk Waffle. So I don't know if they're male or female. I totaled my car during an epileptic seizure in Ohio. No other cars were involved, and I was not injured. During the postictal state of my seizure, however, I assaulted a female police officer, kicked her in the stomach while being restrained by another cop, if I remember correctly, by her telling me after the fact. They assumed I was drunk, took me to jail. Mom got an alert from my Apple Watch about the accident, went to the scene, but was told to leave because I was drunk. I had been leaving an AA meeting, but was feeling a little off, so a friend was expecting a text. When he didn't hear from me, he found my address and went and talked to my mom, verifying to her that I was indeed not drunk. They went to the station together, and eventually I was taken to the hospital, given a blood test with no alcohol in the system, and released. My mom later went to pick up my car from the police station and was told I did not have any charges. The police officer seems to think that there must have been a miscommunication in paperwork leading to my arrest, causing a great deal of stress. I'm truly feeling my disability has been overlooked and do not understand why I'm being charged, let alone arrested in such a dramatic way. Any advice is appreciated. Well, after getting a lawyer, definitely get all your medical records to the right counsel.
Yeah, that's something you got to look into. Personally, I'm a Black man, and that's something you don't play with when you got a warrant out there. You need to know what's going on, because you could be doing anything. I could be out with my kids. I could be having a seizure and they not know. And I got a warrant, so they're taking me to jail. They might think, oh, he's seizing to play games or whatever the case. Yeah. You got to take care of that. You got to make sure that shit is 100%.
That's why I carry a doctor's note with me at all times.
That brings a whole new meaning to when I hear somebody say I'm carrying.
Okay.
That's what I just heard. When you started saying that, I heard I'm carrying.
You said you keep it on you at all times. I can keep a note. I can keep this bracelet. Come take me down to the station and we'll talk about it down there. That's how things go. I'm sure it's a Black thing, because every time they see me, it's, I need to put you in cuffs for my safety. So, yeah.
And then ask whoever you're with, are they okay?
Yep, that's how they do. They just tell me they need to put me in cuffs, because.
No, I actually have it on. Oh. Wait a minute. Here's my.
Yeah, I know what it is. I see it. Yeah, I got mine too. Mine is in my wallet. I got a bracelet on.
No, but here is my letter, all wet and stuff. And it reads, to whomever it may concern, this patient is under my care. It should be known that she is under medication that it can alter her mental state and slow her verbal responses, making her appear altered. In addition, she is cleared to go into pharmacal blah blah blah.
I have never, I have rarely heard such a politely fuck you do your job letter.
And you think a cop will listen to that?
I mean, it's beautifully written.
Yeah, maybe to go in front of the right judge, but on the scene, that's not saying anything about don't put her in cuffs, don't do this, don't do this. It's saying that yes, you may appear altered, but it doesn't speak at all to your actions and the degree that this person sounds like in their postictal state. You can still get in a fight, and that's plenty enough probable cause right there. Yeah, so I mean that one can definitely go both ways.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that you have that resource.
This is my bling, and it's really, really cool. My mom found it for me because I'm allergic to metal, because fuck, why not? Let's add that in. And not all metals, just some, but it's enough that it's like, okay, let's look for one that doesn't, and that's practically impossible. But one that doesn't touch my skin, that was possible. And it reads,
roll on
epilepsy, roll on side. Give recovery time. No ambulance needed. Contacts on back a tag. And then if they can get it off my wrist, all they do is slide this down. And I'm not going to show it all of it, but it has my mom's number, my dad's number. It says PTSD/panic attack. Fear of crowds / touch. Give space and wait.
For 5 minutes.
Oh, I don't go anywhere without my parents, so if they haven't found me within the 5 minutes that they're screaming, someone's having a seizure over the intercom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that happened at Marshall.
Oh,
yeah. It basically gives just the bare minimum. This is the emergency. This is what you need to do. Roll on side. Don't call the ambulance. And
okay.
So
that's a success story.
Yeah.
Nice.
I used to have 3 of them. I'm now down to 1. So we're going to be getting more soon.
They're expensive.
I know. But you know what? They're not as expensive as glasses. And we've broken 4 pair in 1 month. Go fam.
Oh.
Just between me and my son. He doesn't have epilepsy. He's just 8.
Oh. Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
There you go. Whatever works, basically.
I got something. It says, I literally just want to scream and cry right now. I'm a 21-year-old male here. I just had my second and a half one. I don't know whether it was a seizure. I just recovered right now from my second seizure. It is hard that I just don't have the energy to hold it anymore. I'm trying as much as possible to hold it, but I can't anymore. I was diagnosed with brain tumor, benign, thankfully, and was prescribed medicine. Even after taking medicine, I felt aura, but no seizure point. I am not sure if you guys feel, but I have felt I'm missing out on enjoyment, which everybody has in my age. Late nights should stay awake. Parties means flashing lights, and so that's a no-go. I feel like this handicap is just very emotional to me, for me to handle. Why can't I enjoy these just like the rest of my peers? What do you guys do? What do? I enjoy being in the house, so it's kind of different. This person enjoys being in front of lights and stuff like that.
You know how it went last time.
Yeah. What do you guys do when you this person basically is like, I want to get out, I want to do more, I feel like I'm stuck in the house. But not that I would say I enjoy being at peace, and I find my peace right here at my desk editing videos. I like going out, but then too much time passes and I'm not editing, and then now I got to edit for days in a row because I got to keep up. Yeah.
But wanting to have something that you want to keep up with is amazing. Does that make any sense? Because if you for some reason don't put the podcast up tomorrow, we will still be like, okay. And then we will be twice as happy when it finally comes up. But it's not like deadline, your boss is going to fire you. We're not going to fire you. And it's freeing because of that, and it makes you want to do it.
Oh, I was gonna say, hey Brandon and hey Ann, the icebreaker for you guys. Icebreaker time. You guys ready? On your mark. The icebreaker is, what is your response when someone says, "So what?" when you're talking? I don't think I got Raven's response either, did I?
I guess
Or Sia?
it depends on the situation, I guess. I mean, like if I am just like talking nonsense and someone's like, so what? I can be like, okay, yeah, no, you're right. That was stupid. Yeah, I was rambling over nothing. But if I was actually having a serious like thought or trying to, express like a valid emotion about how I'm feeling or whatever, um, and I get told so what? Oh, you better believe I'm gonna get pissed.
Yeah, I understand. Sia? I'm more of a walk away. I'm just gonna walk away, and usually that gets the people more than saying anything. Uh, some people they just want a response, So I'm not confrontational much, so I just kind of walk away and go get in my head about it, and then do something that makes me happy.
I forgot what the question was.
The question is, what do you do when someone says, "So what?" when you're talking?
Um, I mean, I'm kind of a defensive person. I'll usually argue back, like, because I tend to like think back on like the times when if this is somebody that I know and they're saying that to me, I'll think back on times when they were complaining or talking to me about something, and I listened intently and answered, and then for them to say that to me, I'll usually get upset. So I'll end up saying something like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. Hey, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Hi, how's everyone doing?
Right. The icebreaker today was, what do you say when somebody responds when you're talking? So what?
Oh, sorry, what was that? I
You respond to someone when they say something when you're talking. The response is, so what? How do you respond?
uh, like, so what? Angrily or
Man, it could be sweet if you think it's sweet, or angry. However you want to take it. So what?
I'm not a good listener, so and I don't
Well,
engage in conversation, so I just kind of like I I just mirror people in conversation, so I go, yeah, that's what, and then it's like a cycle, and I go, what, and it's like a who's on first thing, and so I just kind of blow it off, and yeah.
I can see that. I can see that pissing someone off too. Your response. Um, it
Well,
says,
Anne did
I'm here.
mention in the chat that she'd be done with the world. Oh, no, that's what Toaster said. Anne mentioned, okay, you're unmuted now. Go ahead, speak for yourself.
Yeah, I'm the one saying so what today. So the fuck what? I'm deleting my Reddit accounts. We had a really long conversation in chat about fucking trolls. And I'm watching you guys just kind of feed them. So it's been nice, guys. It's nice to meet everybody. So what?
I'm gonna move to, says life before diagnosis. I've had epilepsy my entire life. Wasn't diagnosed until 21. I don't remember much of my life, but I knew something was wrong. I was limited compared to what I thought should be able to do. I'm behind in life for something that isn't my fault. I was on a stimulant based ADHD medication that caused constant focus my entire life. Once I started seizure medication, I lost my mind at how to face was actually numb my entire life. I could finally feel properly. I had a bad seizure in December, and my college degree has been put on hold until I relearn everything. I'm glad I almost died in September due to a bad seizure. It let me live. For the first time ever, I just don't know how to handle what I've lost before the diagnosis. I've also learned that I have dislocated my entire life to cope. I've been dating my girlfriend for almost 4 years. I don't remember much of our relationship. I'm scared I'm unable to handle the relationship with my girlfriend. I don't have the emotional experience to handle what's going on in life. I started antidepressants and they make my mild seizures worse, but it stops moderate ones. I don't know what's going on in the past or the present. What should I expect? Oh, I left, huh? How long was I gone?
We heard everything you said.
Oh, perfect. I turned around and the screen was black.
Okay, no, you're good. So this one was
So
what are they?
21-year-old and they're wondering what the future holds.
Okay, that's right. And we say time and time again, one day at a time, you never know. But you can do enough research to feel comfortable, feel safe. Know yourself, get to know your body better so you can listen to it.
Brandon, you look like the perfect person to answer this question.
I need a summary. I'm sorry. I was distracted over Annie sort of being like, I'm pretty sure she just gave us her final fuck you guys, I'm out.
Yeah.
But I was thrown off. Okay, give me a little summary.
21-year-old wondering how life is going to be after diagnosis.
Well, I mean, it depends on, their personality, their actual diagnosis, because it varies person to person for sure, how one handles and deals with what they are now subjected to every day for the rest of their life. It is not going away. So if someone has a little bit more like of a, I don't know, I don't want to say like resilient personality, and their diagnosis maybe is like not super severe, it's probably not going to affect them that much at all. You know what I mean? They'll be aware of it. They will, have it on their minds. But in terms of their day to day life, I'm sure they'll be able to keep working and stuff. But if they aren't as resilient, they may focus on it a little bit too much, focus on the negatives, which obviously there are a lot of negatives. But then if, for example, they do have, very severe epilepsy where now working is not possible for them, it's like that opens up a whole nother discussion. One that I'm not familiar with giving advice about because I still work. You know what I mean? I have, so I don't know if like I can attest to that at all. Yeah, for me, I'm just gonna say it depends on them and their personality and diagnosis, but see how different levels of epilepsy and different personalities could lead to different reactions depending on the person.
I've seen a comment from you, but I didn't know if you had something else to say.
No, about the troll guy that I wasn't here when that shit happened.
Oh, it's been very
Shit
like
happens.
it's
That's
basically
just
been
life.
like the
One more
last
thing.
week.
Roll on.
Yeah, we don't need to.
Just roll on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll move to the next question. It says Keppra Rage, BPD/borderline, or both. I've gone through multiple neuropsych evaluations and never been diagnosed with anything other than ADHD, anxiety, and mild phases of situational depression. On Keppra, 1,000 milligrams XR, down from 1,500 milligrams XR previously. Zonogram, 300 milligrams, was actually at a peak of 3,000 milligrams before surgery. In the past year, I've lashed out at a few friends. I hardly hang out with people anymore because I'm afraid I'm going to lash out and try to control my emotions as much as possible. When I do get invited to hang out, maybe 1 to 2 times a month at this point, and I mentally pat myself on the back when I make it through the day without confrontations. This whole time, I had thought I was likely Kepler rage, but I only just looked up this, and it seems to fit all the criteria for BPT too. Which is it, or both? Does anyone have any personal experiences with this or Kepler?
What's BPT?
Bipolar disorder?
Yeah, BPD, I could understand being bipolar disorder, but BPD.
BPD.
Personality disorder?
A rare condition of early childhood, benign paroxysmal torticollis. Yeah, good abbreviation. Is a rare condition of early childhood characterized by episodes of head tilt associated with vomiting, irritability, and a few other symptoms.
Borderline personality disorder.
No,
That one
that's
makes more
not.
sense. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they're not talking about bipolar disorder. They're
No,
talking about something else.
borderline personality disorder.
Yeah.
BPD.
BPT?
BPD.
BPD.
There's bipolar disorder, there's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2, and then there's borderline personality disorder. And then BPT, I've never heard of that shit before. So either they did a spelling error or there's been.
Okay, yeah, that's my confusion. I'm like, I just want to know
there's just a spelling error.
what the letters that they used were and
Yeah,
how
when
they.
I
Okay,
write,
it's the personality disorder.
when
Okay.
I write anything about my bipolar or BPD, I use bipolar 1 to describe bipolar, because if you just use BPD, it can get mixed up as either bipolar or borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is easier just to say BPD, and then if you have bipolar, just say bipolar 1 or bipolar 2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought that they were talking about something called BPT, and I was like, what? What the heck is that?
Right.
No, that's not a thing. People keep making shit up nowadays, and I just can't. People are making shit up, and I stand by that, but I digress.
You keep me laughing.
Well, so if they have bipolar, it's like they clearly already have some chemical imbalances going on in the brain. Nothing against them, but that would explain, their heads working right through some stuff.
Yeah.
There's so many mental illnesses that can be mixed up between the symptoms presenting though. So my best advice is to go see a professional that can diagnose you, and if you don't like the diagnosis, get a second opinion. That's always okay to do too. You can also take a test if you want to, that will show you everything that you have. That one makes you really start to doubt yourself, kind of in a funny way, but it's okay. It will tell you what your main diagnoses are, diagnoses are and whatnot. So,
one of the comments here says, I took Keppra, and as my mom said, I became a zombie. I took 3,000 milligrams. I had cognitive impairments and mental health issues. I didn't want to talk to anyone unless I was sleeping. Someone says, I have BPD and epilepsy. Never tried Keppra. I've been on lamotrigine since the beginning, which is used for BPD and epilepsy. Maybe you should stop taking Keppra, start lamotrigine to see if it gets better. If not, then consider a BPD diagnosis. If you want to have more symptoms than being emotionally unstable, go to the psychiatrist to figure things out. It's basically what Lufa said, right? Go see a professional. I don't have auras, but I know I've heard some of you guys say you do. So this one says, can auras or focal seizures be insanely fast? I don't think I've had seizures since I got diagnosed and started taking medication, but I still sometimes have brief moments, 10 seconds max, of deja vu, where it feels like I'm reliving a moment in a dream. Is this still a seizure or just a fast one? Or is it a severe, Deja vu usually happens during my focals, but I haven't had any of the physical symptoms since before I started taking Keppra. I just don't want those to still be considered my seizures because I've been seizure free almost 2 years. They don't impair or affect me away. My focal seizures did, but it also makes me scared that I might end up having one. Also, if you have focal aware seizures, do you have deja vu? And what is it like for you? I haven't got the deja vu or my focals are pretty much gone.
I got the deja vu really bad, like when I first got diagnosed. But I think the term was actually, it's not deja vu. It's another French term.
Deja, mm,
Deja
Where
Reeve,
deja, never,
REVE.
never.
Yeah, like there's a different term, but it gets confused with deja vu a little bit. You guys know what I'm talking about. And yeah, like I used to get that all the time when I first got diagnosed and was put on Keppra.
Like it never happened.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like oh, this has happened before. It's like, why do I feel like this has happened, but I know it really has not happened. But yeah. Um it hasn't happened to me in a while though. I think just because my meds sort of like my medication, my brain sort of leveled out, so it hasn't happened. But I used to get that feeling all the time.
I get you.
Anybody else get deja vu we can talk about? Should I go to comments?
I got a pretty story.
Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely, James wants to your chat. So
James doesn't have a mic.
Yeah,
no.
or a camera.
He asked, do you guys have chunks of time you don't remember around the seizures? Yes.
I think all of us can say yes to that, right? Every one of us will say yes to that.
I usually put the pieces back together once I go check the cameras. Other than that, everything else is a blur.
So what were you saying, Twisted? I want to hear that beautiful
Sorry,
story.
I over that. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Oh. Like I kept looping between reality and like I thought I was crazy. Reality and virtual reality, and I was like not a dream, Toaster. Like it happened in real life. Like I kept looping wherever I kept looking, that that shit has happened before, and that shit has happened before, that shit has happened before, that shit has happened before, and that it keep coming and coming and coming and coming and coming, and that was when I no
And you're saying no psychedelics involved?
no.
That's worth documenting for sure.
And that's when I dropped on the floor and had my seizure.
And you said it followed like your brain sort of like taking one phrase and just over and again.
No, before the aura is what I
yeah.
call.
So before the aura, your brain was looping the same phrase over and over again, and you had the aura, then you had the seizure.
It's the aura phase.
Yeah. I've had that happen too. The same like sort of repetitive like thing going in your brain. It's so frustrating, and you know that a seizure is coming because your brain is like falling apart at the same time.
So you had that repetitive thing happen to you before, and it preceded TC?
I'm sorry, what?
Has that like repetitive, that has that loop happened before?
Yes.
A TC before?
Many times.
Oh, so that's your aura. Clear.
Yes. We're talking about
okay.
auras.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, I had to put some food away, so I got lost on that part.
This is gonna sound so fucking strange.
Just phrase it like a compliment. Go ahead.
Yeah, I found what you said absolutely fascinating, and sorry. And I'm wondering if you guys will indulge me for one moment. You don't really need to know who the characters are other than Sophia is a soccer player and Ruth is watching. That's it. Sophia Silva had just made an excellent tackle. It was almost halftime and the score was 0-0. Not at all uncommon in soccer. It was a low-scoring game, but the goals were just the climax. The beauty of soccer is what lay between. The in-between part is what Ruth loved the most. The turnovers, the pressure each team put on the other side, the look on the goalkeeper's face as she made a save, how a player moved when making a tackle. Sophia Silva had just made an excellent tackle. Around her, dogs barked. People cheered. Mal stayed close to Ruth's side, his paw on her side. Sophia Silva had just made an excellent tackle. Now the Copperheads were on the counterattack. Mal had a paw on her knee. Oh, Mal is her service dog. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes, Grand Mal. No, the deja vu came down on her with a thud. Ruth looked around wildly. Mal was whining now. Ruth knew she needed to lie down. The feeling of dread had its hand over her heart and was squeezing. She was doomed. No, the entire world, the universe, sky, earth, and all of its array was doomed. Just say something, Ruth. She turned across the aisle to tell the nice man with the Sheltie. I'm going to have a seizure. Ruth would never know if she got the entire sentence out, because in the spot where the Sheltie man had been was a tall woman wearing a pinstripe suit. Her razor straight silver hair framed a sharp, menacing smile on her face. Ruth felt only relief as oblivion overcame her. The part about the soccer player making the tackle over and over and over and over again. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I think you're having focals. You're having auras. But again, I am not a neurologist. This is just my own experience alone and how I describe it.
Yes.
And nobody could phrase it more creatively than Toaster, ever.
You should write a book.
Oh, you gotta love Brainstorm Chronicles, right?
Well, yes, that's what I do. That's Pookie does the podcast. I just make stories that I learn from people here.
Oh,
I
nice.
learned I'm not the only one who does this too. I learned that we also have another writer and he's not here today. But I'm outing him right now. Rick said he used to do horror stories.
Ooh.
Oh.
I am trying to get, I want him to share some of those.
Hey.
And yes, that's kind of what inspired doing, well, no, that was completely asking for a prompt and you guys just like, yes, I love you guys so much.
You are loved
Okay, we took the bait. Go ahead, Brookie.
Oh, What helps you get through difficult times? Hey, I wanted to ask if you ever go through extreme phases where you're not feeling well mentally. I'm having to adjust again due to supply shortages, and I'm totally worn out and exhausted. What helps you during these phases? I'm sure we could all answer this. Let's go around. Brandon, your mic's already on. How you do this?
Drink a ton of water and just take a nap. Yeah, it's hydration and nap to get like if I'm feeling like I've got nothing in the tank, that's all I do.
I was just gonna go around and ask everybody. Be prepared to be next.
It depends how hard it is. If I get really, really frustrated, I do not handle things well. Yeah, I might fall back into other bad habits sometimes, but yeah, yeah, but usually just like junk food or something. Yeah, I'm drinking a soda right now. I'm not stressed out. I mean, I just really like junk food.
Okay. I do too sometimes. Court, you got your answer?
Happy or sad, always junk food. Sorry, go.
Just kidding. What's the question again?
I forgot.
Oh, I guess I can't answer it, huh?
How do you get through difficult times?
First, when it's difficult, I'm in denial that it's difficult, and I try to go against it because I'm hyper independent. And then reality set in. Either I have an aura or a seizure, or the new method I'm taking to be like, sit your ass down. That's literally what I have to tell myself. So I sit my ass down. I just go where I am, drink enough water, say, hey, maybe let's journal or play your New York Times app game and just listen. I like to listen and read other people's experience. Honestly, that's what helps me. That's why I appreciate this group as well. So listening to y'all in a circle really is really helpful. So I also want to say thank y'all.
Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, I don't know how to do the little heart thing. I never get it right.
We're basically just missing like a church basement, a bunch of chairs in a circle, and some really crappy coffee in the corner to drink. And
Like the Fight Club.
we're like an AA group, but just EA group.
Can we have those coffees though? Can we have coffee?
No, it would be like no caffeine tea.
The Fight Club.
Twisted, what's your answer? What do you do when times get rough?
Nap.
Me too. I'll sit in bed and watch TV and probably binge watch some stuff. That's what I do.
Nap.
Toaster and Sia and Kate are the only ones haven't answered yet.
Wait, I haven't? Okay. Well, I would love to have a spine when someone says whatever. I'd love the junk food. That's actually the best answer in my opinion. And but honestly, I also know me, and in the moment I would probably fold and be like, okay. And then depending on who it is, I might try again later. Like if it's my mom is just done with the day. Well, no, my mom's much nicer than just saying whatever. She'll say, can we talk about this tomorrow morning? Like, yeah, or if it's a no, I'm feeling sparky, she'll but again, I'm lucky son of a bitch. Well, bitch. Well, whatever. Who doesn't matter. I did not cut. Oh wait, this is not the family version. Don't mind me. I am hyper as hell.
Didn't we hear from somebody today? Filters are only for cigarettes.
Huh?
Somebody already said today. I think Toaster said it.
Yes, I did. Quote from Jeff. Filters don't belong on people, only cigarettes. No, belong on cigarettes and not people. There we go.
Thank you.
See how
Yeah,
you
so
get through a rough day. Times are hard.
Well, yesterday was a rough day, and
How did you do it?
you know what? I got up out of bed. I told my husband I cannot do anything right now, so he made breakfast. Thank God for him. And I laid down in bed for a while longer, did some work later on in the day, and then the rest of the day was spent in the car driving around, eating French fries, drinking a Dr. Pepper, and then coming home, having a seizure, and going to sleep.
Like a decent day.
It
Average
wasn't
day.
that bad.
Forgot who we didn't ask yet, but we can move on. Okay, someone here says about getting through a difficult day. Someone says, I'm currently going through a difficult time mentally. Damn clusters of focals ruin me this time. I try to get out of my head. I watch movies and read. I can never get myself to do much. So I try to be hard on myself. I also feel like I'm gonna be trapped in my shitty mental state every time it happens too. I remind myself that my brain is broken and not to be taking any of my thoughts seriously. Anyone here have seizures while previously having dislocated a shoulder surgery to fix? Dislocated my shoulder about 2 years ago, and up until Christmas, my last seizure, it was perfectly fine. Recently, I dislocated it again for the fourth time. Though simple arm motions. Has anyone had this experience with something like this? I've seen an orthopedist and was told that typically surgery would be an option now, but they think they like to wait longer to avoid a seizure that could undo all the work. I haven't dislocated a shoulder, but I've heard that people have. Is it just me?
I have a
Dislo-
broken
Like,
ankle.
well, not quite
That counts.
dislocating, but god damn, wrenching it so hard that it's like a Charlie horse for the next 2 days.
I had to go to physical therapy my very first seizure from I don't know if it was dislocated because it was pretty easy to heal, but I had to do like the little bike pedal thing and I had to do the against the wall stuff. I was like on it for a month, so maybe a herniation or so.
Go to the comment. Somebody said I always end up injured during a tonic-clonic. Fractured 5 vertebrae in my spine in 2023 during a bad one. These last ones, I tore my shoulder though, and I broke a toe. If it's causing you a lot of issues, I would do surgery to fix it as soon as possible. Someone else says, holy hell, I'm literally enduring pain in my left shoulder since a seizure I had in January this year. They prayed it to make sure that no physical damage, but still kills me to pick up anything of any weight. Lift it above shoulder high or even relax my left side. I'm aware the circumstances are not identical, but I have dislocated my left shoulder a few times in the past, but never requiring surgery, just a painful rest. I've had multiple seizures in the past 16 years, but since January was the first time that I've been injured. Yeah. What are you guys' worst injuries? I think mine was when I chipped my tooth. I fell in a hole that I was digging for a foundation for a patio.
My worst injuries was probably in April of this year. I ended up in the ER with bruises all over my face, all over my hands, and I had a gash on my left side because I was in status. I don't remember how long it was for, but it was a while. I ended up getting life flighted out, and when I got discharged 4 days later, I was still covered in bruises. I had swollen face, bloodshot, swollen eye,
and my the inside of my mouth was all bit up and chewed up and bleeding, and it was really painful. I have pictures of it all, but I won't
I was
send
just
them.
gonna ask that if you had pictures.
I do, yeah.
Send
If
us
you
a
feel
picture.
comfortable, yeah, if you feel comfortable, we have some morbid curiosity in this group.
I know. Let me see if I can find them really quick.
Yes.
In the meantime, Toaster, what's your worst injury? Due to
Well, due to a singular seizure.
Kate,
Injury on
Evan,
myself.
anybody?
Well, you guys know about this lump that never went away, but there was no fractures that resulted. So I can't complain there. I don't really have any permanent injuries. I broke my toe plenty of times just kicking the vacuum. So I think the seizure injuries aren't necessarily the worst lifetime ones, but they definitely hurt for longer and they happen a lot more frequently. So they're consistent. That's annoying.
Right in here. You can't really see it on camera, but there's this, and it's not just like the wrist bump. It is a totally different bump where I broke my hand from falling downstairs once during the seizure. I think that might have been the worst. At least that's the one that's coming to mind right now. Does that make any sense? I mean, I know you're in the Tooth Brothers Club with me. Lost teeth.
Yeah.
Cracked teeth and just, yeah.
Do I tell my neurologist about my myoclonic jerks that I've had when I forgot to take my medication? Why or why not?
Let's say
I'm asking you guys, not myself.
definitely. Those are very important seizures because they're seizures like everything else. So they need to be medicated and taken care of. I had a big problem with them. So the answer is absolutely yes. They need to be addressed.
But the person also said they had the seizures from not taking their meds. So,
well,
do you tell your doctor that I haven't been taking my meds, so I've been having seizures?
Well, take your meds then, but also include every bit of information. That's what I would do. They, I guess they would include a blood test, and I usually get blood tests and just include every bit of information. That's it. It's important for the doctor to know everything, so they can make a comprehensive analysis of what's going on.
Does anybody respond to the last one? It was a basic question. Do you tell your doctor if you're missing meds and having seizures?
Oh.
No, I was saying for everyone else. You answered, Kevin, but no one else answered.
Always.
Why or why not?
Why? Because it's unless you want, if you don't want to get any further along your journey, then honesty with your doctor is even more important. Oh, shit. I don't know. It's just it makes you question why he or she doesn't want to tell his neurologist or their neurologist. Yeah, their neurologist. If you don't feel like your neurologist is giving you the time of day or giving you the care that you need, then punishing your body by not taking medication is not the way to go. and oh my gosh, I just saw Sig. She is Sig. Sorry, that was a dyslexic moment.
All right, I'll move to someone else. Does anyone else feel insulted when they ask for proof? Hi guys, when I got hired at my current location, I told them I have epilepsy and they asked for proof of the doctor's note. I just thought to myself, ew, WTF. I've never gave them proof though. I kind of feel insulted and grossed out by why they would even need proof for this god awful disease. Anyway, what about you guys? Have you guys ever been asked for proof and been insulted?
Oh, I actually replied to that.
You want to reply again?
No.
No, I mean, like, tell
What's
us.
up?
I replied to that too.
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, no, I'm not insulted. Not all the time, because a lot of people take advantage of the system. And uh, uh, like I'm applying for a program right now. And there's programs out there to help people like us. And we're in a disadvantaged situation. And the people, unfortunately, make it more difficult for us to get help. And I know it's horrible, but they do lie. And we are the ones who need help getting back into society, getting things, getting help with our medication. And yeah, and I know it's a pain in the ass, but people will just straight up lie to get uh, this help. So I don't mind, doing a little work and putting some paperwork out there.
I will say though, I have this theory that if we focused on the people who actually need it, it would be harder for the liars. Like constantly putting walls and boundaries for us, like we need this. If they're looking and seeing that we need the actual help, it's very hard to hide. We'll get our needs met and it'll minimize liars and people who don't have the best intentions. That's just my take on it. That's it. It was a little rant there. I don't know if y'all could tell, but yeah.
Did y'all read my comment? Did you read my comment?
I'm looking for it. I can't find the post.
It's on epilepsy.
Oh, did I read your comment to that question? It says most of the meds we take require close eye supervision, if not prohibited, use of heavy machinery. So if I were you, I'd really want this job. You can ask for it, even to your PCP. During seizures, my 3-year-old has started having strange episodes where he zones out and unresponsive. I took some videos because I got concerned, and his pediatrician ordered a EEG for him because she thought it looked like a possible seizure. The strange thing about it is that when he has these episodes, he smiles. I read online that there are seizures where you laugh, but is smiling also something that would happen during a seizure? It's so strange. Can anybody tell me anything about this? Yeah. Can anybody tell me any info about this?
I mean, you can make different faces when you're having a seizure. Like sometimes my husband says that this lip either droops or it like gets stuck up. So I guess it's possible that you could like end up having a seizure and you end up stuck in like a smile. But the laughing seizures, those are called gelastic seizures.
Epileptic seizures.
Yeah, and those are I've had one of those and they're usually associated with brain tumors and lesions. At least that's what the neuro said. So I'm not sure. But yeah, like I said, I mean, seizures can affect your muscles and your nerves and everything. So your face can get kind of like,
frozen.
weirdly. Yeah, frozen. Yeah.
Twins.
Well, they said that this was a 3-year-old too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, expressions are, kind of tricky to read at that point, but easy to see changes.
Well, and their faces are so small. They really only have 2 faces. One is crying and one is smiling. So yeah, that makes even more sense.
But the person also said the child zones out when they're smiling and they're unresponsive. So smiling and not looking at me, or that look like you're looking through me, I've been told that's what it looks like.
Yeah, like an absent or focal.
Yeah. The first comment says, my son has a type of absent seizures. After the seizure finishes, he sometimes will laugh or smile for a short while. Then his face will change and won't know where he is. First seizure occurred, 27-year-old female, wondering if this happened to anyone else. And what did they do? Hi there, I hope everyone is well on a Friday morning. I left my boyfriend's apartment to go to my mom's and help clean the house. Somewhat of my usual routine lately. My mom left for work and I was sitting on the cat's small stool, watching reels for about 30 to 45 minutes. I got up from the stool, my vision went black, which happens time to time when I get up fast, but this time it didn't return within seconds. The next thing I know, I'm on the ground, not really sure how I fell, blacked out. And when I was on the ground already on my side, my body was rocking back and forth and my hands were Trek's position, shaking and twitching, which I was aware of because I couldn't just immediately get up. My brain wanted to do, couldn't get up to do what my brain wanted to do. That lasted for what seemed like a short minute, and I was able to get some sugar in my blood. Was probably low because I had eaten breakfast or water, only a few sips of black iced coffee. Later on, went on a walk where everything seemed normal. Hypostatic signs were negative. Blood chemistry was normal, and white blood cell count was slightly elevated and tested negative for COVID and strep. They don't do anything for neuro at the walk-in, but I figured let me get checked anyway. My plan was to make an appointment to see a neurologist tomorrow, just to make sure all is good because I never have any experience when it comes to something like this before. It was very scary for the first time ever, and hopefully the last time. But looking for some insight from anyone else's experience.
I'm sorry. In a what position?
I think it said Trex I think wait, T-Rex.
No, it's actually together, so it is T-Rex, but there's no dash. It's just Trex.
I see.
Like this?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe like
God,
stick together like that.
I read up on that not too fucking long ago. But this type of position can indicate major spinal cord injury. So, like when someone is seizing.
The first comment says it sounds like you may have been in a syncope episode, but hopefully your neuro will have more insight. Second comment says I'm 58 and I just had 3 seizures a couple weeks ago for the first time in my life. I'm very terrified. I went to a concert that had all the usual theatrics, flashing lights, strobes, fire, confettis. None of them affects my seizures at all. Does this mean my seizures are not neurological? Confused? Any kind of thoughts? Appreciate it. It's been 2 years with no answers. My seizures are almost daily, lasting several seconds over and over for several minutes to an hour. I'm awake and aware, not looking for a diagnosis, just clues maybe.
Yeah, photosensitivity is not as common as most people think.
Yeah, I was gonna say that because I went to a concert with just about the same shit she's saying. Lights flashing, there was no confetti, but yeah, it didn't bother me and nothing. I never had a seizure that lasted a few seconds. Being that I was on the B12 at the time, I wasn't having any focals anymore. They were down to a minimum. Seizure from pain. 50-year-old female. I had the worst seizure yesterday morning. I've had a sore back for about a week. And before the seizure, I bent down and had a sharp pain in my back, which took my breath away. I went outside to sit down, and all of a sudden, everything went black, and I felt like I was floating. Next thing I know, my husband was asking if I was here. Took me a while to be able to speak. He said my arms and legs were flailing, eyes rolled back in my head, and I was all clammy when I woke up. Went to the hospital, had some treats done, and they sent me home with a referral to see a neurologist. My question is, has anyone else had a seizure triggered by pain?
Well, no, actually, no.
I would call pain maybe one of the contributing factors. After ER visits, when I know I'm out of the seizure, but obviously schedule's messed up. I probably haven't eaten or drink anything since, and they take a long time to get shit done in the ER. I'll have another one. But I don't think it's just because I'm in pain from the last one. That's usually just the beginning of a cluster or other contributing factors. But I think pain does play a role.
Yeah,
I thought pain played a
Go ahead, Jay.
role in mine for a long time. I have long-term chronic pain, and it seems that the pain gets worse before I have seizures almost all the time. And it's likely that I'm going to have one today or tonight.
Is it raining over by you too?
No, it's just the typical high humidity and high dew point, and it's been like this. I can't even remember when it wasn't like this.
Oh, okay.
So I'm in pretty much constant pain whenever I'm here. In
I'm curious to see if weather would ever really play a role, because it definitely affects other chronic conditions. And a simple thunderstorm looks so drastically different at 1,000 feet elevation versus, none. So, yeah, I've had an interesting time figuring out how the elevation and weather plays a role now. But we all know seizures change and our bodies change how we react to stuff too. Anybody else have experience with elevation or any kind of atmospheric changes triggering a seizure?
I have a question. I hope if it's off topic, tell me shut up, Kate. Anybody have heat intolerance? Yeah.
No, but I heard of it. Not me personally.
I think I'm trying to get it, but like I said, I fight everything. So I sweat today. So I was like, hopefully yesterday. But yesterday I tried to go down the street for a walk, and 2 minutes into the walk, I said, let me turn around, and I had a seizure when I got in the house.
The seizure today happened when I went to the lobby to pick up the food, and it was right next to that big ass pizza oven that makes everything hot down there. I commented to the cashier, damn, they keep you sweating down here. And I turn around, get to the elevator, and I'm out. So yeah, I think heat definitely plays a role for me.
Yeah.
But at the ER, they'll just call it dehydration without a test, without anything. Because anybody around would just say, yeah, it looked like she got pretty hot after that. But like,
yeah,
you got me outside the ambulance for like 20 minutes and
thermogenesis. Yeah. So I tell them that. Does that sound like dehydration? That's the word you want to use with them. Then they stare at you because you're surprised that you know that.
What's that word?
Thermogenesis or thermoregulation.
Okay.
It just means your body pretty much cannot react in the way it should, and it's pretty much too stressed. I think it's part of it is the body's it's too much going on, or your body's too tired. Like, what time was it? Was it end of day, Kate, when that happened?
Yeah, it's usually in the day, but it's definitely happened at night before too. The last 2 runs were in the day though.
Because mine seems to be end of day when I'm when I'm already tired, when I've already cooked, stood all day, when I've already done anything, and then all of a sudden I'm like, let me challenge this. That's what I'm saying. It's Corey, sit your ass down time. Like I went outside, y'all, in the hottest day in Texas. In 2 minutes, I said, "What the fuck are you doing?" I made myself turn around and I had a seizure.
Texas do you live?
Huh?
Where in Texas do you live?
I'm in Dallas. Where are you?
Laredo.
Laredo? Oh, okay. You're hot as hell, right? What's the temperature there?
Right now, we're in the triple digits.
I woke up in the morning. I was hanging out outside. It was 77. And it only got triple digits all summer yesterday. And it's the highest today was 94.
It feels like 110. There's no way I'm going out.
Do you have heat issues, Twisted?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I got to the desert last year in June, it was 100 degrees and above every day until mid-September, probably. And most of the days in late July and August were over somewhere between 112 and 122. And I was okay. I sat outside every day till it was 108. And then my body said, that's it. Go back in the air conditioning.
Gotta ask you, is that whole dry heat as opposed to humidity real? Like,
Yes.
is it like, oh, that's real? Like the 110
It's,
isn't that bad as long as it's a
it,
dry heat?
exactly. I was out walking in 110 and it was fine. And I was out walking in at 89 here and I came back drenched.
Yeah, 'cause it's been pretty hot here in the city and it's always humid.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Philly and it's always like
Humid.
so humid. I don't know what the rate is, but you know, it's always like a swamp.
It is. It's Kev, I'm in Bucks, so
Oh yeah,
we're
right
pretty
up
much
there.
the same.
Yeah.
But when I get off the plane in the desert, my pain is gone right away. I have arthritis in every single joint in my body, and I get off the plane, and I'm fine.
It's like moisture inflames your body. That's why. Because your body's trying to absorb it. It's doing two things at once. It's trying to cool you down and absorb something too.
Right.
That's
But
interesting. Yeah.
yeah, but I don't feel that until I get off the plane and dry air hits me.
Okay. That's when somebody says, I need help. If you know me, then stop reading. This is embarrassing. Shaving, saw blood, passed out in the shower, hit my head, saw black, think I failed around a lot. Flailed around a lot. That's what the word looks like it should be. Saw black, think I flailed around a lot. Did I have a seizure? Should I go to the hospital or should I just avoid the bills? No abnormalities, and I can hold the conversation pretty well. I'm young, and this is the first time something like this has happened to me since I've been diagnosed. This might be a stupid question, but should I go to the hospital?
Urgent care, if not hospital.
I think ER urgent care would be helpful just to kind of get things checked over.
Cool thing about the urgent care I went to, they checked everything out and they just say, hey, go to our hospital, and they transfer all my information there. If it was serious,
Wow, that makes things easy.
that's corporate hospitals for you. But yeah, it was really impressive. Yeah, you know, it's a money bullshit either way it goes. But yeah, like you're in pain and panicked, you're like, yes, please just transfer. You're like, I caught onto your shit. Like, don't get me started on that side of things. But it's sad somebody's in their shower busting themselves and they're like, is it worth the bills? That is so sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I think a few of us could relate to. It says nasalium. Has anybody had nasalium prescribed to cut down the severity of their seizures and postictal phase. For whatever reason, my seizures now come with a more significant amount of movement, not tonic-clonics, and the postictal phase seems to last much longer, and I actually get up, walk around, and interact doing it. My neurologist prescribed me nasalium. Everywhere I read specifically states it is to be given for cluster seizures. I don't have those. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not going to take it because of what I read on the internet. I just like to be informed. She told me to take it during my initial aura. Has anybody needed nasalium during their possible or seizure phase?
My neurologist, when he gave it to me, he told me that I could use it for a seizure, any kind of seizure that lasts longer than a minute, and then cluster seizures as well. And that I can get it up to 2 times. And so every doctor is going to say something different, and it's usually dependent on what you need it for. But Google is not going to be able to tell you what you should take it for. You got to check in with your neurologist. If your neurologist says to take it for aura, then I would suggest, to follow what your neuro says. It's gonna suck, maybe for a little bit, because you're aware when it's happening. I'm not aware when it's happening. And it can burn really bad. But it usually helps kind of shut things down before anything bad. So
I used it when I left here earlier. My wife shot it up my nose, and it burns a lot, but it works, and that's what's important, right? So
I agree.
yeah, I use it all the time.
I agree with I didn't see who said it, but whoever said it's given for whatever in particular you need, because a lot of people aren't prescribed or wouldn't have a benzo, given to them as prescribed every day, as an everyday medication. Most people wouldn't have that, or they would have it only as a rescue medication. But in certain cases, like mine, I need it every single day, morning and night. And it's a pretty, decent dose. But I definitely agree with that being said. It's made for your that's why it's called a plan, because it's your plan. It's specifically made and altered for you, and AI and Google doesn't know, And then, my other thing, kind of off topic a little bit, but AI and Google, or AI specifically, AI intelligence, people are like, oh, it's gonna take over, but how can AI get any more intelligent if humans can't get any more intelligent, Because, in order for AI to be intelligent, you need humans to be intelligent to some degree. So if we let AI take over, then humans are facing no intelligence, and then there's no form of any kind of building up, because we think that AI is more intelligent when we're the ones that built it in the first place. But I digress.
I mean, the thing about AI is self-learning.
Yeah, but it's like on the phone, for example, when you're on the phone and you're trying to talk to someone about, every time I'm trying to get my scripts, I'm talking to an AI representative that they keep quote unquote updating, and it's just harder to talk to a real person every time, and I can never get what I need with the AI, and it never knows what I'm saying. It gets my information wrong, and it's like, what are we getting with this? It's very frustrating. I don't know. Recently, AI has just been frustrating the fuck out of me. So bringing it back to Earth. Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah,
You good.
no, you're good. You're good. You go ahead.
So this one is, semi back to Earth. 20 female, want to share my story and ask for opinion because I'm really confused. These visions, which I would describe to be images within the mind's eye, started appearing since I was 10 or 11 years old, follow a pattern. They don't happen every day or whenever I'm stressed. They appear to follow a lunar pattern, as I have recorded. Also, not every month, but 2 or 3 or 4 months gap.
During the visions, I don't show any other symptoms, and hence no one can even spot what and when I'm experiencing. These visions just show some images or messages, and after a few seconds, it stops back to normal like it never happened. Don't know what's going on. Any suggestions? And just adding that they're too broke to get an MRI and the family doesn't take it seriously. I don't know, visions can be concerning. Other people in the comments are mentioning deja vu.
She
You guys
said
have anything
visions
that
and
takes like gaps though, months gaps?
I think I've only had one month gap in between having consistent TCs for a year.
I usually go with 3 month gaps and trying to make it through that. Trying to make it like 3 to 4. So I get a year with less than 5 a year.
This person is undiagnosed and unmedicated?
Oh, damn.
I'm asking Kate because I don't remember if she said anything about that.
It sounds like in this post, she's saying that clear as day that the family is not taking this seriously, and she's 20-year-old female. So she's just asking on the baseline. I'm talking to the group. Are my visions temporal lobe epilepsy?
I mean, TLE can come with hallucination type stuff. I have hallucinations sometimes with my auras. And I've told my husband that I've had hallucinations post-ictally. But I've never had like visions of anything. It's usually just like weird shadow figures. And I've never had messages either. So that, I mean, in that kind of thing, you could even say that that could be like maybe schizophrenia a little bit.
Can you explain schizophrenia to me? I've heard it before. Don't exactly
My
know what it is.
aunt had schizophrenia. She was diagnosed with it after a series of catatonic episodes that she said the running up to that she would have these wild visions, and she would get messages from voices, and also it would sometimes be like written messages that only her eyes could see, that told her to do things, told her to say things. And she was on lithium and a few other medications. This was back in the day. I'm sure there's new updated information about it now.
Did she ever try ketamine?
My aunt?
Yes.
No, she passed away when she was 25, I believe. She overdosed on the lithium.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Got one that says, I only have seizures in my sleep. Please help. Hey, I've only had 2 seizures so far. Started from 6 to 7 months ago. Both of them have been in my sleep. The first one being 5 minutes and the second one being just 10 to 15 seconds. My partner wakes up from them. I'm 23 and I just have no clue what to do. I'm on medication for it, but I just have the constant fear and paranoia of having one when I'm alone or just general, to be honest. I've gotten scans and MRIs done, but apart from the old scar, they can't seem to pinpoint anything. They think it just might be blood vessels in my brain that is just more prone to bursting and causing a seizure. But then again, wouldn't that be able to happen during the day or when I'm exercising, like I'm at the gym, for example? If anyone has any similar experiences, let me know.
My first one did happen in the night.
How did you pick up on it?
My husband found me seizing.
Yeah, that'll do it. So did they
I've
know at
had
that point, is
nocturnal.
that how you got your diagnosis? Like, did they know to record it and time it and all that?
No, that was when the EMS got called and when I got Narcan.
Was that an
That's
accident?
unwelcome.
What?
Did they Narcan you on accident?
Yeah. sort of.
What were you saying, Jeff? Something about nocturnal?
I have nocturnals. A couple of them, one where several months ago I went off the bed and hit my head on the night table. And then one or two others that I'm aware of. In addition to my focals. I've only had a few of those, but more so the focal. And they couldn't tell you a heck of a lot about it.
Yeah, that's why I got kind of suspicious of the RNS team, because they started questioning me about all this stuff at night, and I didn't think anything happened. But they're saying that's when this thing is zapping me, so I guess they're picking up on enough of it.
Yeah. Can I ask everybody a question before?
Go ahead.
How the heck do you guys all listen and chat at the same time?
Because they're not listening.
I can't figure that out. I can't possibly do both of those.
Because they're not listening. You got to choose one.
Well, I'm listening. Okay, now I understand. All right. Thank you.
Some of the comments says, if you say your partner getting awakened by your seizures, I'll assume you had a tonic-clonic once, aka when the whole body gets stiff in the wood before shaking, trembling uncontrollably without being unconscious when it happens. I'm also assume you don't do drugs, you don't drink, and have no medication whatsoever before sleep. Does this sound like some sort of seizure? 16-year-old female today, about 2 hours ago, I really got extremely shaken after feeling off for about a half an hour. Like something was vibrating inside me, like electronics. Other than that, I felt mostly fine. No fever, but I did have a low BPM on the pulse oximeter. The shakiness is continuous and hasn't stopped. If anything, it's gotten worse. It's everything below my neck, especially my legs and feet and arms and hands. And in my neck and head and face, I keep twitching. Like strong jerks on my neck. I just need advice. I'm sure I'll go to the doctors if it doesn't stop. Oh, and half an hour ago, I had a weird slurred speech. I keep forgetting my vision was getting a little blurry and I couldn't see molecules almost.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like something worth checking out. If the twitches won't stop, they're never losing consciousness. But sounds like there's a lot to rule out to narrow down what that is. And that might be one of those things they have to catch on some scan or test or something when it's happening. So that's annoying.
Corey, you think that sounds like a seizure?
This sounds like a lot of things, actually. That's why I got kind of confused.
Yeah, it does sound like quite a few things.
Yeah, like, and I also just in general, I don't think epilepsy is approached the best way, because you know how all of our seizures and our epilepsy is very much unique. I think that it should be considered that way, right? Like, I think it needs to be almost like a checklist approach when they deal with epileptics.
All right. One of the comments says, yeah, that sounds like a seizure. The feeling you got, the vibrating, yeah, that's what usually happens to me before I get a seizure. It's usually like a warning sign for me and like, hey, go sit down. But I think you're probably going to have a seizure, but ended up not. Every seizures are different, but yeah, the shakiness and other stuff, I really don't know about that because that don't happen to me. When I get one at the beginning, I get that vibration and weird feeling and space out, literally just feel like I'm just left Earth for a minute. It causes memory loss and does make me feel weird all day till I get the big ones. Now, those are very scary. That's when you pass out and shake and foaming coming from your mouth. You should definitely go see a doctor and check it out before it's too late. Be careful, like driving, taking your baths, going into swimming pools until you go to your doctor. That's all I can say from my experience.
It just sounds like they underestimate danger, right?
Yeah.
That also sounds like a vitamin or mineral deficiency too.
Explain what that is, because you said vitamin deficiency.
Yeah, like you may be low on B12 or low on vitamin D or vitamin A, especially with iron or shaking. That can be lack of stuff that they're not getting or their body's not absorbing well. And so, like the description, I kind of lost track of what they were saying because some of it just stopped sounding like epilepsy. And like what the commenter said, everybody's body's different. But they made a very good comment, like, don't try to swim. Like, you're doing these things, would you feel comfortable doing something safely by yourself? I think that is the way people should ask themselves if they should go to the hospital. Could I continue by myself safely? I don't know. I think that's the question.
Yeah, that's the most frustrating part, especially when you're like trying to first get diagnosed, just thinking, how are they going to get it right and keep it that way? Because they never ran all those same tests like ever again. The whole like detailed CBC until I think I was like 30. So now looking back, kind of wish I'd asked different questions, that's for sure. Before I got dependent on the medications, especially.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. That's what I'm saying. Individual approach. Like when other people get diagnosed, do they run a full blood panel? Like how do people usually get approached? It's a seizure and then medicine thrown at you. Like what is the norm?
ER, I think, is a lot more likely to send you home with one of those trial doses of, your Keppra, your Brivi, like one of the starters. Maybe not necessarily a controlled sub like rescue med, but they're more likely to put you on like basically a long-term prescription starting after one of those episodes. I think that's how it went for me. Yeah, the school ended up sending me in a bunch of times. So after I went back to the same facility, that's another big contributor, is if the same facility sees a repeat patient coming back, they're going to take a more proactive approach, if you will, if they see that the parent isn't making sure that, some doctor puts them on a treatment plan as soon as possible. But the PCP is more likely to take the approach of, let's start with the blood panel, start journaling, doing something like that, especially a pediatrician, from my experience. Living in different parts of the country as, minor and adult, definitely shed a lot of light.
Okay, yeah, that's another thing I forgot to consider is the age of diagnosis. Because I was 32.
Yeah, no, that makes a big difference. How about you guys? Did and I know everybody here has already like brought it up, but Lufa, you were definitely the child when you were diagnosed.
What?
Do you feel like your pediatrician like took a kind of proactive approach? How do you feel that your age of diagnosis influenced your treatment?
I just got diagnosed.
You already had like comorbidities going and they suspected it, or?
Well, so at my most recent appointment with my neurologist, I asked him like what could be the cause of my epilepsy, if it was like genetic or I don't know, because I was a healthy ass baby. But I don't remember like any head trauma or any, anything where that would have caused me to have epilepsy in the form of like getting trauma or a traumatic brain injury. And so, but my mom has always said since I was little that I always looked kind of sick, like sickly. Like I was healthy in weight and whatnot, but I would throw up a lot. And I remember being on a nebulizer for a couple years.
That's for breathing? What's that
Yeah.
for again? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. And then I stopped that. And then I got diagnosed with migraines, severe migraines when I was 11 or 12. They did an MRI and they diagnosed me with that. and then it was and that's not mentioning they also did the cyclic vomiting. They diagnosed me with that too when I was 12. And I got diagnosed with Asperger's when I was 12 and then re-diagnosed with autism when I was 17. Because they tried to say when I was 2 that it was borderline personality disorder or bipolar. One of the two, but either way, that's a little bit young to be
When you were 2, yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, they were trying to diagnose me with that, but it's just autism. I do have BPD and bipolar 1, but that's why I had electroconvulsive therapy done. So after the electroconvulsive therapy, I had the seizure in the neurologist's office. I think I was 19. I was about to turn 20, and then I had the week-long study done, and I didn't even have a tonic-clonic. They just saw that the brain waves and stuff were all fucked up, and they're like, yeah, you definitely got juvenile myoclonic epilepsy and generalized epilepsy. And I asked why it was juvenile, and he said that it was because it started out when I was a child, and I most likely had my first seizure when I was a kid, which I think it was in the closet when I was 11.
So did anybody ever bring up through all the specialists together malnutrition?
No, I've always been fed. I actually used to
no, I mean like how it's absorbed. I just hear this a lot from, family members and children who have to have, the nebulizers and those like chronic or long-term treatments at a young age. And even ADHD, it's weird how it seems like when they don't have a definite cause that they can actually like test for and specify and show you, a lot of times they just say the malnutrition thing.
My mom was anorexic prior to becoming pregnant with me. So she was about 90 pounds. And she went from that to huge, like ginormous. It looked like she had twins. So I was a big baby. And then I didn't want to come out. And then when they tried to induce me out, I tried to come out her ass. And because I'm the shit. But so
you've prepared that line for a long time.
Yes. But I never wanted to come out. I wanted to stay in my humble abode, but they took me out via C-section. And I had a perfectly round head. So I got the name Big Head. But I think that autism, first of all, does run in my family. My grandpa has it. And I believe either my aunt just has, my great aunt, his sister, either has some really, really bad trauma or she's got it too. But I think it's a mixture of both. God bless her soul. I love her. But my biological father, we call him that. Tony, get your ass together, lay down. Anyways, so my mom, and speculation, but he was on a lot of drugs and stuff at the time of my conception. And I don't know anything about his family history. There's a lot of drug abuse in there. I know that he had his own mental health struggles. He still does, obviously. But my mom always said that,
Tony, get your shit together. Get out of here.
ow,
Damn it. Tony, go. Go. Either be a good boy or go.
okay. So my mom says that he probably had some like crazy drugs in his sperm bank, and I just came in with it, and so that's why. And plus, you know, she has a lot of has a lot of prior mental illness, and he had a lot of prior mental illness, and then that coming together just made one ball of so I also think that due to the stress that I endured at such a young age, I think that too might have wired my brain to be like, holy shit, seizure, holy shit, spasm. Like, I don't know. I just have a hunch that maybe stress could be a huge factor if a kid grows up in a stressful home environment. Because I also learned that with my neurologist told me that just because you have epilepsy doesn't mean that you'll pass it down to your children. There's actually a 5% chance, and if they don't get it, they don't have really a chance to pass it down necessarily as much. And but that maybe just early trauma, or I could have just been born with it, but
especially during development.
yeah, but I'm guessing that maybe within the epilepsy community of like doctors and whatnot, maybe they're starting to hypothesize that environmental factors during early childhood development, and I mean like really early childhood development,
infancy,
could play a huge role into how the brain develops, and if it develops healthy, because sometimes my myoclonic jerks would just come on because I'd be overstressed out or overstimulated, and it kind of goes hand in hand with the autism thing, because if you're overstimulated, that's doing a lot to your body, and the nervous system and the and whatnot, fight or flight. When it's crazy how the body works, because there's so many instances where it'll trick itself into something to try and keep itself alive, like hypothermia, for example. You're so cold that it's starting to heat itself up so much that you think you're overheating, and you're so cold that you're hot, or like heat exhaustion. All the blood just kind of drains from you, and all of a sudden you feel freezing cold. So it's kind of crazy how the body will have an opposite effect of something due to something else. So I think that a lot of it just the fact that it has to do with the brain in general.
I mean, those survival reactions, if anything, are kind of encouraging, though.
Yeah,
because technically that is what your body's supposed to do. But,
yeah, I think especially when my body got out of the survival home that I was in, where I felt the need to protect myself all the time and whatnot. That was a or like if it wasn't in the psych ward, that was a whole other that was an environment that I wasn't used to. So that was more stressful than being in an environment that someone would deem stressful.
So it's like mental and physical stressors.
Yeah. So like my cousins who grew up in what I would assume, and I think I'm right, they grew up privileged. Not a lot of health factors really played in besides some allergies and whatnot. That's super common with kids, and usually you don't get bullied for allergies and whatnot. But they had a really good upbringing and whatnot, a calm environment, and a very close-knit family. Whereas I was the complete opposite. I was bouncing around to a different school every year from the second I got into school. I didn't have any siblings. I didn't want any siblings. I was tying up my Barbies in ways that they should not have been tied up. And I was surrounded by adults that had very sinister intentions when it came to what was to be seen and heard for me and what was to be experienced for me and my mother. So it was two very different upbringings. And I think that for me, remembering my first, because I could never quite put together why I lost so much time in the closet. When my mom and her girlfriend were fighting, I could never put together why I lost so much time. I was like, it was really just the afternoon, like 5 minutes ago. I just went in here for a second to get away from you guys screaming. And then I woke up with a really bad headache and like just really confused and flustered. And obviously my hair was super disheveled too. So I was like confused why my hair was all messy because I was like, was I moving around a lot when I was sleeping? But it kind of makes sense like, oh, like I had a seizure. I probably had a seizure in the closet. And was just passed out for that in between time. And then the reason I woke up and my hair was all disheveled and I was confused was because I had a seizure and I was in the postictal phase and whatnot, and I just slept after, and it was the same symptoms as as I would experience now. So I think that a big part of it could be stress.
Yeah, I mean, with all those factors that you've been able to analyze and make sense of, that's definitely making the most out of what evidence you do have.
Yeah.
That's impressive. Now, somebody says here they have a question about self-weaning. My husband started having random tonic-clonics about 3 years or almost 3 years ago out of the blue. They haven't found much in his scans other than rare slowing in the left temporal part. So they diagnosed him with epilepsy. And he's been taking medication since, currently 9 months seizure free, which is the longest he's gone. He's supposed to be taking 3,500 milligrams of Keppra, 15 in the morning, 2 at night. He didn't like that high of a dose. So after 6 months, he cut down to 15 twice a day. Just found out tonight that he's cut himself down to taking 1,000 twice a day. I'm so upset. He's driving again, and I started allowing him to drive our kids short distances. I told him under absolutely no circumstances is he to drive the kids anywhere anymore. I just don't get how to get him to take this seriously. I thought he was finally on a good path. I feel like he thinks because it's been 9 months, he's cured. I just don't know what to do. Wow. So that sucks.
Yeah, like you
Parenting.
said, he
Go ahead.
feels like after 9 months he's been cured.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone like that. She said that after 7 months she finally felt like she wasn't a patient. And I was just like, yeah, that's the wrong way to go about it. That's why you're hurt now, because you're in that mind state. You're forever a patient with this. I mean, you ain't got to think like that, but she trying to basically tell herself that she's not having epilepsy and try to convince herself of that. Don't do that, because yeah, it could end bad.
Definitely.
Couldn't
I mean,
imagine putting other people's lives at risk.
You just have to do everything so delicate when there's kids involved.
Yeah, like that's wild. That's just kind of
Careless.
yeah, that's extremely careless because if something happens, as again, like, I have a hard time finding remorse for those people if something does happen because, like, besides if it's like the mother of the children and whatnot, but for the person in particular, like, you could have prevented that. So, um, whatever prison sentence you get if something were to happen or whatever, I'm completely, I'd be compliant with, because what the fuck? Like, um, your disease shouldn't kill other people.
Right. Give other people a chance. They don't have a decision. You shouldn't do that. That's why I don't drive. Couldn't live with myself if I were to kill somebody driving. Crash once.
I would get road rage, but it's a different subject.
Yeah, I had something, but I forgot forgot about it. We got one that says, does anyone have absent seizures with myoclonic seizures? If so, please comment. First time you had them and how did it go? Did they actually go away for you? My son has this and he's 4 years old of absent myoclonic seizures. Please let me know how I should move forward dealing with this. Does it go away on its own most of the time or no? First comment says, when you say with, do you mean both happening at the same time? I have I have absent seizures 20 to 30% of the time, and seizures with jerking and spasms the rest of the time. Started when I was 22 and have been having them since. Now I'm 29. The other person responded, I believe so, because when it happened, he doesn't just stare, his head goes down and also slightly wobbles. I haven't dealt with these myoclonic jerks too much, but I keep hearing about them. I'm starting to hear about it more.
Well, they usually start in childhood or around like 12.
Are they part of auras?
But sometimes they go away with like the juvenile
JMEs and
JME. Sometimes they go away with puberty, but sometimes they stick. So for Kevin, I assume it stuck. I don't know, but sometimes it goes away. But I forgot what the original question was. So.
Basically, do they go away? Is he gonna grow out of it? Is what she's asking, because he's 5, I think she said, or 4.
You gotta give him time.
Talking puberty years.
Yeah, you gotta wait till puberty, and we're talking like
a decade.
Teenage to like 20s is teenage to like 18, and then around that time, if it starts to like go away, then you'll see if if that's something he'll live with for the rest of his life. But for me, the JME really peaked in my teenage years, and after that, and especially after that, it was like it kind of crept up very slowly as a child, subtly, in ways that I wouldn't really notice. And then eventually it was like every day I was being electrocuted. And yeah, and then it got to a point where it was debilitating. And that's the worst part, is when it gets debilitating.
Yeah, so it's actually interrupt.
Because of the hormones that.
I guess just because of how the brain develops, I guess the neural pathways and whatnot, how they, what happens, which is why I think that mine stuck around, because my brain is built on stress. my experience of life has been built on being on offense and defense at the same time, and making sure that I protect myself, and that I am constantly vigilant and aware. And so many times, because of how my brain has developed and because of what I've experienced, I've been able to save my younger self from being taken advantage of by older people, because I had
prepared.
Yeah, I had prepared myself for that to happen because I was so aware of what was going on.
So, you'd say you've been stuck on fight or flight mode most of your life?
Yeah, yeah. But I think, even someone with a healthy upbringing and a healthy childhood, and someone that didn't experience a lot of trauma or, fear for their life and whatnot, they could still also have JME for the rest of their life as well. Um, that's the part that's truly just unknown about it. They don't really know that much about it. They don't know why you're left with it, and they don't know why some people aren't left with it. They don't, there's nothing really that explains, there's no flat out explanation of here's why. Um, whereas like for some other things like diabetes, usually it's food, and it's related, and it's most of the time got the same backstory to it, whereas epilepsy and JME is all everywhere. It's everywhere. So it's hard to pinpoint anything if you've got all these different patients with all these different symptoms, and some are aligning with others, but they're presenting differently outwardly. And it's like, I don't blame the neurologists and the scientists and whatnot, the people actually taking it seriously, for being as confused as they are, because I mean, I can't imagine how confusing that must be, looking at a brain that on a scan looks completely healthy but is presenting in unhealthy ways and putting a person's life at risk for no really valid reason. It's just kind of doing it for fun almost, it seems like for me, I kind of just think that my brain gives out when it feels like it. There's times when I'm not stressed and it just gives out. And I think it's just how my brain has wired itself. I think it's almost because I've always kind of thought of my
Are you
brain.
talking like fall asleep or pass out, or what's the give out part?
Whether it's like the myoclonic jerks or
the
seizure, I don't always get a warning. It's not always for a specific reason. But I think that now with the medication, my brain, because in the morning, I immediately feel the myoclonic jerks wanting to start. Like I feel them. They're like a bunch of little critters, like, let me out, let me out, let me out. So I have to take my medicine right away. But they're still there. So it never.
That's a new way to look at it.
Yeah, so it's not like the medicine goes in and kills them all. It goes in and just locks them up. So they're still there. So I still kind of like, I can feel I always kind of talk about my body in like a third person type of way, as if like my brain and my body are kind of different from me, but my body, I can tell it's not happy with not being able to seize when it wants to. I think it wants to be able to have a seizure and get the myoclonic jerks out when it wants to, and it feels the medicine cooping it up, and it's I don't know, that's kind of how I validate why it makes me sad, because it's my brain being sad that it can't seize. Like, why are you sad, girl? You should be happy. But
No, I could definitely theorize on undiagnosed or intractable, whatever they call it, when they don't know why epilepsy starts. But just to bring it back to a little bit more like a day-to-day thing, do you take public transit alone? Have you had a seizure during? How many people react? It's one of my biggest fears that I'll ride alone, have a seizure, and fall into the subway or metro tracks or on the platform, and people just walk by because they think I'm on drugs. That is what happens. Is this fear irrational? Have you ever had a tonic-clonic or any kind of seizure on public transit? How do people react? Are they afraid? My fear originates from when I had a seizure in a semi-full subway car and almost no one helped. Thank goodness I was with someone, but she struggled and people actively wouldn't move out of the way for us to reach the ambulance. My epilepsy is more in control, but not fully, and fear is strong. Did I get bad luck or is this par for course? I usually just get an Uber, that's expensive. Don't go, that sucks. Walk, run, or sometimes bike. Maybe less safe, but I figure people are more likely to help a biker. But I wish there were an easier answer. I don't know if I would say easier answer on this one. What do you guys think?
Yeah, there's no easier answer, but to the one, have I had one on public transit? Yeah.
yeah,
Can't exactly remember it, but I was told about it. And then there was the one where I was focal unaware. So I'm not sure if that considers is considered a seizure because I don't even remember being there. But I was there on 3 buses and a train and do not remember neither. I don't remember paying for those buses or trains. So is that considered a seizure on public transit? Because
I
I
would
was having a
consider
seizure,
that, yeah.
was in a focal unaware, but things went good, I guess I could say.
But that's the thing, you were still unaware. Like what happened today? I don't remember ever being in the elevator. I don't remember walking up the stairs. So I would definitely consider that an unaware. That's the thing. Do you consider unaware when you can't move or you just don't remember it? What do you guys think?
I thought unaware was basically where you're not basically not having a tonic, but you're just reacting and you're not there. And like, I thought that's what it is. Focal unaware, I thought that's what that was, where you just black
Okay, yeah,
out
yeah.
and wander or so on. Because my focal awares, or when I'm in a situation like I can hear somebody talking, I really can't make out what they're saying. I could be watching TV and I'm stuck on TV and I can't make out what anyone's saying because I'm thinking in my head and I can't figure out why I can't hear what they're saying. So yeah, those are my focal awares, and then I come out of it and I hear everybody, and it doesn't sound like we're at a football game where you can't hear everybody. Everybody's straight now. Then I'm like, huh? What'd you say? Yeah. Other than that, yeah, those are my focal awares.
So what about you, Twisted? Did you always have kind of an easy time distinguishing between the aware and unaware for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Has that changed over, how long you've had epilepsy?
I've had epilepsy for 7 years.
7-ish.
Yeah.
7-ish, 6-year-ish. Diagnosed. Because here's the thing. My looping, loading. My birthday is 7/11. No, 11/7. And I had my first seizure on the 4th of the month of November 2000 no 18.
Oh, that was your first.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I was asking. I was just trying to specify because 18 sounded like, pre-COVID and, definitely like one of the starter dates.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, November is really bad months for me too.
And it's ironically epilepsy month.
Go figure. That's when this happened. Yeah.
Regardless, it was when my CT scan was taken and when Roger was discovered. Roger was my brain tumor.
Yeah, I figured.
He was taken out on December 17th.
Okay.
The same year.
Wow. And all pre-op and everything, they determined that you were not like too much of a risk for surgery and all that. That's amazing.
Mexico. Go figure.
That's your answer. Enough said. Yeah, so other people about public transportation, they're just saying the same thing. They have tonic-clonics on the subway. People don't help. Old lady stopped and finally called an ambulance. And yeah, a lot of people are definitely scared to travel on public transit, especially alone. I would at least go with the dog. The dog has the Nasalam and, clears a medical use label. So any caring citizen would be able to use it.
Or steal it.
Go ahead.
Or steal it.
Oh, okay. True.
I was thinking the time where I got in an Uber and I fell asleep. I woke up wondering, like, did I have a seizure? Like, and I can now remember it. So I gave up on that situation. But for a long time, I was thinking, did I have a seizure in that Uber? Because I do not remember it.
I was gonna say, my I've had more bad experiences with Ubers than I had on public transport.
We alone just as many times?
What do you mean?
Were you alone? Like, did you ride the subway as much as Uber alone?
Yeah, like the bus. I like the bus versus Uber because the guys in the Uber get weird. One time I had a drunk Uber driver that I had to get out in the middle of the freeway because I thought he was going to crash the car, which later on he did. So I got out of the car and had to get, Uber doesn't really reimburse you either. So, and then there's been other ones of just weird guys. There's this one that was asking me about if I would get my nipples pierced. And I was like, brother, like, take me home. It's late. Let me take me home. Take me home right now. Right now. He's like, yeah, I think you'd look good with it. What type of comment is that? It's not even like it's on my face. Yeah, take that back, brother. Take that one back. No stars. No stars. No stars. If I could give you no stars, I would, but I can't. so I give you 1.
Right. If
Fucking
I could give you
crazy.
0, I would.
You tell them.
You live in California?
No, I live in Illinois. The men out here are like untamed. In the
There's
closer
an
you get to the city, the weirder they get. No offense to Chicago, but you know, it's just the truth. Chicago's like a zoo. It's completely different from any other city I've ever experienced. Chicago's its own.
I lived in Chicago.
Yeah, it's its own. It's a different breed for sure. Fucking
I've always wanted to go there, though. It seems like a nice place to visit or to live. I don't know.
the touristy stuff to visit, I'm sure. I was never a fan of it touristy wise. Like it's just not really my type of city.
Just don't go to the south.
Yeah, but you just gotta stay where you're supposed to stay. Same thing with like California though. If you go out of borders when you're in California, then you're fucked. California, in my opinion, is way more intense than Chicago. But Chicago's just a different type of crazy. And they just kind of there's also some things that like if you're not used to Chicago, like you'd be like, call the police. But actually there's a lot of things that like they do that you'd be like, okay, like I know you just saw that, but you just don't you didn't see it. Okay? We're gonna avoid it.
No, I live in a big city too, so I mean,
Yeah, I think those kind of rules apply around all big cities like New York too, because
yeah.
I've been in New York as well, but you know, there's just Chicago there's a lot of tweakers. And there's also a lot of gay pride. Like a man during Pride Month, and I have nothing against Pride, but there was a man with
There's a gay.
how dare, but he was wearing fishnets and a thong and no shirt, on a bike, and I just
On a bike.
yeah,
I gotta throw that in there. On a bike.
sure like that was kind of the move for Gay Pride Month, but you know, to each its own.
And the person the person that we are speaking of, did it have a seat, a proper seat?
Yeah, they were sitting on like a regular ass like bike, and I was like, what? And it looked like a nice bike too, like one that you would go mountain biking in or something. Like they do races and shit. And I was just like, damn, like you gonna wear that on that nice ass bike? That bike is wearing more than you are, sir. Holy shit. Put some clothes on. Like imagine you're scrolling on Facebook and you see your grandpa and he's biking down Chicago like that. I'd be like, Grandpa, come on. Like, come on. No more. No more. If you want to do that, you can do that inside. We'll get you an inside bike.
San Francisco is the mecca for gay pride.
Listen, I love the gays. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, I do too.
Sometimes
there's no hate going around.
No, not at all. Okay, this is like a sensory overload of the fucking lip thing.
Says not sure what else to do. I thought maybe I'd find someone going through something similar to me. I have been having seizures since middle school. I'm 27 now.
Looks good.
I like it. It feels like, you see that? Like that 2016 type. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, you can keep going. We were just, this is.
Oh, I just looked up and noticed, so I was looking.
Yeah,
yeah.
we're gonna look back down and not notice.
If you put a glass,
No. We're
All right.
just gonna pretend that one didn't happen.
Not sure what else to do. I thought maybe I'd find someone going through something similar to me. I've been having seizures since middle school. 27 now. It's went from one a month to go about every 3 months for the past 10 years. I take Keppra and lamotrigine personally. I notice it happens a good amount whenever I go to something IMB, looking forward to, after a hockey game, after a concert, after a play or hockey, almost as if I ever do it, almost as if I overdo it. Sleep is also an issue, but no matter how much melatonin I take, I wake up 3 times a night. Of anyone any questions or suggestions, or anybody in the same boat, let me know.
he, she, whomever, should ask his doctor for something to help him, her, it sleep.
Yeah, they gave me something for sleep and I didn't take it. It had so much more worse side effects than the epilepsy medication. It was like, yeah, you guys just giving me shit just to give me shit.
I've always been skeptical of melatonin in particular.
Yeah, they told me to take
I don't know why.
that.
Oh, someone told you to take that? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
they told me to take that along with the medication that they gave me for sleep.
Oh.
Like take it 3 times a day. I'm like, I'm already tired enough from taking epilepsy medication. I'm not gonna take this extra stuff and then go buy melatonin. It's not something you're prescribing. Yeah, it was too much. I was like, I don't mind having insomnia at this point. I can stay awake and have fun.
I've seen people just freak out taking it, like they just get really weird. Like they were taking it with alcohol, but they kind of freaked out. But yeah, I guess, but assume maybe take it in normal doses, but and without alcohol, obviously. But
it'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it would make you really tired.
I got another one here. It says, "Hi, 41-year-old female here. Tuesday night, I had a nocturnal seizure. I had food poisoning earlier that day and had thrown up a few times. Fast forward to 9:30, I'm dozing off on the couch next to my husband when he says I make a strange noise and start convulsing. I've never had a seizure, either awake or asleep before. I have no memory of the seizure, only waking up in the ambulance, very confused. I had been sober for almost 12 years, so no drugs or alcohol. I take an antidepressant and some vitamins daily, no other medications. Obviously, this is a very concerning to both of us, both me and my husband. Hospital did blood work, showed a 122 blood sugar, but no other tests. As results, aside from blood sugar, were normal. I have an appointment with my neurologist 8/5. Any suggestions or questions I should do in the next steps? I'm feeling a little overwhelmed by all this.
What was the question again?
Yeah, what
How should she
contributed
go
to her
about
being
it?
overwhelmed?
Yeah. She needs suggestions about what to tell the doctor about what's been going on, and throwing up is kind of different to me, but
Sounds like somebody who's definitely going to need to maybe not interview, but remember that you can always find a different doctor. Definitely explain all your symptoms and what circumstances you have that surrounded them. And if you don't get the vibe that your doctor's actually paying attention and giving you genuine feedback, get one that you trust. It's way too easy to just shut down and not tell the doctors anything when you think they're not using that information anyway.
sudden seizure. My father-in-law passed away today. My sister-in-law is extremely upset and kept crying the whole time. She suddenly got a seizure and fainted. She has never got seizures before. What can be the reason for this? Depression because her dad passed? That's what I say. Someone says stress is a major trigger. For most of us who have seizures, it was a huge part of my first one and all of the following ones. Another person said, yes, my first major one was when my saving account was drained by a scammer. Someone else said, did these seizure episodes stay with you guys, or can it just be a phase that went away?
Wait, was she diagnosed with epilepsy?
No, the person said they never had a seizure before.
Oh, was
Basically, the dad died, and then the daughter had a seizure, and they're trying to figure out why she's having seizures. But they're not going to the doctor. These are people who are asking themselves questions like, what's going on?
It could be a one-time thing, but I should go straight to the hospital, I guess.
Yeah, let's adjust that too, especially if a person has never had a seizure. You send them to the hospital because you don't know what's going on. Seizures increasing. I only have 1 to 2 seizures a month. Now, just this month alone, I've had about 6. He sees his neurologist at the end of the month, but the last few times he has brought up to them that they haven't been able to figure out why his seizures are picking up so much. It was a 95-degree day yesterday, so I decided to put up our water slide. It holds about 600 pounds. He had a pretty bad seizure in the pool park. I could tell he was fighting it too, because he just kept trying to get up and was falling back and back again. It scared me. It scared me bad because the time I got to pull him, he fell in the water, with water seizing, and had to be pulled out again. He stopped breathing, so I had to call 911.
I understand they got to the point of calling 911. I mean, if they feel like that last resort is where they're at, then no shame in that. What do you think, Joseph?
Basically, I think she's thinking it was a hot day.
Wait, weren't they in the pool?
Yeah. And he had a seizure, but he was trying to get up, so she thinks he was kind of trying to fight it.
You can't fight a seizure.
I beg to differ. Yeah.
Elaborate.
Perhaps it was having auras or something, and he was that's how I would describe fighting a seizure. If you can feel it coming on, and it's like, oh, I know this is coming, and I got to get to a safe place, a cooler place, or maybe that's what she's implying. But yeah, calling 911 was the right thing to do. And yeah, all safety measurements. That's the right thing.
Especially because they
What's
said he
that?
stopped breathing.
All right, yeah. Make sure you take all that precautions, and always do that if you're never never second doubt yourself like that. If you have any doubts, just better safe than sorry, I would say. Yeah.
There's a comment that says, I have
And
grandma's
if you
heart.
do feel,
Go ahead.
If you do feel seizures coming on, try to, like I said, try to limit anything that might be a trigger. Try to try to remove those triggers that would bring on a seizure and auras and such. Just try to get out of the heat, get some water and such. You don't want to get to that level that would bring on a tonic-clonic or anything. Just bring it down, bring the, yeah.
Okay.
Somebody here is saying, go ahead. Okay, so anyone else develop epilepsy for some random reason as an adult? This person says developed epilepsy when I was 25 because I got shingles in my face and I developed encephalitis, which then caused me to be diagnosed with epilepsy. It's really complicated my life and I'm struggling to adapt to it. Just wondered if anyone else had this experience. And maybe not so specific with the shingles and what led to the diagnosis, but a lot of the comments are just saying yes, I was diagnosed in my 40s. And
I've heard about shingles. I thought it came from something like the chicken pox or something like that.
Yes.
I'm glad I haven't had to go through it. Pray that I don't. But yeah, it's like a rash, right?
Yes. If you had chicken pox later in life, you can develop shingles.
Have you had chicken pox?
Well, that's why they're saying you should either get, like, if you haven't had chicken pox, that's why they push you to get the vaccine. Because apparently there's that thing where something about your immune system, if you've had that version of, the chicken pox, then you're less likely to catch shingles or something. They're the same family, they're related for sure. A lot of other people are just saying, yeah, they were diagnosed later in life, never really found a reason, and now it's just literally all about adjusting and trying the meds. Hold on to that hope is like a recurring theme here.
Encephalitis is where you.
It's like that swelling in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was diagnosed late in life, and they don't know why. They have no clue.
There you go. Prime example.
I hope they figure it out, Jeff. I hear a lot about that lately. A lot of people not being able to find out why.
I don't have any confidence that they'll ever find out.
Yeah, like Angel, he doesn't know why. That sucks.
And I don't know that it matters. This is who I am. And what's difference why I have it?
Doesn't matter anymore. We have them.
Hey, exactly.
I guess that's the difference with me. I know there's a natural explanation for everything, and there has to be an explanation for it, and I don't know what it is, and that bothers me.
Oh, because of my brain tumor.
Yeah, and I don't know what my explanation is, and but there is an explanation. We just don't know what it is.
Okay.
And that frustrates me.
I agree. It frustrates me because I don't know either.
And then you start speculating out
order
of the
to the
blue, like
universe.
that one time that I fell when I was, that one time I went rollerblading without my helmet. Should I really have put the helmet on that one day? Like, you can't help but throw those crazy theories around when you have no answer.
I mean, does it matter in our lives where it came from?
At this point,
Really?
it only matters that it's not genetic.
Yeah.
Well,
Is it though? Because my grandma had it.
How
Then it could
similar
be
though?
genetic.
Were they able to document whether it was temporal or frontal, or how well did they really document it back then?
I don't know. It might just Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question?
I think she was talking to Twisted.
Yeah, I was just following up on
Oh,
what Twisted said because she had her grandma. She said her grandma got diagnosed with it too, and I was thinking, okay, that's kind of a breakthrough. But how do you know if
sorry.
that's
Sorry.
even genetic? Because no, any contribution here is appreciated because I don't know if I even want to bother pursuing this genetic testing thing. Could be one of those things that like skips a generation, or there's
I don't
a lot
know.
of weird. Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
either.
it all matters because if we don't know half of these cases, then we don't know where it's coming from. If we knew where it was coming from, then perhaps we could prevent it in the future.
Yeah.
The
I've seen a little bit right now.
cause is, the cause is the whole start of prevention.
Yeah, starting point for sure.
I got something here that I haven't found. Says need advice on navigating through life now. Hey, I usually don't post, but I'm struggling. I had a grand mal seizure about a month ago while I was at work. Oddly enough, I work in a neurology setting, so they were able to get me through it. I then went to the hospital, were able to get me through it. I went to the hospital via the ambulance and had an EEG, CT, and MRI. They found a small lesion in the white matter of my brain, but they think that it's related to head trauma. I had a lot when I was younger, and it's because headaches, migraines, but not seizures. I've been placed on a 6-month no driving, being alone, etc. I'm just wondering how people deal with this. I'm a hyper independent person, so asking for help is incredibly hard for me. I don't know. I don't know if I've made it through 1 month, but I don't know how I'm going to make it through the next 5 months. Any advice would be helpful. I do have a boyfriend, but he has to travel out of town for work. Switching jobs is an option right now while he is gone. I have had to Uber or DoorDash everything, and it's just not financially an option every day. Any advice on how to navigate through life? Basically, the person's asked how to do everything. Basically, when everything's taken from you. Grocery shop, for me, it's DoorDash and stuff like that. Getting places,
Uber.
gotta do what I gotta do. I can't always sit around. Gotta figure out how to get there. If it's bus, Uber, all that, especially if it's an appointment.
Well, it's a blessing that they said something about the job, being able to switch jobs for now, so that way you can start with the budget. I mean, she's definitely going to want to have that security, that sense of like knowing what money you can spend and can't spend because all these priorities are now priorities. Before you could take a quick trip, and now that's going to cost like another $20 with delivery. So I think budget is like the starting point for adjusting and just figuring out what is a priority.
Gotta go.
All
Bye.
right, listen.
All right. Stop back in anytime. Tuesdays and Fridays, anyway.
Yeah, with that situation, like I said, you just gotta. It's a woman though, so I can't just say just wing it. But I can't even say that to a guy because sometimes that's depressing. But if
And it's
you
not
do stay in the
practical.
house, you will be depressed. And if you do sit around and worry about what you cannot do, you will get depressed. But then, like in the beginning, I don't want to tell somebody in the beginning that it'll be all right. But don't stay in the house. If you get too depressed, it's hard to get out of that sometimes. And yeah, make sure you have hobbies, things like that, things that you like to do. Avoid depression, avoid problems.
That's kind of another good part about setting boundaries at the beginning. If the priority is that you know it's just too risky to drive, make that a goal. And then you can use your energy for finding activities that do still bring you joy and that are still safe and practical. Find new hobbies and places to go and things. It's a process.
Yes, it is. It takes much time.
Somebody here is saying they want all the sleepy hacks they can get. 10 milligrams of melatonin and sleepy time tea isn't cutting it anymore. I'm staying away from the benzos for now, but open to other things. Bring on supplements or routines that work for you. Teach me your ways for getting a good solid 8. I don't want to laugh at you, but solid 8 is kind of a big goal. I think like a solid 4 is nice. And that's after I still follow that, like tire yourself out and just have a nighttime routine.
Would avoid the tea. I've heard the teas like that aren't good for us. I mean, I get by with 7. 7's good for me. But yeah, I haven't gotten. I don't sleep well during the summer, but I don't know why. I think it's just weather. Heat's just not good in general, and the humidity.
Heat keeps you up?
Not necessarily. It's really complicated. I have to have perfect conditions to sleep. Like perfect. Like the light, everything. I got a new air conditioner and it faces the east and all the sun comes in. So every day when the sun comes up at 5 o'clock in the morning, wakes me up at 5. It's like a it's like a beam of light. I'm just very sensitive to everything. I know it sounds like I'm being a baby, but
you ever try the thing to cover your eyes? Do people sleep with that sometimes?
Yeah, I know. I'll get one of those. I don't know. I'll do that. So
I've always thought it'd be uncomfortable. Never tried it.
Yeah.
Have any
But they have darkening shades?
Huh?
I
have room darkening.
I do have those, but they can't cover over the air conditioner, or else the room will get yeah. See that's the problem. Can't cover over the
Vents
air
gotta stay
conditioner,
clear.
or else the I sleep in an attic, so the room goes up to like 110 degrees.
Heat rises, so that's the top of the house.
Right. Yeah.
And usually like not the
It's
most
either really,
ventilated
really
part
hot.
either.
No. Yeah, it's pretty stuffy up there.
You ever tried an app? People are recommending these like peaceful sleep app things that help monitor, but is any noise for you like a no?
Oh no, I actually like the air
Okay.
conditioner. It's good white noise. I like that. Yeah.
Those can get loud, so that's a good one.
Evan, what are you taking? You said you're taking Depakote?
Depakote, Pyramid, and Clopamax.
Oh, yeah.
Clobazam. Clopamax, yeah. And yeah, Depakote, yeah.
It says being charged with a felony. In February, I totaled my car during an epileptic seizure in Ohio. No other cars were involved, but I was injured. During the post-ictal state of my seizure, however, I assaulted a female police officer. I believe I kicked her in the stomach while being restrained by another cop. If I remember correctly, by telling her by her telling me that after the fact. That's how I know. They assumed I was drunk and took me to jail. My mom got the alert from my Apple Watch about the accident, went to the scene, but was told to leave because I was drunk. I had been leaving an AA meeting. I was feeling a little off, so a friend was expecting a text. When she didn't hear from me, when he didn't hear from me, he found my address and went and talked to my mom, verifying to her that I was indeed not drunk. They went to the station together, and eventually I was taken into the hospital, given a blood test with no alcohol in my system, and released. My mom later went to pick my car up from the police station, and I was told I didn't have any charges. The police officer seemed to think that there must have been a miscommunication with the paper leading to my arrest because a great deal of stress causing a great deal of stress. I'm truly feeling disability has been overlooked and do not understand why I'm being charged, let alone arrested in such a dramatic way. Any advice appreciated? I'm not sure if this is the one you read, Kate. Was it? Well, then I'll read a comment. One of the comments says, lawyer up. I'd do that too. Another comment says, yeah, get a lawyer. I have a 20-year-old felony, and getting a job has been impossible. Fight it with everything you got. Find organizations that help people like you fight these things. It's a good one. Can weed cause a seizure if I quit all of a sudden? Has it happened to you? This is not really a question, but to ask people's experiences. Have you quit suddenly and been fine? If the withdrawals you did affect you, how long did they last? Do you think that weed has helped you, or helped treat your epilepsy? And how do you quit or take a break safely? Thank you. First comment says, recently, every time I quit, I have seizures. They always happen to me in the morning while I'm sleeping, or if I doze off and keep waking up, like in a car or an airplane. Now I'm scared to quit, so I just using vaporizer. I want to quit, so eventually I might try it slowly. Weed causing seizures? No. And when I stopped, it did not either. Yeah, my experiences with weed and seizures, it's been have a good relationship with weed and seizures, and they seem to be going pretty well together. Yeah, I don't have anything to say bad about weed.
Let Jeff finish this hit and then ask him.
I've stopped several times for a day or two, just out of stupidity, and nothing has changed either way. And as I'm sure you all know, I smoke a lot, and I don't think it affects the epilepsy at all. If anything, it may help it because it helps my headaches. Other than that, I can't see where it has any effect.
Probably just us catamenials. Any extreme change, whether it be, diet or whatever substance. Not to mention the last 2 times I quit was when, I found out there was a bun in the oven. So 2 weeks, 3 seizures, a ton of clonics. That's pretty much the pattern, it seems like. And I don't even think that was from a dispensary. So I don't know if it was any good.
Did this person mention withdrawal in their statement?
Oh, they did.
I could have sworn you said.
Yeah, they said.
Yeah, I don't.
How did withdrawals affect you?
Sure.
I didn't have any withdrawals.
I don't think it really was.
I didn't have any withdrawal.
Yeah, yeah. Pot doesn't not. I'm not familiar with any withdrawal for marijuana. It's not a drug that has any, or not that I'm familiar with. But yeah, I think most people
I mean, you might
deal
get
with it
moved.
pretty well.
Yeah.
But some people deal with it negatively, I think.
There's
That's
no
possible.
physical withdrawal.
But
That
There's
could
no
be a
physical
mental
withdrawal.
no.
the physical.
Seems like when I
Yeah,
quit, my
I would
tolerance goes down, and then if I smoke back in like 3 days, then I can feel how much my tolerance has went down because I'm used to smoking. But
I mean, I don't smoke just because no,
go
it
ahead.
wasn't anything.
You said you don't smoke because of why?
I don't smoke. Just no real reason. I don't have anything against it or for it. It's just I just don't. I have no reason to. I'm not
Lufa,
pro
did we
or
cut you
con.
off?
I actually I am pro. I'm pro all around. It's just I just don't
Participate.
If I had a ball right here, probably would. I just don't get around to it.
Okay. Lufa, did you say something earlier?
No.
Oh, I thought you were talking before I started talking. Just make sure I didn't cut you off. Says, can this go away on its own? I have a suspected diagnosis for epilepsy, probably TLE, and it all started a year ago. I'm now 21. No real diagnosis because of interactual EEGs were clean. I get lacosamide and it helps it helps a lot, but I was thinking, can this stuff go away on its own? Is there a possibility of this? Is it this kind of weird? Is this kind of a weird ride? Till now, I have no doctor that trusts me, so I was on lacosamide for 6 weeks and the effect was clear, but then they took it away and now I'm starting it again. But right now, I don't have the seizures that much, even without the AEDs. Once every 1 to 2 weeks. Before I had them like multiple times a week. So is this just a good phase or how long term helping of the AED? Or is this going to go away on its own? I mean, everything every other week is still too much. But I was wondering about these things. This person can't spell, but I put it together, paraphrasing as much as I could. Yeah, it's not going away. I don't suggest stop taking your pills. I guess if you could go from multiple a week down to one every 2 weeks, that's good too. So
sounds like this person might have some difficulty accepting it, but yeah, it's not going away. But keep up with your meds and yeah, might take a while to accept it, and yeah, just keep on with it. I just can't reinforce that enough.
Go figure.
I got
This
a good one.
Excopri post is saying who's still taking it. It is 100% seizure free. Is like the only post that has no replies.
How old is it?
It's only 12 hours, but every other post has somebody saying something.
Right.
All right, go ahead with your good one.
Says witness second seizure of my new onset 18-year-old. Hi, my 18-year-old has his first seizure in May and again this week after traveling internationally. I didn't witness the first one, but I did the second one. It was a tonic-clonic seizure. It went on for about 2 minutes, generalized convulsing, which slowed down, followed by heavy breathing and frothing at the mouth. He had fallen face down into the laundry, so I was worried about his ability to breathe and tried to move the laundry, at which point he seemed to begin convulsing again, but with larger movements, if that makes any sense. I worry about him hitting his head with larger swings, so I administered Valtoco at about that 2-minute mark. My question is, would that constitute as a second seizure, or is that a combo of having lulls and one seizure? I don't know what I'm supposed to wait 5 minutes, but that's easier said than done, especially when not knowing what constitutes as normal. The question was, does that constitute as a second seizure or 2 seizures or 1 seizure? I mean,
It's all about the awareness in between. After that set of what they described as like smaller movements, if he came to, was able to answer any of those, like, who's the president, then that would definitely be 2 separate. The second one being worse. If there was no awareness in between, then it still could have been a cluster, but not coming to. So just one really long seizure, or you could even call it just 2 seizures in quick succession, that constitutes a cluster. And since the second one was worse, that's what's making me think maybe he didn't regain, or it didn't ever really stop, because that's how it usually goes. How about you guys?
Yeah, so. Oh, yeah.
Oh, can I go back to the last question really quick? I know they're not going to. I know these seizures aren't going to go away, but it doesn't mean they can't be controlled. Yeah, I mean, you might be in a bad place right now, but look, I mean, mine are controlled for 6 years, and many do have great success with this. So there's a lot to look forward to. You can have a great life with this. I mean, I just want to throw that out there. I just wanted to come back to that. There's a lot of potential with controlling seizures. So look forward to that.
I'm sure they'll love that response. They're going to be like, oh, he makes it look easy.
It's not. It doesn't have to be easy, but yeah, I mean, come on, man. Look forward to controlling your seizures, and
I mean,
a lot
I'm
of people.
inside of me is easy, yeah, but
Well, I'm not. It's not going to go away, but so
that's
many
what I'm
people live with this. Yeah,
like. They might
yeah.
say that it might make it sound easy, but you have like a magnet inside of you, so it's not like it's
Well,
been easy.
I mean, people. Well, no, I'm not living a great life, but I mean, people like. I mean, Brandon's living a pretty good life with this. I mean, people live. They have good jobs. They have good lives. So yeah, a lot of Jeff, you're living well. How many of you are living well?
I'm living all right, I'd say. I'm alive.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I mean, I was living shitty before I got the epilepsy. So, I'm kind of, it hasn't made me that much worse. Uh, I'm on par with where I was before.
Same here.
Well, without those rough times, we would never really know what these good times are like.
That's true.
2 sides to every coin.
Since I got it in high school, like I said, it just kind of changed the path of things. I don't think I changed anything that I would have done in my childhood epilepsy in particular, because I was just rebellious, just doing everything like, fuck it, I can do this and I won't hurt myself and stuff like that. I was just trying to live like a normal kid and not caring about my seizures. So once I got old enough, I think I started paying attention to it more because now I get girlfriends and stuff having seizures all over the place and so on. Just doesn't look cool. So yeah, it was.
At least you guys
I
can
was-
remember though.
I was in denial. I'm trying to remember. It's just coming, bits and pieces. But yeah. You don't remember any of it, Kate?
Man, we were in Jersey. One of my aunts showed up, and I smelled a mixture of like Marlboro and I don't even know what it was, but something about meeting her again brought back this like random flash of when I must have been smaller because my perspective was like short. And I'm asking her, hold up, did you have that cabin at that camp that you worked at that had like a yard in the front and it was kind of an L shape and it was a random picture that just kind of popped up? And she said, yeah, that was me. And that's pretty much like the one that helped raise me. So I definitely spent a lot of time with that one. In theory, I should have never forgotten her. So it does come back in bits and pieces.
It comes back in bits and pieces sometimes. I remember good memories. Or when someone talks about it, it'll come to me, but eventually I'll let them get to the middle of their story and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's what this and this happened. But I've been in situations where someone had to tell me that's not the truth. I don't know why you remember that story like that. You got to call other people and stuff. It's like, see, that didn't happen. Like, we got to go through all this.
And that's when you just, play the card of, okay, well, yeah, thanks for your time. But I still wouldn't try to believe it that way. If I ever feel like I have a memory come back, I'm sticking by that. And that's probably just a stubborn way of doing it.
I wouldn't
this one
trust
here-
my memory for anything.
Yeah, that's probably a more accurate perspective to take, especially if somebody comes up with a proof. And that would be enough. So this one's
It's
saying I've had
happened a few
epilepsy.
times.
Say that again.
That's happened a few times. I've been shown the proof that I was wrong.
Did you believe him right away, or did it take some practice?
No, I knew my memory was totally gone, so I believed it.
Yeah, maybe it's time to face the facts.
You ever feel like somebody playing with your memory?
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Nope.
Evan, you said yes. Elaborate.
I don't know, almost like living in the Truman Show or something. I don't know that movie. Just like everyone else is playing a game on me or something. This is I don't know, or probably a better movie. Or another Jim Carrey movie. That other one where he had his memory erased. He was having his memory.
The only Jim
Yeah,
Carrey
it
I
just
remember is The Mask.
yeah. Eternal Spotlight of the Endless Mind or whatever. Stupid name of the movie. But it was a
Eternal
good movie
Sunshine or
though.
something. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, they could come up with a better name for that movie, but it was a great movie. Yeah, yeah. It just things you your memory betrays you because it doesn't feel like your instinct. Yeah, you feel something else, but yeah, you're like the yeah, your instincts and your memory are just not in line, and and everyone else is saying something else. I don't know how else to better put it.
Yeah, so when I think about people playing with my memory, I go to a story where I remembered something and I was sure I remembered it this time, and I was really sure about it. And then I was told, "How do you remember this? You don't even remember this time. This was earlier." And then I was like, "Okay, now you're playing with me. Now you're telling me I don't remember stuff, and I know I remember this." Yeah. So the things that I do remember sometimes, and I remember it just because something I was doing, or like I was laying down watching TV one time, and that person didn't know I was on the floor on the other side of the table watching TV, and was told basically that I don't remember anything that was on TV because I was asleep. And I was like, "No, it was not sleep." And the person was like, "Yes, you were. You were snoring." And I'm like, "No, I watched this whole show with you. You didn't see me, but yeah." So that I've been through that. People playing with me, telling me I don't remember certain stuff, or yeah, or trying to get out of stuff, telling me I don't remember stuff, like remember money and numbers and stuff like that. The money, I write it down. Um, Jeff said nobody
Also,
play with your memory. Um,
I'm sorry?
Weird.
Oh no, you said nobody plays with your memory anymore. You got a
Well,
great wife, so you don't have to worry about that.
I don't I mean, I don't get out much, so it's only, my wife, and she's not playing with it. She corrects it. And the few times I get out, it's with a bunch of old friends, and they don't really bring it up.
Okay.
And that's what keeps the peace.
And life changes when you get older. It's sad to say, but it does. Your life changes.
For
It's
the better, I hope.
things.
Doesn't sound like
Well,
anything
yeah.
something to look forward to.
Well, some things are for the better, and some things are for the much worse. But for the better is that you really don't give a shit. If you don't care if somebody says something stupid. It doesn't affect you at all. It's like, who gives a fuck what anybody thinks?
Yeah, that is
I'm
true.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm there to where I stop caring what people think.
Well, that's good because
I'm getting old.
it really is better if you just live to make yourself happy.
That's what I do. Make myself happy. Not trying to impress anybody. Yeah, I've already been told, why don't you do your hair before you get on camera? Because honestly, I don't care. I wake up like this. Just go about the day.
What's wrong with your hair?
Exactly. I thought it was amazing. But
life isn't about what you think. What was this I heard?
About how you feel?
No, it's not what it's about what others. I'll come back to it. Come back to
Like
me.
remember you by kind of thing?
Oh, you remembered?
Yeah, but it's about what others want you. No. It was funny.
It's about how you want to be
I
seen.
heard,
How you want to be remembered.
yeah, how others want you
Want
to
you
be
to
seen. Yeah, I'll come back to it. It was a funny little tidbit.
Anybody else
I'm
like
not gonna
adamantly
remember it,
against
so
the gravestone burial thing? Anybody else really just kind of see that as a waste?
Yeah.
What you mean?
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, the whole ceremony, and I mean ceremony, that's up to them, but the gravestone, that's not worth it. Casket, gravestone, that whole thing.
just
Like,
throw me in the
cremation urn
trash.
if you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, for a grave robber to come get me, no thank you.
and they call like incessantly. I hear from those places all the time. Annoying.
They're expensive. That's just expensive.
Yeah, my grandmother, she paid for her funeral before she passed. She picked out her casket. It was pink. She picked out to be buried on top of her husband. Yeah, so they kind of got one headstone. It's beautiful.
But for that generation, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
It just feels like that kind of thing just isn't done anymore.
That was my great grandma. So yeah, she must have paid for her funeral decades back, and it was probably way cheaper. So yeah, she had a nice casket, nice funeral. Yeah, the guy who came to pick her up, he basically said he's been waiting. He had the casket like at the shop because he was told she got sicker earlier. He was basically like, okay, yeah, I heard she wasn't doing so well. Basically is what he said. And yeah, like, all right, this. But yeah, headstone, I don't necessarily want it. I mean, it looks good. It's all pretty and stuff, but yeah, it's a waste of money. For that big stone and all that stuff. I want to be poured in the ocean or something. I'm also an organ donor, so
It'd be mixed with my cat's ashes. So
I
that
kind of like the off a mountain, like off into the wind kind of thing. But then again, I mean, it's up to family. They could take some in the water, some off the mountaintop, whatever.
you can go to space.
Yeah, it probably costs money too.
I mean, it's a lot of money, but you can have your ashes taken to space, and you can either have them like spread there or like you come back. It's more money to have them left there, but which I don't know why, but
That just sounds like a scam to me right now.
it's like if I want to go to space, I'm gonna go while I'm alive.
NASA was like, I'm coming in on the funeral scheme. I'm making money in that area because that's a big market. Everyone dies, so you're guaranteed to make money in that market.
And that's the kind of thing that people will prepay for.
That's why I gotta start making brand name caskets.
You know?
Gucci.
So I got something here. Says struggling to accept reality. Hey, epilepsy community, I'm happy to have found you. I started having seizures late last year when I was 33 years old. They have always been tonic-clonic, around 1 minute long. Luckily, even from the beginning, I always went to lie down because at first it felt like I was just going to pass out. It was about 10 months ago, 10 months since I was diagnosed, and I probably had about 14 of those seizures. I've had a terrible time with medication making me feel worse than the epilepsy, but I always just feel like it's not real. Like they've made some mistake and I don't actually have real epilepsy. And I'm like never going to have a seizure again after the last one. I keep thinking there must be a mix up and this is just temporary. I really struggle with accepting it, especially because I get the same response every time. You just randomly got epilepsy at 33. Yes, I did, and trust me, I didn't choose it. Can anyone relate to this? Having a hard time coming to grips with your diagnosis. Love to hear all the great experiences. Yeah, I was a child. I didn't have to come to terms with it. I was told I had it and sent on my way. My mother picked up my prescription and I took pills ever since.
I was in the denial for quite a while. And then one day I said, that's enough. And I found you guys and started learning.
You know, all trauma dumped together. Kate, Lufa, how did you guys come to terms with this? How did you come? It's really been hard to grasp. How have you come to terms with grips in your diagnosis?
Yeah, it's not about me. I just have to stay healthy enough to, get them through it. And I mean, now it's not such a simple perspective, but that's what got me through it initially. don't worry about yourself so much. Just keep your shit together to take care of them.
Someone says, will I give up on reading? Oh, go ahead. Somebody talking? Oh, Lufa, go ahead.
I just need my family to come to terms with it. It would make it a lot easier for me if my family could accept that I have epilepsy. But they don't. They don't want to. They just pretend they do. They just don't want to accept it. They want me to be healthy. But that's not the reality. Shame.
Okay. So one says, will I give up on reading long books? Amnesia, memory loss. I love to read books, typically 100 books a year. Midsummer, I picked up War and Peace and read 10% of the first DX Transient Global Amnesia episode. I restarted it, and about a month later, 15% in, had another DX Transient Global Amnesia episode, forgetting most of the plot again. November, I began again. For the third time, I made it to part 3, 20% in, and had my first grand mal seizure. I have vague recollections of the plot structure, but really hazy on the structure. My spouse keeps telling me to stop trying and move on to another book, which would really feel defeated. Is this normal? I don't say you give up on reading books. Some people are worse than the others. Can't let someone tell you stop reading books if you like reading. Figure out some way to do it. If it's your memory, audiobooks, try that. Audiobooks. So you can
They
listen.
could write down notes as they go through the story, like write down notes or like a sub like thing to the plot, like sum up the plot so that when they forget, like they can read back and be like, right, this is why the 17-year-old is getting with the dragon.
Yeah, if this one's really determined to finish that book in particular, then maybe that's how they're gonna have to get through it. And in the future, pick your battles. Maybe a 100-page book is still a good story. You don't have to get all those 10-pound stories that take weeks
Manga.
and definitely get complicated. What do you say?
Manga can be
There
nice
you go.
because those are the pictures can help you visualize it. If you have a hard time, it can help you memorize
Yeah,
it.
but they're far from comics. They still have a
For
deep
me,
story.
if I were to read like a book, I would like to read it and listen at the same time. So I would agree with what Pookie said with the audio books because it's easier for me to remember and retain information if I can hear it. If I'm just reading it, then it's getting lost. That's lost media.
Yeah, listen to the wife and at least try other ways to keep the peace.
Yeah, everyone learns differently.
Also with manga, if you're keeping up with it like weekly, a lot of times they get released as like weekly comics. So it's easier to sort of take it slower. And you can reread it, a few times without feeling like, oh, I just had to reread, 4 or like, I don't know, like 10 pages of stuff. It's like, no, this will take me 5 minutes to sort of scroll through again and get, the context and remember.
Yeah, because with manga, a lot of what you're getting is the reaction stuff, and which in a novel, a lot of what's in a novel is them explaining the reaction, and so that
You get
have
to actually see the reaction.
Yeah, so
yeah.
So like it's kind of like taking like I always say I like picture books because I like to see like what the like I understand some people like to get their own feeling out of it and kind of imagine it for themselves, but that's how I imagine, books if I'm listening to them. But with like manga and stuff, like I can just see that stuff and then it can save me the energy of having to while at the same time read it.
Extrapolate the vision from
It
the
makes
work.
it makes it a lot easier on the mind.
There is a great app It's called Webtoons. Like if any of you are ever interested in reading like comics, it's a Korean app, but all the comics are in English, and or whatever you set it to, and it's all completely free, and there's thousands of different manhwa, which is Korean manga, basically. And yeah, it's like very entertaining because there's so many different things to go through, I guess. Yeah.
How long you been on that? How long you been like connected with that site?
I started reading this manhwa called Windbreaker.
Webtoons has been around for a while.
Yeah, Webtoons. Yeah, it's been around. It's like, yeah, it's very well established.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because you can.
Sure.
It's not talked about enough. It's a really good app.
Oh, okay. Because you hear a lot about apps, the foreign apps, that give you scams and hackers and stuff of that sort. So I'm just making sure you guys been through this, where I sign up for something and my phone starts calling my mom and shit like that. You know what I mean?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a totally legit app.
And that's another reason to get that high school checking account. So any subscriptions that we do give into now go on her card. And she might learn those lessons. So do your research for sure.
She's gonna learn when it says declined.
Yeah, I've been using it for
transaction history is like a big fucking deal to her now, and that's beautiful.
So here, thoughts on this symptom. I'm new around here. Late last year, I experienced my first focal seizure and impaired awareness, and have had 3 more since then. These occur seconds after I have what I guess is my aura, which is for me is a massive wave of deja vu anxiety. I become absolutely fixated on that deja vu and the fake memories that come with it, leading to the seizure. What I want to know is whether another thing is going on in my brain is the symptom of epilepsy or something that anyone else experienced. I have constant fleeting thoughts and sometimes feelings. I have had this for many years, and I am unsure if it's related to the epilepsy, as there are some parallels with my aura. I will be reading something or in a conversation, and my brain will suddenly light up and link the conversation to another idea. But it always happens way too fast for me to process it. I then get stuck wondering what it was and become quite frustrated, much like a seizure, but on a way familiar scale. This happens countless times per day and has been worse since my first seizure. The difference is that these thoughts are usually about real life and just disappear. I lose train of thought, whereas my seizures involve completely made up dreams. Does anyone else experience this, or is this completely unrelated to epilepsy? Auras and stuff after the aura sounds like seizures. You might be in denial about having seizures when you're actually having seizures, and you don't want to think it's a seizure, of course. Been there. I have not experienced that. I've experienced being in denial, but yeah, if I felt like I haven't had a seizure, I usually just take it as it is. You had a seizure, and it's going about the day. Thoughts on their symptoms? No thoughts on the symptoms?
I feel like I talk too much, so I'm gonna let other people take over on this one.
Right. You don't talk too much. You talk the perfect amount.
I chime in so much. Come on, I talk a lot.
That's what I need, though. I need someone to know what is going on with themselves, because Brandon knows. Brandon knows what's going on with this person, and Brandon doesn't give you the juice because he feels like he's gave too much juice today already.
And you're not to mention you're a professional educator. That's like well known to any regular. So you can't get out of this one.
I was never a
I'll
talker.
let someone
I never
chime
talked
in,
a lot.
but I need a summary.
Say that again.
But you know, like I said, I never talked a lot, but in my head, my thoughts went a million miles an hour. But that stopped recently. Like I just can't get anything going. As of like the past 5 or 6 years, everything just kind of stopped. I think it was the benzos that did that. I started doing a clobazam, and now like I could just basically stare at a wall all day, and I miss the racing mind. You know, I just that was fun. I would walk a lot. I would just spin in a circle. I would walk around tables and do stuff, and no, it was not like stuff. It was just the racing mind. Just the chattering in my head was fun. It was like having, imaginary friends that just word jumble in my head. And but, it never went anywhere. It was just what I'm doing now, just words that just aren't going anywhere. But now it's just silence in my head. And
I wish I had silence.
it's frustrating. Yeah.
So you get
Well,
both ends of the
yeah.
spectrum there. You got people who want silence, and you got people who miss the silence.
Well, there's always too much of anything. Like too much of silence can drive someone crazy, and too much of noise can. You need a balance. So, you know, too much of anything is overdoing it. There's love bombing. There's, you can get overexcited. You can get over jealous. You can get, too much or too little of anything can really mess with your psyche and mess with how you perceive things or react to things or how you feel. So it really just depends on who you are, how you are, and if you're getting a balanced amount for your personality and how your personality is.
I mean,
Well, I dealt with it pretty well.
I think I mentioned it like last week or something about because there was a question about having a seizure based on a song or like a frequency. I was like, well, no, it has been documented that the like sound frequencies can affect stuff. The military uses it for torture, but like at the same time, like prisons and stuff also use solitary confinement, and then there's still the like that's a form of torture, and then you've got the like constant noise like form of torture. So yeah, it's like you need a balance. Too much of one thing is just too much.
Well, when you see a lot of interrogations between police officers and the oftentimes the one being investigated, they leave them in a specific type of room, no windows. Sometimes they'll have the clock wrong, or so that the clock moves slower than it's supposed to. These are all mental mind tricks to get them kind of pumped up and anxious, and it's playing, it's messing with their psyche, and they leave them in there by themselves with their thoughts before they say anything, so that they start to overthink. And another thing too is humans are naturally social creatures, so unless you're an introvert, but
or a psychopath.
But if you have somebody cooped up by themselves for
an extended amount of time, it leads to the mind itself starting to go crazy, and you can start to hallucinate and to hear things. And even if you're getting enough sleep, or just by being alone, can cause somebody who has gone from normal everyday socialization and the way that the world kind of works to isolation, which is one of the worst forms of human torture because it is long lasting, and then that person needs to learn how to live with themselves and just themselves. And it's a very slow game, and then usually if that person can get out of that isolation, they're never going to get out of that isolation. They're always trapped, isolated in their head because of the kind of long-term effects that it leaves on the brain.
All right. It says first seizure, feeling alone. I've been debating whether or not I should post here, but I thought maybe I could hear some similar stories. On May 2nd, after leaving my brother's apartment with my mom, I got into a car accident due to what was determined to be a seizure. I don't remember anything, but my mom said my face went blank and I couldn't hear her. And then we hit the back of another vehicle at the stoplight. I had bruises and suffered broken ribs and hematoma on her thigh. We were both taken to the hospital where we spent several days trying to determine what might be the cause of this. They found an encephalocele, and I was put on Vimpat and told to stop taking the Diamox. I was on for my IIH. I met with my regular neurologist 3 days later, and she doesn't believe the encephalocele caused it, stating that she believes it might have happened for several reasons, including me being metabolic acidosis from the Diamox. I'm having even more testing done, including a heart monitor to make sure it isn't related, and an ambulatory EEG. Obviously, I cannot drive for now, and I'm struggling with that as I live in a very rural area and my mom already doesn't drive. How do you guys get through this? How do you deal with the loneliness, having to rely on the schedule of others to live your life? My depression is already pretty bad before this, and now I just don't know what to do. What do I do? What you do is I found hobbies. I got some paint here, and for some reason, I love that I have paint, and I don't always want to paint, but I love that I have paint for some reason. It's a thing, like I feel like I'm doing something, like I have the opportunity to do something, and it's just looking at me. But I have so much paint, you guys, so many different shape brushes and all kinds of stuff. And yeah,
We
do
need
not
to
paint
see
very
the
often.
pookie artwork.
I do things that kind of just make no sense, and yeah, I got that. That's going for me. Like I have this piece of cardboard, and I was wondering, why do I have this Amazon box? I'm not doing anything with it. So I took one flat part, and then I took everything out of the garbage, and I took pieces off of everything, and I stuck it to there. And yeah, literally, you guys would be like, "You serious?" And yes.
My girlfriend works at an art museum. She's
So
probably seen something similar.
yeah, that's it. Just random papers that I had in the recycling bin in the trash. Newspapers have been sitting there.
Hang on. Keep that up 1 sec. Linda.
That's not even all of it. I need to back up.
Okay.
Amazing, right?
Hang on. I want her to see this.
Check this out. One of the best things on earth.
Something Pookie made. I was like, yeah.
I thought it was quite interesting, although it was just something I did because I was bored. Everything in the recycling bin, the papers and everything came out to make this. Then afterwards, it was like, I don't know what to do with it. So sitting here against the wall on my desk. Yeah, like I said, I had no reason for it. I just was like, this Amazon box has to do something for me. And it's done that. So
Sorry, I wasted that time. I don't.
it's all right. Yeah, so there's that. And then yeah, there's other random things I have in here somewhere, a little bit of everywhere. Things that can be useful too. So not just everything is just useless. But a lot of things I just throw together because I'm bored. So there's that. The feeling alone part, you guys. How do you not feel alone? Because most of us are alone, I've noticed. Except Jeff. Jeff's the only one not alone. Oh yeah, and Brandon's not alone either.
I was just about to be like, Micro.
Wait a second. I'm alone a good deal of the time. I'm not alone now. But for the
that's
last
true.
year, I was alone. Almost all year. And I'll be back to being alone in October.
And I actually like my weekends are the only time I'm that Linda's here with me. So during the week, like if I'm not at work, I'm alone. Yeah.
So I'm sure you had a period where you were like, is this ever gonna get any better?
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. And there was several years where I was just alone anyway, with epilepsy, and yeah, it was just sort of I took every day, day by day, but I had no sort of hopes for each day. It was sort of like, will I make it? We'll see.
Right. Kevin, how'd you go about that? The depression. How'd you get out of that slump?
I never got out of the slump.
Oh, lucky you. Never? You never been depressed
No.
about your epilepsy?
Or did
Oh,
you get depressed and never came out?
I said I was always depressed about it. I never
Oh.
got out of it. I was fine until
That's
like
what I thought that you
high
had said.
school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I never got out of the slump. I was fine until like college, and then I just started like drinking, and yeah, it was fine. I could at least be drunk and not care about it for a little bit.
Sounds like
Now I'm
fun.
like one of those losers in AA who talk about their fucking problems all the time, and oh, now I'm sober and I could just sit and hang out with my fucking cat all the time and play the guitar and go to
Jeff
church all the
got
time and
cat
oh look at
duty.
me.
That was perfect.
That sounds like Brandon.
What?
You can play with my cat and my guitar. You just described Brandon.
No,
Well,
no offense.
Cat guitar
all white
and a little bit of some alky.
all white dudes
Just
have a
named
guitar.
Brandon.
I have one over there. I got like 3 guitars over there, so we're all
I have two.
cool.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just inevitable. White guys and acoustic guitars.
I don't know where I got it from. It's just there. Where did it come from? I don't know.
You just got a guitar and you don't even know where it came from? How cool is that?
Oh, and a ukulele. What the hell? I don't know.
I wish I just had a closet with random guitars and instruments.
it's a weird
But now I got
situation
the
where you just end up with instruments, but it's fun when you look at all the things that you have and you're like, oh hell yeah, I can make use of all this. Like, okay, I'm gonna give everyone hang on. I am holding the space bar to unmute myself, but I'm gonna actually unmute myself so I can show the room that I'm in right now. Hang on. Okay. So I have accumulated so many bike parts.
Oh,
And
you're a real biker man.
It's a little the entire room is a bike shop, basically, and also a desk, because it was meant to also be a home office. But clearly, the bike shop took over a little bit. I have 7 bikes now, guys. I have 7 bikes.
Do you like switch it up every other day?
For the most part, I ride the like I have like my commuter one, which has like a rack on the front with a big bag that I can, sort of. Oh, James, you and I got to talk, buddy. Don't worry, we'll talk. Um, yeah, I have my primary one that has a rack on the front with a big bag that is like I don't want to have a backpack, so I use that one. But I recently got that mini velo that I sent a picture of to the chat, being like, I got a new bike. Um, and oh yeah, also James, my education job that I do is I teach bike safety to 1,500 kids a year. So like my job is bikes, bikes, bikes.
Right, 1,500 bikes.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. Yeah, but what was I saying? Shit. Yeah. So I have my like nicer ones that I hold off on using for the nice days where I'm not worried about like having anything on me, but I have my commuter ones that I use more often, sort of thing. So I swap off, but it's more like the day depending.
I think it's common in like big cities and stuff in certain states, but if you have a nice bike, that bitch is gonna get stolen in a
Yeah,
heartbeat. Unless you got it like locked up in the house, locked in the house, on a chain in the house, locked up in the house, someone's gonna steal that shit.
I live at the end of a dead end, and there was one morning where I walked outside um to go to work, and I knew I was like, oh, I left my bike out front. I locked it up, and then I looked on the table, and my lock was sitting right there. And I went downstairs, and my bike was still leaned up against the side of my building because I live at the end of a dead end. I got so lucky. I left my bike unlocked all night, and it is a 1 of 5.
Yeah, that is really luck. Because even in good neighborhoods, people will take your bike.
And
Even
I do not live in a good neighborhood.
yeah, even in upscale neighborhoods, medium, anywhere, people will take a bike if they need to.
Yeah, I see it all the
Or
time.
one.
oh yeah, they got things that can cut through steel. Even the club on a car, they can cut through that, no problem. It's
It's
amazing.
if you give someone enough time, they they will get through it. There's this guy on YouTube. He's the what is it? It's the lockpick lawyer. I can't remember his full what his YouTube name is. But he basically does reviews of locks, and how easy or hard it is to cut through them or like pick them or whatever. And he took one of the best bike locks in the world. It's the Kryptonite Forget About It, spelled like you would say it if you lived in New York. Forget about it.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be like you will not be able to get this thing off. Yeah, no, he cut through it in like a minute or something with the right tool.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, they have just things that can cut through these things.
Oh, I
It's
mean,
not a
yeah,
matter of yeah.
you give someone an acetylene torch, they're gonna be able to break through a bank vault. You know what I mean? Like a bike lock is nothing.
Yeah, they basically have the jaws of life combined down to like very small things that can chop through it like through butter. Yeah, it's no problem.
Oh yeah, and I guess the person
It's
who was looking.
it's vigilance. You just gotta keep your eyes out, and it's a unfortunate situation, but yeah, my sister drives a bike all through Center City and center of our city. It's weird how the city's worked out, but yeah, she drives a bike all through there, and she says she can't can't leave it alone for too long. And she also uses the rent bikes. You can rent bikes, and
Yeah, a lot of
that
cities
work.
have
Those
the
are
the spin bikes sort of thing. I
yeah,
don't. Yeah.
they're very good. Those work out well.
They're good as long as the people who are using them are conscientious, I think. Because a lot of times people don't realize how fast they can go. And that's something that people with epilepsy should like consider if they want to use a rental bike, is these things are
Mhm.
kind of like motorized vehicles, where if you're just using, and I'm going to say it this way, which is funny, an acoustic bike, as opposed to an electric, um, if you're tired or you're not feeling good, you won't be going fast. So if you do hit someone or hit something, it's not going to cause as much damage. But the electric bikes, it's like those things are still going to be going fast no matter how you're feeling. So I don't know, just keep that in mind.
That is my one concern about bikes is my motor skills aren't as great as when I was like a teenager. When I was diagnosed when I was 12, and I still rode bikes, and I had no problem with seizures when I was then. But now I'm a little older, and like, coordination's not what it was, and I'm just a little concerned that you know I'll I saw this guy driving a motorized scooter. He was going like 40 miles an hour.
Those things freak me
I
out
don't
because
I don't know if I could.
they're in a
They do.
legal
Yeah,
gray
they are
area.
scary.
Well, and they're also in a legal gray area because in the eyes of the law, under federal law, bicycles are considered a vehicle, just like a car, truck, motorcycle, everything else, and so like we are like obligated to follow all the same rules, just like all those vehicles on the road. Um, but the word scooter is not mentioned in the law. So they technically can kind of like they get free reign. They can ride on the sidewalk, no problem. They can ride in the street, no problem. Bicycles should be on the street, um, it, following all the rules of the road. But like scooters, like they just do whatever they want. And it becomes a problem because then people just look at it as like oh, you're a person on something that's, not a car.
not a motorcycle, you're not walking, you're just like fucking up my time here, you know? And it's like, no,
Yeah.
Those people are actually kind of assholes. Not everyone who drives a scooter or rides a bike is an asshole.
Yeah, but there's a ton of them, and some of them go really fast, and some of them just are they go like 5 miles an hour, and some of them they vary in speed so much, and it's
There's also been a huge
you're
influx
right.
of,
The jurisdiction of that is
yeah,
impossible to govern over.
and
Yeah,
there's been a huge influx of people using them for delivery purpose, like Uber Eats and DoorDash
right.
deliveries. So like the people who are using them for that, it's like, you know, oh, one thing on their mind: delivery, 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 delivery. You know, like they're not really trying to focus on safety or time. Um, or no, they are only focusing on time, I should say. Not safety.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
What?
it's when you get that situation where it's like, okay,
Dude,
you're
drop my
causing a problem
pizza.
for everybody.
So Brandon,
The-
you said the bikes are made for the streets, but like in my under my circumstances, um, is it cool that I'm on the sidewalk?
So it is only illegal to ride on the sidewalk in certain places. You need to look it up per your area. I know for a fact that New York City, it's illegal. Newport, Rhode Island, which is like that's where I'm. That's the state I'm in, so I know that one for sure. Um, you can't ride on the sidewalk; it is illegal. You will get a fine, but it's just because of the amount of like foot traffic. They don't want people riding through people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Brandon, do
So
you know
you
anything about?
can, but you have to just keep in mind the speed. You know, like you can't go as fast as like you can on the sidewalk because what's it called? A sidewalk.
Yeah.
So we have to just
That's
think of
actually
it that way.
a
Or
huge
I could
problem
do
in
like
this city right now.
What was that?
It's a huge problem right now in Philadelphia because people actually are getting hit by cars in what I call it's called Center City, in the Center City area, and yeah, people are the bike drivers are increasing by a huge amount, and they're fighting for their right to, you know, have uh to just simply exist. They want to drive
I
their
know a few
bikes,
folks.
and
Yeah, I know a few cyclists in Philly. Yeah.
yeah,
Brandon,
and
do you
and
know
they
any?
want their bike lanes, and people are not obeying that those lanes. They're parking their cars in the lanes. Yeah, it's very difficult to abide
What
with these
what were
people,
you
with car people.
what were you trying to say, Jeff? I'm so sorry. You were definitely trying to say something. I don't want you to feel like you got cut off.
Uh, no, I was just trying to ask you if you know anything about electric trikes.
I have seen those. Yes, they are a thing. And honestly, if you're worried about balance, a trike is a great option. A lot of times they already come kind of with a trailer attached too,
Right.
which is great because it's like, oh, all the storage that I could possibly need already attached. Fuck yeah. So yeah, I have seen those, and if you're looking to get one, I recommend it.
Okay, because I was thinking about going to the local supermarket, which is 5 minutes away.
Oh,
Um,
James is saying he has four of them.
oh, really?
I throw 'em.
Good luck. I in the desert they have bike lanes, and there's still hit and runs. The people that are killing the bikers.
Yeah, well, and a lot of times in certain areas, it comes down to the mindset of the drivers, where they will look at a cyclist as, even if you're nowhere near being like a problem for them, they look at you as like, you're in my way. It's like,
Right.
no,
You're an
there are
impediment.
2 lanes fully open that you can use to go around me, but you have a problem with the fact that I'm using, well, so technically by law, you should be allowed 6 feet from the edge of the road to where the car passes you. So
Mhm.
you get 6 feet, which is not that's nothing. When you really think about how wide a road is, it's like, why are you throwing a fit over my 6 feet?
You know, I walk in a development here, or when I'm in the desert, and I use a walker, and I'm right close to the curb, and still
Mhm.
cars stop and give me a hassle.
Yeah,
Like, why aren't
and
you on the sidewalk?
well, and then you've got the like parts of the country where you can go like 40 miles and not see a fucking sidewalk anywhere.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
like, what sidewalk?
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why my ex-wife and I moved to Woodstock. There were no sidewalks. It was all dirt when we moved in.
You didn't move there for the music and the drugs?
No, we moved after the music. Well, the drugs were still there, but we moved after the music. But the drugs were always there.
Oh yeah. It's okay. We all love the drugs.
Yeah. And the
We take them
musicians
every
were
day.
there.
We
Yeah,
take drugs every day, right?
that's right. Right.
The 60s and the 70s were the good days where everyone was walking around just putting soap up their nose. Beautiful
Yep.
days. Wasn't nobody getting putting fentanyl in nothing. People were living their best life. It was just freely used everywhere. It was the thing.
Pokey, so earlier today, you were the only male surrounded by a bunch of females, and
Hey,
now Lufa is the only female surrounded by a bunch of males.
Lufa's great. You guys got to watch that one-on-one we had. It was amazing.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Sunday.
Sunday.
I will never watch it. I don't like to watch myself.
You look amazing on camera. And then you're not on camera a lot, so you're like cleaning up and stuff.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say sorry about that. I just, like this whole time y'all been talking, I've been cleaning still because I just need to keep my mind occupied. So I'm always doing something. So I just gotta keep doing something. And if
It's
it's
all right.
got some true crime shit playing in the background, and then it's hard for me to like hear, so it's easier for me to like clean and hear. Yeah. And then I just fed the cat. Tony ate just way too fucking fast, so he's gonna end up throwing up, which is gonna be a pain in my ass. But
Yeah, the gray boy in my lap right now, he's guilty of that all the time. Oh, he will absolutely
slow down,
fly through his food and then puke
chill.
all of it up.
Well, and he's not allowed to have dry food because of how he eats and because he can't digest it. So
Same.
he can only have his wet food, which means like he doesn't get the same amount of nutrients as the girls who can have dry food throughout the day, but they prefer dry food. But I think it's just a boy thing. I think it's just a boy cat thing. But he is, and in the morning when he's ready to eat and I haven't woken up yet, he makes sure that his paw is in my face, letting me
Have you
know.
ever have you ever gotten a claw in your lip?
Yes. Oh my God. Oh, that's what I imagine the piercing would feel like, but 10 times worse because it just
Yeah,
stinks.
I'm talking about you, dummy. Yes, you. Sorry.
Yeah. And then he's sassy. He's so sassy.
Mm. Do you have a twin brother? I
Me?
think you have a. I'm
Oh,
talking.
I was gonna say I'm an only child.
No, I'm talking to my cat. I'm asking if he has a twin brother.
We have 20 cats, hippo and squirrel.
Okay, so that one here
Oh,
that Pete sent
wait,
me.
actually, hang on, Pookie. Before you move on, did my did the seizure alert dog question get brought up?
No, it didn't. I was waiting for you to do it yourself.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to run like immediately after like posting that I wanted it brought up, and I didn't realize it. But yeah, no, my girlfriend pointed out that like technically we're all eligible for like a service dog. Um, and like I don't know, I don't know anybody with epilepsy that we've met in the chats, in the streams, anything, um, who has a seizure alert dog. Would like, what do you guys think about that? Would you get one?
Kate has one.
Kate has one?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's not stopping seizures.
Well, no, it's not
but-
stopping, but like, I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, I think when she had a seizure, she just didn't have it with her. But yeah, she is a dog.
Okay.
I'd get one just to get a dog.
I'll not get one because I don't want to take care of an animal.
That was
And
my thing where I'm like, yeah, you get a free dog, but it's not really a free dog if you have to take care of it and walk it. And if I have to wake up early to walk the dog, then that's a whole other thing that's going to affect my epilepsy. Like,
We used to have a pit mastiff. He was a great dog. Such a great dog. We were taking care of him for a friend of mine whose aunt who was incarcerated for some alleged things. But then she got the dog back, and it was really sad because we had him for like 4 years.
Kevin, what do you think about the getting a seizure alert dog?
I don't like dogs.
Okay,
I'm not
that's
a
fair.
dog or cat person. But
So
if it works,
you don't like
if it
this
works,
face right here? You don't like this face?
I have no opinion. It does not. It does not bring anything up in me.
Okay.
I like it. I like something that serves a purpose, and we have a cat because we have this house is like 100 years old, and tons of mice come up through the floors, and my cats are great for getting rid of mice. So
just having a cat,
yeah,
the smell of like the cat in the house deterred mice. Yeah, I haven't seen a mouse in like 4 years.
yeah, they're great for that. So we keep a cat around. They're excellent for getting rid of mice. Yeah, but they don't get rid of rats. We don't. There's no rats around here. They're in the city down there, but I don't know. I'm getting off on a tangent. Go proceed.
Rick, what do you got?
About what?
So would you be willing or like open to getting a seizure alert dog? And if you are, why don't you already, I guess?
So we do have 3 dogs in the house, so I don't know if I want to bring another one in. But I could maybe train a couple of them. So I know that so one of the dogs, he does get anxious when I'm out of it. So I guess he kind of is an alert dog, but he also gets anxious when I just walk in the room too sometimes. So that's kind of hard to say. So yeah, I guess yes, I would if I didn't have any other dogs, and I guess I probably should train these guys because I never thought of that.
Yeah, I had not even like the thought hadn't even crossed my mind about seizure alert dogs until a few days ago when my girlfriend brought it up. She was like, why have you never mentioned this? And I was like, huh, I don't know. That's a good question though.
Jeff, how about you?
It's like most things in my life, it's complicated. When I was in the desert, I wanted to get a dog, not necessarily a seizure alert dog, but just any dog. And the concerns were that there are a great many days that I'm not able to take care of it. And I mean, we have a cat here in Pennsylvania who I adore, and I wanted to get. If I couldn't get a dog, I wanted a cat. But the same concern. They were just if I had to come home back to PA as I did, our cat here doesn't particularly care for other cats.
Yeah.
So it would have been a problem. But I would still love to get a dog. And maybe one day I'll win that war.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also, thank you, James, for chatting in your response because I was just about to ask you. You were like the next one on the docket, but you were ahead of me. Thank you so much.
The icebreaker. Did I ask you the icebreaker, Kevin and Brandon? I mean, Brandon?
I was here earlier, remember? Yeah, you got me with the icebreaker hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Rick, actually, yeah, Kevin too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think you got me.
Yeah, I meant to say Brandon first, but also Rick. What was it?
Oh, I don't know if Rick got it. Yeah, sorry.
I was here earlier, but I did not get the icebreaker.
What would be your response when you're saying something and someone says, "So what?"
Oh, that's kind of my generation thing where we say "so what" or whatever. So that's kind of normal speak. I guess it depends on the context. Like if I'm talking about like, hey, I had a seizure yesterday and got to the ER and somebody says, "So what?" I'd probably not be happy about that. But if somebody said, you know, if I said, hey, I didn't really like that slice of pizza, and somebody said, "So what?" So I guess it really depends on the context. So, or we could.
You and I had the exact same answer to a T. I mean, like wording slightly off, but to a T, the same.
You guys are the vets right here.
And East Coast, I think, does it too.
No, I mean Kevin, Brandon, and Rick. You guys were all the first time I was here. You guys were here, first day. Yeah, let me move forward. Someone said general advice, struggling to adjust. 31-year-old. I just diagnosed with epilepsy on Tuesday after my first seizure last Thursday. So it's been a big week for me coming to terms with this and figuring out how my life is going to change moving forward. The main thing I'm struggling with is getting around. I drive to work 4 days a week, and on my days off, I'm the main errand runner between my husband and I. So figuring out a new normal for that proving tough. So far, I've been Ubering to and from work and depending on other people to drive me Instacart or for groceries. I hate Ubering, and I feel like every other one is going to get something who clearly smokes cigarettes in their car, which I'm really sensitive to. Public transport isn't a great option. It would end up taking me like 4 times long to get where I need to go. And honestly, I'm not willing to lose that much time out of my day towards traveling. That being said, I think Uber is the easiest option and looks like the least expensive, but does anyone have any experience making deals with private drivers or anything? Where do they give them a schedule and go to and from work? If so, how do you set that up separately? I know there's a lot of other people have experienced the same sort of brain fog and feeling off of Keppra after certain days. My job is pretty intense, and I have days with nonstop appointments where my ability to think quickly, react quickly, and upbeat and on the on all the time is pretty vital. And having successful appointments, I was able to take a few days off, so I've only had one appointment today so far, but it was exhausting. And I'm really, really anxious and about to have to do this all the time now. Do people really feel that they did actually adjust after being on Keppra and that they were able to feel more normal after a few weeks? I'm anxious that I have to make new accommodations at work if I don't adjust to this. And I don't know, I don't want to, don't want to need a person if I don't have to be. I know this part of me is adjusting to being someone with a disability now, but in terms of avoiding people treating me differently, I really like to have some hope that this will get better. General advice for someone struggling in the beginning. You're gonna have to make those accommodations for work. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to figure something out about getting to work, either Ubering or calling somebody. That's gonna have to happen because either you're gonna be disappointed about the 4 hour ride to get there. I mean, yeah. So prepare. It's gonna get rough. Prepare for the rough because it's coming.
Yeah, that's where neighbors and friends come in handy, especially like, if you could do chores, if you could mow somebody's lawn and they give you rides, or, you know, find somebody at work. Sometimes there's like a carpool thing. I guess it depends on what type of job. I always worked mostly office jobs, so there's always people who could carpool, or people can, pitch in for rides, back and forth, things like that. But yeah, I guess it depends on where this person lives. There might be Uber or Lyft discounts. Um, they could get the doctor to, mention that they're disabled, or use some type of thing where there's different states, different counties, different areas that have different help. So it really depends on where they're at. And like I said, try to work it out where they do chores, they do stuff, and they can get rides. I know it's rough. I'm fortunate because my wife could drive me places, but I could also imagine there's no mass transit where I am, so I would be in the same position where I'd have to Uber, Lyft, or try to arrange stuff.
Kevin, you got anything for that?
Adjusting to it as an adult, um, oh, that's a very immediate change. And I've always depended on others. So, I mean, my dependence was always over time and so slow, and my evolution with this disorder has been over time. I can't imagine what it's like to just be an adult and have all these um, things taken away from you. That must be a completely different change for you. Uh, have your license one day taken away. Have your freedoms one day taken away. Um, but you're going to have to build these networks that we all depend on, like friends and family, and I have to depend on my family for these things. But yes, you're going to have to over time, or so very suddenly, build networks with maybe coworkers to get to work, or I don't know, ride share, something like that. You know, it's going to be a change, but you know, I mean, best of luck with that, and good fortune with that.
Or you could do like Brandon, get you a bike.
Oh, yeah, right. It depends how far you live from work. Bike's always a good
Get
option.
that bike. I mean, I
Mhm.
get like I ride I'm like fairly fat. So if you were to Google Maps like directions to a certain place and it were to say an hour, um I'd probably be able to do it in about like 40-45, you know? So like the average pace that it gives isn't accurate to each rider. Um you have to kind of figure out your own, but it like if you go at your own pace, that's chill, and you're not overexerting yourself, which can cause you to be more prone to a seizure, as we all know. You know, if you're sweating and huffing and puffing, you're more likely to seize. Um, then yeah, it's if you go at a chill pace and know how to handle yourself on a bike without getting stressed out, you can get anywhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, Lufa, you there? I was gonna ask Lufa because this person is also a female. But if she's not here, yeah, James said he gets around on a bike too. I got another one here. Focal seizures that come on a monthly basis. So apparently I've been having focal seizures for over 5 years and only recently learned that they were seizures. They'd been misdiagnosed as panic attacks for years until I finally was able to see a neurologist. I'm still sort of processing the diagnosis, but I did have a question for anyone that might be having somewhat similar experiences to me. Now I have a better understanding of what's going on. So I get focus seizures on sort of a monthly schedule, not dissimilar to a period, usually lasts around 3 to 7 days, with me experiencing as many as 1 seizure per hour on the worst days. I'm fully aware that these seizures can be influenced by hormones. The only thing that confuses me is that I've been on and off birth control for years, often using the pill to skip periods, and it doesn't seem to greatly affected the monthly schedule of my seizures. They are fairly regular. How does this work? Has anyone else similar experienced this? Anybody else get seizures once a month? No, this sounds like kind of a female thing, and we landed in the wrong category.
Actually, for a bit, I was getting kind of like monthly seizures. It wasn't like, you know, down to the day, but it was happening like seemingly around the end of each month for about 5 months. And in my epilepsy journal, one of the things that you can check off for reasons is it literally says due for one, where sometimes your body is just kind of like due for it. And if that's a monthly thing, that makes sense, I will say.
Have you ever thought they should do a correlation study with men and their hormones and epilepsy?
I was gonna say men and hormones. There has been studies like there is like a male period, like so to speak, where our hormones do like go through fluctuations. Like if you ever all the men here, if you ever feel like you have a weepy time of the month, that's your male period. It is a thing. Okay.
So in the comments, somebody said mine were similar before I started taking testosterone. I would get extremely anxious and restless before my period, which is also commonly something that happens before my seizures. I have other triggers as well. So it wasn't an exclusive for me, but it was a factor. Another female said, yeah, that is me exactly. I want to hold your hand right now and march into the neurologist's office. I take BC pills on a continuing basis, so I don't even have to get my period. Nonetheless, these damn focal seizures haunt me on a monthly basis, just like yours. The first day is bad, and then it gets better over the course of a few days to a week. What does your neuro think? Mine is baffled.
Where did all of our females go? Lufa! Lufa!
Right, Lufa, where you at?
Also, like, we need Kate and Sailor Mom, and come on.
Yeah. So I got a new one. 23 years old, just got diagnosed. I'm pretty new here, and I got diagnosed with TLE this Thursday. I thought my seizures were just migraine auras, and that I had very bad migraines that made me throw up for hours and made me go to the hospital. But I turned out that these might be auras were seizures, and many seizures in a row give me bad migraines. But as I said, I was diagnosed on Thursday, and I've never heard of this condition before, and I feel so lonely. I have had 2 to 5 seizures every day at work and home these past weeks because of stress. So now I'm having a long-term sick leave for a month. Norway, aka paid sick leave for a month on end, and I cry almost every day after I got the diagnosis because I feel so lonely and lost. My favorite hobby is climbing, and I have a driving lesson next week, but now I'm not allowed to do any of them, until I can control my seizures. I don't understand my own condition, so it's hard to explain for my friends and family. I feel so lost and alone, and it's so scary to know if I'm going to get worse seizures than I already have, and that the doctor said probably have seizures in my sleep because I wake up exhausted. I also am supposed to start taking Lamictal now, but I am scared because I have ADHD and I struggle so hard to just take my ADHD medication and read it that could be dangerous to forget to take a pill. I am so scared. Doesn't say if it's a female or a guy, but yeah, I got before 16, I wasn't scared. When I started paying attention to myself, I got kind of scared. Like, damn, this is serious. I didn't take it as serious at first. As a child, I didn't know anything. I was told you have epilepsy, take these pills. Child, like I said, after I started paying attention to it, I started like, oh man, this is really going on, and I should have paid attention to this 5 years ago.
If driving wise, yes, we all understand that. That sucks. The climbing thing, though, they don't have to give that up as long as they just make sure that they're like harnessed properly. That's the whole point of the climbing harness. If you slip or you can't hold on, you're protected. So they can still do that. They just have to make sure they're safe about it. It does suck though, like finding out and trying to work through it, what can I do? What can I do?
Especially in the first beginning, you're like, I got no one. I don't know anyone who goes through this. Like, I thought it was a world just me. To be honest, I was like, I don't know who has this. I don't know if it's just me. Is it that rare?
And then you end up finding out, like, I thought it was rare when I got diagnosed, because the only other person that I knew, who I still need to get on this fucking chat, but like his memory is shot, and also, the ADHD that a lot of us have too, where he's like, yeah, I'll be there. No, I gotta think. Anyway. He was the only other person that I knew who had epilepsy, and I hadn't even spoken to him in like 6 years or something, and then now we like talk a lot, but it was because of because I got diagnosed, and I was like, hey, you're someone I can talk to. but also now with the chat and everything, and it's like, oh, so many people have this that don't have anyone to talk to, so you don't realize that they have it because they don't think that they have anyone to talk to.
Yeah, I bet I've walked past or had so many conversations with people with epilepsy and just never brought it up because, like, who wants to talk about my epilepsy? Well,
I don't just mention it as like, "Hi, I'm Brandon. I have epilepsy. How are you?" Like, that'd be fucking.
Hey, I got this nice bracelet here. It says I have epilepsy. Check it out.
Well, at least if you give someone a handshake and they see it and they ask about it, then you can explain without it being weird.
Being that it is red, it kind of sticks out a lot, so that's great. That was the goal. They didn't have a yellow one, but yeah, it's red. It sticks out, regardless of what I'm wearing.
Pokey, how are you yawning and stretching right now? For you, it is 6 o'clock. What is going on?
When you smoke pot, it just seems to happen like that. It's all over the place. Wide awake though. Yeah.
He didn't even. He wasn't even looking. He wasn't even looking. I'm wide awake too. I'm smoking.
Yeah, I got this right here. It was the response to that 23-year-old just getting diagnosed. Someone said I was diagnosed in my mid-20s. I didn't know anyone with it, and it was tough in the beginning. You have to put in effort to get into a routine and taking medication every day, put an alarm on your phone to remind you every day. Over time, I found out things that can bother me, like alcohol and caffeine and lack of sleep. Be diligent. Someone else said, what were your symptoms like? I have had something similar, deja vu, so intense that in my episode, my boyfriend panicked. My visual orbs were diagnosed as silent classic migraine as the frequency was high. We are still investigating. 23 to find out. I think that would have been better than me finding out at 16. I probably would have paid attention to it. Another post right here says, maybe epilepsy. First timer. I have been experiencing ringing in my ears at night, and it escalates to the point of extreme pain in terms of loudness, and it's very loud sounding. Sharp stabbing pains in my head when it is at the loudest, then follows some kind of convulsion. My body locks up and spasms and jerks uncontrollably. My wife says I also make some kind of noise, like I'm shocked. This has been going on for a year. I only realized yesterday that it might be epilepsy. I don't have much knowledge of the condition. So I saw my doctor today. I have an MRI on Monday and the appointment with a neurologist in a few weeks. I have been told I am not allowed to drive or do my job. Traffic controller. Does anyone else have any experience with these symptoms? Feeling a bit overwhelmed and apprehensive. Didn't give much experiences about epilepsy. None of those sounded like seizures. He really just said the ringing in his ear is like I don't know. I get ringing in my ears. I don't get the stabbing pains. Might that be epilepsy, you guys?
I didn't hear any other of his symptoms other than the ringing of his ears. So I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, like if it's just ringing in his ears, like he probably just has tinnitus.
Did he have a seizure yet? Like, I'm a little. He didn't really clear it up there for us.
Yeah, made it a little tough.
A little bit.
He just said basically the ringing in the ears.
That could be anything.
You just have tinnitus,
That
dude.
could literally be anything.
Yeah. like I know so many people who just went to too many concerts when they were young, and now they have a constant ringing in their ears. It's tinnitus.
Yeah, the last thing I would worry about for me is ringing in my ears because I blast my music, so I would just chalk it up to me blasting my music.
Yeah, it was like when I went to the concert, I didn't hear the ringing until I got home and it was silent and I laid in my bed and it's just like
And then
ringing.
you hear it. And then you hear it.
I'm like, it was that loud that I didn't hear it till now. Like,
No
the
regrets.
whole Uber ride, I was asleep. So,
Oh,
man.
how I miss going to concerts.
Why can't you go to concerts?
No, I'm just like a grumpy old man at this point, even though I'm not old. I'm just like,
Fair enough.
yeah, just grumpy
I
and
get
jaded.
that.
Ugh.
I go
The
to
I don't like
concerts.
being
I go
around
to
people.
concerts by myself.
youths and crowds. Ugh.
How
Crowded and
dare
too
you?
loud.
You little youth monster sitting in crowds, you gross speck.
Well, no, it's more it's the youths and then separately the crowds. It could be a bunch of old people in a crowd. It's the combo.
Crowds. I have social anxiety, but I prefer to go to concerts by myself because I feel that it's more of a burden to go with someone else. No offense to the other people.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, because then you
when
gotta
I
get the
when I go to a concert or something, um, it's always that burden of like, where's the person I came with? But if you just go by yourself, you're completely unburdened. It's like
yeah, you can get whatever seat you want. You can do
also
whatever
you can
you
leave whenever
want.
you want.
Yeah, it's like it's the best going by yourself, and so many people are like, "What? You're so brave for that." And I'm like, "What do you mean I'm brave?" Like I get it. People are weird at concerts, but people are weird everywhere. I go for the enjoyment of the concert, not for pictures and shit.
Yeah, I like taking like one video or
Yeah,
like
of course I'll take
picture
pictures, but some people go
just
like
to.
it's a fucking photo shoot. Like it's
But
like
yeah,
med.
you can't act like oh well. Also, you get the people who are holding up their camera in front of your like you're behind them.
Or with the flash on in front of your face too, and you're
Fuck
like,
off.
dude, get out of here.
I'm sorry, James. I'm going to respond to what you messaged me. I don't remember what I was talking about when you said you agree.
I kind of look like a big weirdo right now, but I'm about to dye my hair.
Well, I was like thinking earlier. I was like, dang, Loof is all glammed up today.
Yeah, no, I did that because I was bored, but I'm gonna dye my hair because I'm bored.
Dressed up in a full suit just to walk to the grocery store and get like a couple vegetables and something, like sometimes
I
you
got
just want
something.
sometimes you just want to get fancy.
I got something here. It says, my mom just asked something that made me really sad. I told her about how my other friends with epilepsy has been kind of pulling away. And then she admitted she's feeling overwhelmed about my epilepsy and stuff, but like didn't tell me for months. To be honest, I lost a lot of friends when my epilepsy got bad. I don't have many friends, and my mom was like, I think you should stop talking about your epilepsy with anyone but family. And I'm like, you want me to be silent about my epilepsy? It kind of made me want to disappear. LOL. Like my epilepsy is just a burden to everyone in my life. I'm so sorry. I can't just fake and smile and pretend disability doesn't affect me in every aspect. How would you deal with such a person who does such things? If it's my mom, how do I deal with that? Mm, mm. My mom is my rock. I don't know. I couldn't imagine my mother saying those things. Mm. Where would you go in this situation, Brandon? I'm assuming this person lives with their mom, so there's no other situation.
Well, I mean, yeah, like my mom is my rock too, but I mean, I live alone.
So I don't know. Yeah, like I can always turn to my mom if I need help, but I don't need to necessarily, I guess. I have more of a like I have more support than just my mom. Wait,
Kevin,
did I answer that correctly or did I completely miss the plot there?
I think the response was just like, how do you deal with basically the closest person to you telling you, you know, you shouldn't talk about your epilepsy, keep it to yourself,
Oh,
basically.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, that would drive me insane. Because the people who are closest to you are supposed to be understanding. And if someone were immediately like, or the second that someone was dismissive or trying to be like, please stop talking about this, I would just cut them off because that's not fair to like us as people. You know what I mean? Like we are still human. We still have things that we need to talk about and deal with. And if someone who did that to me suddenly turned around and was like, oh, I'm having an anxiety attack, I'm not just going to be like, yeah, so what? I would try and help them. It's just you got to be helpful to everybody no matter what.
Sound like if this person isn't being empathetic to your situation, maybe you need to make this person understand your situation a little more. I don't know. It doesn't sound like uh she's getting the full picture. Something's missing here, or I'm not getting the full context. Perhaps she doesn't understand something, uh, the depth of what you're going through, or the depth of how much this is hurting you. Um, or maybe she has I don't know what her hangup is, but I think that this maybe you just need to get through to her somehow, because it sounds like you can't cut this person out of your life. This isn't a person you can get rid of. And so you need to, perhaps at some point, you have to, is there a responsibility on your shoulders to make this person understand? Because if they're not going to understand, maybe you need to get through to them. You need to break through to that. Does that sound fair?
Any answer is a good answer. It's going to help somebody.
Not even just to say that it was just an answer. It was a good answer, Kevin.
Yeah.
It was a good answer.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to help someone. Someone will hear your answer and say that was the perfect answer, like Brandon. People started calling seizures fits, and it just not sitting right with me. I've seen an upward trend in people calling seizures epileptic fits, as of recently, and it's making me wonder why the word seizure isn't enough. Why are they calling them fits now? Because I associate the word fit with something that people always consciously do. Like a little kid threw a fit because they couldn't get what they wanted, or something along those lines. While seizures, on the other hand, are obviously something we can't control and aren't something we would go out of our way to have. What is everyone's thoughts on this? I've heard it. If you've heard it, or even not, how do you feel about it? That's like saying people have the panic attacks. I don't like when they say it and then you get misdiagnosed for it, but yeah, I don't let them. Depends on who's saying it. or the context, like you're having a fit or something like that. But yeah, I hate that they're calling the non-psychogenics and stuff like that, saying they're not seizures. Yeah, those are crazy to me. You're having fits and episodes, and it's not a seizure, it's a in your mind type thing. So yeah, I understand the person there. That can get annoying, especially how your mental health is going. Certain people take it harder than others. I go through a comment. First comment says, I'm a boomer, and my mother always called them fits. It was embarrassing to her. I think 4 of her 5 children have epilepsy. I think back then it was shameful, like epilepsy was related to mental illness. Times change.
4 out of 5?
Time to
Holy
stop having kids.
shit. Whoa. Sorry, I mean, it sucks. We all understand, but like that is just a wild percentage.
Yeah, especially when you don't like it. So then you got to think bad about 4 different children. The next comment says, I think it's very common in older populations and more of a European term. Maybe you are from North America. Maybe it's just my family, though. I'm in part of the US. Older family members would call them spells and super hushed tones. You know, the way racists say black in a whisper when describing a person's race, like that. My grandmother called my seizures fits until the week before she died. She was 94, I was 47. Has to be a generational thing.
I mean, nomenclature does change. I mean, I was calling my seizures certain things that I didn't even know until like last week. You know, the petite malls, I was calling them, I thought the myoclonics were, you know, petite malls. And then I think Brandon, you actually gave me a further definition of that. But I was pretty sure my first neurologist called them petite malls. And but I'm pretty sure that guy was a kook. Um, yeah, yeah.
And
I'm
that's the
pretty
thing.
sure, yeah.
Like,
And but
you're living with
yeah,
it
yeah.
day to day, so you like it's easier for you to sort of see the small nuances that I mean, like we've been talking about, and like Pookie said when he went to his neurologist, like he had everything written down, you know, where it's like if you don't have everything to a T written down, there's gonna be something you're gonna forget. It's bound to happen, you know, and then that small thing may make your neurologist go, oh well, it sounds more like this.
Well, where did I learn the word petite mall from then? Because because I've been using that word for so long. I've been using that word since my teens, and so I mean, I don't know. It's just, but I saw the chart of all the seizures and their types, and it's like I don't know, 30 or 40 types of them, or something like that, 20, 30. So
Yeah, and it's wild that people only think of the I can't remember who
So-
said it. I kind of hate the term, but the floppy fish.
yeah,
That was Jocelyn.
That was just okay.
I love that term, the floppy fish.
I
I'm
also
not
love
too
the
offended.
involuntary
Yeah.
breakdance. I think it was. That was another one that I heard that was good.
I mean, if you're going to use the word fit, you know, I'm not terribly offended, you know, unless you know, they're being a dick about it or something.
Yeah, it really just comes down
So
to like
whatever.
the tone that's used by the person saying it, you know, like if I know you and I know that you respect me and my condition and you say, you having a fit, I'm gonna be like, ah, fuck you. You know, but I won't take
Yeah.
it seriously. But if it's somebody who I have a problem with or whatever, and they're like, oh, having a fit, it's like, fuck you.
completely different like intonations of the same words. You know, like you could say it one way.
Mhm.
I can respond with this with one phrase. You could say it another way with a different tone. I could respond with the same words with a different tone, and it means something totally different.
Right. It's like, all right, man, and you can cut that shit out now, or because it's
Fuck around and find out.
disrespectful. Yeah.
No, for me, it's fuck around and find out. I have um like many years of fight training, throwing knives. Yeah, like if somebody wants to fuck around, they're gonna find out.
Yeah, you got I see all those bike parts. Yeah, you could really use them as a, you know, what I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, what was he? I got lost in the conversation. I don't know.
uh, I think it was when people aren't respecting you, or what was that? What it was, Pokey?
Oh, okay, yeah, you're gonna use them as a weapon or something.
Oh no, I
What,
was saying no, no, no.
I
Saying if
think
someone
I think I made a joke and it got totally lost.
okay.
Okay. Uh, uh, the, pa- the past minute is completely deleted. Delete the
Throwing
past
knives
minute.
seems
It
great,
was just
Brandon.
Huh?
There somewhere.
Throwing knives seems great.
Oh, it's so relaxing, and like there's like the behind my apartment, the along the fence is like a it's like wood paneling, or like wood logs. So it's a perfect spot to practice, just right outside my building. Um, and my neighbor, um, like is really into it, and he was amazed with the fact that um I was as good as I am at throwing with only like a month of practice or so. And then I took basically the whole winter off. And then 2 months ago, him and I were out throwing together, and I got it all back.
Mm.
And I was getting throws that he couldn't even do. And he was like, "Dude, what are you? How do you?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. I just know my knife. Like, that's all it is. I know my knife."
That's amazing. It really is.
It's all balance, finding the weight.
Yeah.
Just like when I spin a pen around my fingers, you just find the weight point, and then you can flick it around.
What do you do when you have arthritis in every joint and each finger?
Smoke those joints.
I've been getting really bad. Like, carpal tunnel happens here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been feeling that recently. The carpal tunnel.
But if carpal tunnel is in one spot. I have arthritis in every joint. That's
Oh no, I
14 in
know.
each hand.
I wasn't trying to compare. Sorry, I'm not a certain person who tries to one up everybody else.
I know what you mean, man. Gotcha. We don't keep those kind of people around so very often. But anyway, I got something here. It says sleepy hacks. All right, I need all the sleepy hacks. My 10 milligram melatonin and sleepy time tea isn't cutting it anymore. I'm stayed away from the benzos now, but open to other things. Bring on supplements and routines that work for all of you. Teach me your ways for getting a good solid 8 hours. First of all, I might not get 8 hours. And then secondly, I wish I had some melatonin that works. So that there.
I never get 8 hours. My body is scheduled to wake up. If I have work at 5:30, I will wake up
a few minutes before my alarm every day. And then on weekends when I don't have to wake up early, it's usually around 7:30. And I'm going to bed around 11, 12, like between 11 and 12 every night. So I'm getting 5 to 7, like 5 for the most part, 7 is on the weekends. Um, it- Sleep is like I sleep like a rock though. My body just completely knocks out and makes up for the lack of time. I don't have any sleep hacks that I can add to that, other than just being so exhausted that you just drop.
You know, I mean, it's so hard to get 8 hours because the I don't think the lifestyle of humanity is the lets us get 8 hours. You got to plan ahead for 8 hours. You know, you got to eat your meals at the right time. You got to, you know, do everything. You got to
Have all of
start
your
your
errands
morning.
done.
You know,
Every
everything.
errand has to.
It's got to be a routine. You know, and that's for everyone. And I always say, not just epileptics. It's everyone. You know, they don't get 8 hours because I don't think they're physically fit, and people don't like hearing that. And but everyone needs to have their day. It, you know, it's got to start with waking up at the right time, having that right routine, and you know, even exercise is important. Um, you know, I don't drink water after a certain point because makes me wake up. All those chemicals going through your body, your medicine, yeah. So I think you just got to get in the right routine. I've always emphasized this. Uh, and when you find that one, that helps you get into the good circadian rhythm. That'll then you'll start that metabolism and everything, whatever. Then you'll find a good 8 hours.
And it doesn't necessarily even need to be 8 hours, as long as your body like is used to, okay, at this point in in the day, I'm ready to go to sleep, and then that will give me enough time, more than 5 hours. I know I said I operate okay at 5 hours, but let's be honest, I should be getting more than that.
Yeah.
Like if your body is used to going, this time I go to sleep, this time I wake up, this is the routine,
Yeah.
it will be easier to just fall into it, but you have to kind of force yourself to do it.
Yeah.
I will say if they're falling asleep, like staring at their, or if they're trying to fall asleep, like staring at their phone or something, that's not going to help. Like the blue light, I think it is, thing
It's a good
is
point. Yeah.
it is real. You have to watch out for that. Also, it depends on how much time they spend in bed when they're not sleeping, because I have read that so like if you just hang out in your bed um and like watch TV but you're not going to sleep, your body doesn't associate the bed with sleep as much. So like the only time that I go into my bed is when I'm going to sleep. So the second that I lay down, my body knows, okay, it's bedtime. If I were to like lay down on the couch or something, it wouldn't like happen as easily. Like I wouldn't fall asleep as easily. Because my body's like, no, this is where we
hang out and watch TV.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, it is a real thing. Like, just try to only go into your bed when you're actually going to sleep, and it will help you fall asleep easier.
Yeah. So the thing with the getting 8 hours of sleep, my body is usually waking up around the time it usually wakes up when I take my pills, which is 10. So I'm usually looking at the wall around 9:30 to 9:50. Then I check the clock and I'm like, oh, it's almost time to take my pills. But other than that, I don't get that full 8 hours because I have insomnia. So sometimes I'm going to sleep at 4 and my body just wakes me up at 10. And then I've been taking this B12 and yeah, I just sometimes I wake up at like 7 or 8 and I just can't go back to sleep.
I have found, like, because on the weekends my body still will want to wake up early, that it, like, scrolling through like the mod chat or like whatever has been said in the mod chat or the tip jar chat or whatever, for like 5 minutes. At that point I'm like, oh, okay, I'm good. And I like pass out again.
Yeah, sometimes I'm able to go back to sleep. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I fight that sleep, the one where you like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah, so
Did
I
you see
fight
the
that.
wait, hang on, Pokey. I guess, wait, what was the last question that we were talking about?
The 8 hours of sleep.
Oh yeah, Toaster, what do you got?
Toaster isn't able to get 9 hours.
Oh
Actually,
God,
like Scott.
I do. I have ecstopher. Now I am an insomniac as well. Um, s- always. I was the child that got in trouble for reading under the covers at night instead of, sleeping.
I need
Um,
glasses because I would read books at night from the
yep.
hall light, and it wasn't enough, so my eyes just got.
I had a flashlight that put straight on my shoulder so I could read, and then I'd wind under the covers. But I've always had problems, and it kind of came to a head when I was 14 or 15, and I got a sleep study done, and they were like, "Okay, you're supposed to sleep for this," and then I didn't sleep. And so they came back and they were like, okay, we're going to make you go to sleep. And I don't remember what they gave me, but I went to sleep. And then they're like, okay, you're waking up like every hour or so. Do you know that? Yeah, I do. So it's trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep. It's two different things. And the combination of Excopri and Ambien is just divine. Not only does it get me to sleep, it makes me stay asleep for like 8 to 10 hours.
Wow, you were answering correctly. Go keep going.
There's Strange New Worlds.
That's
And
the one.
then
Okay.
that's Captain Pike. Like before, it's Enterprise before James T. Kirk captains it. And this past episode was basically them trying out the holodeck for the first time. It's very reminiscent of the next gen um episodes where Captain Picard's in the holodeck and doing mysteries.
Interesting.
I'm watching Next Gen right now.
Oh,
TNG.
and Pokey, it's hilarious because my screen, like in the gallery view, is next to yours. And so when I don't have the green ring around me, my screen next to yours looks so fluid. It looks like we're sitting in the same room because I don't know, like the light and the colors flow so perfectly.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Meaning that my background is white. Yeah. What was I gonna say? But yeah, like sleeping 8 hours lately, like I try to fight it. I try to fight that going to the bathroom because I know if I go to the bathroom, I'm up now. Because like I said, this unwanted energy is there for some reason. I can't sleep. Like I'll yawn, I'll smoke, and that's the only way to get tired is smoking. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this works.
Oh shit.
But I don't want to smoke every night, so sometimes
You
I
gotta
just
get yourself, you gotta get yourself an actual sleep bed. Like, and I don't mean like just dive into straight Ambien or something like that. I mean, there's other sleep meds out there. Like there's
Well,
Seroquel. Seroquel is a good one, and it's not.
well, and he tried melatonin, but it didn't work.
Well, melatonin, one, our meds will affect our melatonin intake and our body's ability to actually use melatonin. What's funny is melatonin makes you sleepy, but it's not the only thing that can make you sleepy. And I
Uh,
forgot what,
oh,
I
sorry,
I don't
Toaster.
want to
I'm gonna
go
cut
ahead.
you off for 1 second. I'm so sorry. I did not realize how late it was. I'm gonna head out. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their evening.
yeah.
We're gonna
So
get to the insomniac club.
yeah, Toaster. I'm taking hydroxyzine. Well, no, that's what they gave me for the insomnia to sleep, but I do not take it because they wanted me to take it with melatonin, and then 3 times a day. So basically, it just had me sleepy all day. It
No,
just
it's
had
not
me,
like, you know.
yeah, it just had me prepared to go to sleep. It's like take these 3 times a day, and then at night take a melatonin with them. And I was just like, I don't have time to sleep all day. Yeah, never worked. Yeah, they wanted me to get what's it called? Um, those other pills, the melatonin to take with it.
I
I mean, I did it
really,
one day. I did it one day and it didn't work, and the next day I didn't do it.
I actually do recommend Seroquel
I heard that.
as because yeah, as a sleep med, it's weird when the Ambien stops working, I go to Seroquel, and when the Seroquel stops working, I go to Ambien. It's like switches off like every year or so.
Seroquel pretty heavy as a drug.
Um, Surprisingly, yes, it's like this tiny little pill, and I take two of them for 150. Well, no, excuse me, I take three. Yeah, and it's supposed to be okay. My medication regimen: two Seroquel, one Excapri, one Ambien. That's at night. In the morning, I take Depakote and Prozac, and the B12. And the Seroquel is the one that makes you stay asleep. If I wake up in the middle of the night, I am allowed to go get a third pill. And it switches, like sometimes the ambience lower down. Sometimes I don't need the full 12.5. Sometimes I only need like shit. I don't remember. Right now I'm at 12.5. I don't know where you were going with this. But yeah, there's sleep meds out there and you need them.
Yeah, to get 8 hours. Yeah,
Yes.
person needs to find a sleep regimen.
But yes, you don't want to be sleeping all day.
Is it normal to have trouble recognizing faces after a seizure? I had a seizure recently, and since then, I've been having trouble recognizing faces, even people I know well. It's like I know I should be recognizing them, but their faces still register. I can still recognize voices, names, and other details, just not faces themselves. I'm on Kepra 1500 in the AM, 1500 in the PM. Also, I feel like I'm crawling out of my brain. My tongue is raw, and every muscle in my body is tender. How would you measure if How would you measure if you are having a fit while in your sleep? I feel drained. I don't call seizures fits, and to have one in my sleep, have not experienced that I know of yet. But I heard nocturnal seizures suck.
Anyone say you got a nanny cam yet?
I suggest the average surveillance should work.
Also, it's um post-ictal headaches are usually pretty clear. Well, not clear. The headaches are not clear, but I mean distinctive for each person. And also just, the muscle tightness.
Do you have trouble remembering faces? Because I do.
Oh, is that what the question was?
Yeah, I'm really bad with faces, and I'm really bad with names too. Sometimes people will tell me their name and I'll tell them I remember your face but not your name, and then I don't remember the face either. Sometimes I'm just trying to get a story out of them to make them remind me of it, and it never comes back. So
Yeah, I do that. Like
I've had conversations with people and they were just like, you look like you're just out of it. And I was like, no, I'm just trying to remember the situation you're talking about. Continue. But yeah, sometimes people just be talking to me and I do not remember the stories, and I hate to tell them, I don't remember that. And they're like, oh, remember when you were a kid and we used to do this and this? I don't remember that either. But
I would just use a different tactic. I'd come up and be like, "Oh, hey, man.
Use anything
Hey,
but a name.
oh, hey, you. What's up?" I would use like other like terms or whatever. Like, "What's up, dude?"
yeah, I'm bad at that. I was thinking of a situation where I was passing a parking lot and someone was coming out of the parking lot and she yelled at my name, and I turned around like, who knows my name over here? And yeah, she was like, oh yeah, I was at this party or I was at some Thanksgiving something with family, and you don't remember me? My daughter is so and so. I know her daughter, but I've never actually met her. I've heard of her because she's family. So she was giving me all these stories of how I should remember who she is, and yeah,
Should I?
I was just giving in like, oh yeah, I remember this event. Some of those events I did remember. I just could not remember her name or her face. And yeah, she was an older woman. I didn't want to tell her I don't remember you at all. So I just kept going, So I remember the event, just not her. I don't remember her being there. I don't remember her ever introducing herself. All this is word of mouth that she's told me. Rick, you got a problem with faces? Are you pretty good at memory of that like that?
Not with faces, but names. I mean, I used to be good, but I guess my problem is I'll ask somebody their name, and as they're saying it, I'm not paying attention, or it's they'll say their name, and either I was focusing on something else, I didn't really catch it, depending on the situation. Like if it's at work, I'll be like, I'll read their shirt later because our names are on our shirt. Or if it's if it's somewhere else, I'm like,
Everybody needs name tags.
right? Absolutely. So no, it's more like I can't remember their name. It's not, but I'll remember their face. I'm like, oh, that guy goes to church with me, or oh, that's the person who cut me off going to the supermarket.
Yeah.
I definitely remember faces.
Titles and voices.
Mm-hmm.
Voices are easier to remember. Have you ever like watched a show and it's like, wait a second, I know that voice. I know that voice.
Mm-hmm.
Is this from that person from blah blah blah?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like I didn't know. I was listening to a movie and my kids were in the other room watching Aladdin, and I'm like, they're watching Aladdin. I'm like, what am I hearing? I'm like, that sounds like Will Smith. And I'm like, seriously, I'm like, they can't be watching what I just put on. So I go check, and it's Will Smith and Aladdin. And I was like, oh wow. I was like, I'm in here thinking they're turned off what I put on and put something else on. I wasn't actually paying attention to the songs, because if I was, then I would have noticed those are the songs I heard when I was a kid, just sung by Will Smith now.
You were expecting Robin Williams' voice.
Yeah, just some people I don't notice their voice, and then I'm like, oh, I do know that voice. And yeah, like I said, I walked in there and looking at this genie dancing or whatever the case. And I was like, oh yeah, even look at his face. But yeah. Lufa, you got a thing with remembering faces? Oh, you dyed your hair blue?
Don't sound so enthusiastic. Yes. I have
see the
dyed
blue
my hair
hair.
blue, and my blue has dyed me as well. There was a hole in the glove. And when I took off the glove, I looked at my hand, and accepted defeat.
So, yes, I've dyed my hair blue with splat.
Yeah. So the question was just, are you good with remembering faces? Somebody said they have trouble remembering faces.
Yes. Wait, what? Sorry.
Someone said they have trouble remembering faces.
No, I can remember a face. Well, it depends. I don't remember names, but I can recognize a face and not know who they are, but know that I know them.
Well, after a seizure, sometimes I will look at like my mom and I have no clue who the fuck she is.
There's a comment there that says it's also apparently common to have the opposite too, for someone to recognize strangers as familiar faces. My seizures are mainly focal aware, but I had a handful of nocturnal tonic-clonic clusters, and after the worst cluster, every face I saw looked familiar for about a week. It was actually incredibly unsettling. As for measuring nocturnal seizures, I wear a Fitbit and the heart rate tracker, and it is a good indicator. My seizures are just about controlled at the moment, but anytime I've had focal or tonic-clonics, my heart rate goes up to the roof, and for a few minutes during sleep, it is usually logs it as a workout. I get that sometimes to where I'm like telling people you look familiar, and it's some random guy at the store or something. I've did that.
A lot of people look the same to me.
I've done that. Oh, but
Sorry.
I thought that there was I thought after a seizure once there was a woman. I could have sworn it was our Annie. I could have sworn it was Annie. And I remember my dad telling me afterwards, really, really sweet about it. Dude. He was like, if you need Annie, I'll be Annie. But yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look the same. I don't know, some people don't look the same, but then there's just like cluster groups of people that look like where I live right now, a lot of the people just kind of look the same because of how they dress and their hair and their appearance. They all look like they're from one big family. And then people who get like work done to their faces sometimes, like the IG models, a lot of them look the same to me, so I can't tell them apart. Same thing with the guys. I can't tell them apart. They all look the same. So my aunt will be like talking about her friends, and because her friends all kind of look the same to me because of just how they look, I'm usually like, I have no idea who you're talking about, but I wish them the best.
Love the blue.
Thank you.
I move forward.
Yeah, the Blue Line Group.
Say that again.
I'm gonna be part of the Blue Line Group.
Okay. Are my visions temporal lobe epilepsy? So I'm 20-year-old female and I want to share my story and ask for opinions as I am really confused. So these visions, which I would describe as to be images within the mind's eye, if that makes sense, started appearing since I was 10 to 11. They appear to follow a pattern, like they don't happen every day. Whenever I am stressed, they appear to follow a lunar pattern as I've recorded. Also, not every month, but 2 or 3 or even 4 months gap during the visions. I don't even show any other symptoms, and hence no one can even spot what I can. When I am experiencing it, these are visions. Just show some images or messages after a few seconds and it stops and I am back to normal. Like it never happened. I don't know what's going on. Can someone please help me? P.S. I need your help and suggestions. I know as I am too broke for an MRI. Also, my family won't take it as seriously as I have shown no physical symptoms. Please help. This person really needs you guys. family doesn't care. They don't have the money for an MRI. Come on, you guys. Temporal lobe epilepsy. I don't
Oh,
have. I have
first,
epilepsy from brain trauma from the right side of my head. So
first off, they need an EEG, not an MRI. Well, an MRI too. MRI would show if there's like, but an EEG is what people really, 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 really need to show exactly which area of the brain is starting to talk too much without, well, without the funds and without knowing where they are to, but, when auras show up in so many different types. And again, yeah, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, those are a part of um, temporal lobe epilepsy. They're part of all epilepsy, manifest in so many different ways. I I can't say if you have temporal lobe epilepsy, but what you're suggesting, you definitely need to look into possibly being epileptic and having epileptic seizures. An EEG and not just a 30-minute one. Those things don't do shit for you. Need long one.
Rick, don't you have temporal lobe epilepsy?
Yes, I do.
You got a story for us?
So, let me turn the video back on. Yeah, so I had like a decade of having ear infections ate away at the bone on the right side. And long story short, I had a brain abscess happen on my right side. And that's what caused my first seizures. And then the scar tissue that I have here. So now I technically have temporal lobe epilepsy because it happens in my right temporal lobe, right front temporal lobe. So that's what the TLE or temporal lobe epilepsy means, that it comes from like one particular area, which is right here. What I had written in the chat was I agree with Toaster that yes, and also James that yes, EEG is needed. This person needs, I think, education for the family, so maybe they could understand how serious it is. Whether it's either doctors or the Epilepsy Foundation or some other YouTube videos, something like that that would help with educating their families so they take it more seriously. And if there's any charity healthcare where they're at, I'm not sure where this person lives. See if there's any either foundations or if there's any groups that would help defray some of the cost of healthcare. And also teaching hospitals are great to check out because there's a lot of times where in order to help the students, they have different types of care that can be subsidized or maybe even free. So they should look into things like that.
Yes, I love teaching hospitals.
Someone said, day off. Husband can't wait to get his day off. Must be nice. I'm an epileptic SAHN with a 4-year-old who's going through a phase, and I have to do literally everything around the house too. But yeah, I bet you can't wait for your day off. I wonder if I'll ever get one. Does anyone have to live like this? I think basically she's saying she's feeling like she's fed up. That's what it sounds like. I don't live like that. I don't have to do everything around the house and the other person do whatever they want. I don't live that way. Anybody else overwhelmed?
I used to live that way. Responsible for making sure the house was clean. God forbid you put something away and that wasn't the right place, or you thought it was the right place, but wasn't the right place. And just have, well, yeah, even while the kids are at school, I mean, that's where you're taking care of the rest of it. We're trying to keep up with the monster laundry cleanup, taking care of a house is so fucking work, and raising your kids. They're a type of healing, but they're also, well, a part of it. And I don't want to use the word job, but yeah, job. And everyone deserves a break. You just gotta find your out, or you really, really need help getting out of it.
Currently hospital stay. Hey y'all, 33-year-old female, officially diagnosed with focal seizures since May. It's been unknowingly happening since fall of 2024. Been on lamotrigine since May and built myself up to 300 milligrams a month a month ago. I've never missed a dose. 2 days ago, I had 2 back-to-back focal seizures and started feeling extra weird, and my balance was super weird. Couldn't stop leaning to the right and just fell off. Had a friend get me to the ER, and within 30 minutes had another focal while walking to get a blood draw. Sat back down and couldn't do anything but stare at the floors or walls. Couldn't interact with anyone, talk, and my friend told me I was smacking my lips, and if I did answer it, took a few minutes, and it was a one-word answer. Hospital admitted me, got to the MRI, into the room. MRI came back normal. Next day, I had 2 more of those intense staring sessions and lasted between 15 and 30 minutes. Keeping nurses and doctors informed, got an EEG placed on me, and had another intense staring issue. Couldn't talk, smacking lips, etc. For I think another 15 minutes, was caught on the EEG. This one specifically felt like the walls were closing in and I got nauseous. Family that was watching the EEG, who were obviously not medical professionals, said my brain waves were very different than when I was just normally talking. I also forget to mention that I have a pounding headache after each of these sessions. Obviously, I'm not looking for medical advice, but I'm curious if any of these symptoms sound familiar to anyone. The blacking out for 15 minutes. I don't know how long I black out for. Some of them I think sounded like 15 minutes from the stories I've been told. But a hospital stay and the smacking lips, I've heard that wasn't me. I haven't done that, the smacking lips thing, but I hear it's quite common. Well, I've heard 3 or 4 people say it, so I wouldn't say it's common, but it's not unheard of.
Not unheard of, and it's definitely not uncommon for each of us to kind of have a noise, if that makes any sense.
Focal seizures. I haven't had many focal seizures to explain, but shout out to Nature's Made by B12. It's working for the focals, like really working for my focals. Still haven't had one, and yeah, I can just say it's because of that. It's been almost 2 or 3 months, maybe 4. Lost track of how long it's been, but I haven't had one, which is good. Good, really good to me. Got one for that current hospital stay. Someone says, I'm not sure if mine are seizures. I'm also on the lamotrigine, 200 milligrams, but I still get what I call on and off spaghetti leg days, and will be leaning or falling to the right, no balance whatsoever. I've almost tripped over my cat. My worst are the same type as yours, lip smacking, leave earth temporarily, confused after a car accident is what led to my diagnosis. I hope these things get better for you. This is really a whopper of a disease. That it is. I really like some opinions, although I know they won't be the best. I totaled my car last Thursday. I was driving to get my mom something she asked for. This was around 8 p.m., around 8:30 to 8:45. I wake up and this random woman in my car helping me and telling me that I had crashed my car during a seizure. My car had ended up facing down the side of the hill that's under an overpass and against a guardrail. I had ran through a pole on a sign and drove into a ditch. I drove into a ditch before my car stopped on a guardrail. The last thing I remember before seizing was the feeling of an aura. Because of this, I remember going to pull over, which is why I ended up under the overpass and not into another car, thank God. I was going about 75 miles per hour at the hospital. They took a CT scan and everything came back fine. All I had was bruising from the seatbelt, a concussion, whiplash, and my body hurts all over, especially my neck. I had been seizure free for so long, and I have no idea what caused this when I feel so incredibly angry and sad and like I want to scream. I feel so stressed and like I'm grieving something. Part of my family has been making me feel so bad about all this. What if you hit a family of 4? What if you killed someone? What if you died? Like I haven't already thought all these things, and like I don't already feel awful about them. I've totaled my car. I worked so hard to save for it and become seizure free long enough to drive. It's going to take months to save up again for a down payment. I feel like I should have gotten more. I've even processed everything that happened. I'm so angry I feel like I want to scream and cry and break my teeth and just leave. I don't know how to move on from this. I don't know what to do. I feel completely hopeless. This person wants opinions on their dumb decision, but they haven't called it a dumb decision. All they keep talking about is getting back to driving and saving up for a car. I don't suggest it. I don't want to be like your family and keep overbearing you, telling you it's your fault, or I'm not going to say any of that. But I don't think you should drive. Yeah, like they said, you could have killed a family of 4, 5, whoever the case. You could have killed one, and that still matters.
Take
Yeah.
the world telling you don't do this as the world telling you don't do this.
Right. Yeah, took me crash one time to take it seriously. Yeah, I didn't exactly take it seriously right then and there, but I got it together and eventually I stopped driving. Did not want to die once I figured out, oh, I need to care about my own life and be here for my family. That was the thing. If it wasn't for family, I would have gave up. So says seizure specialist suspects FND. We went through my history and such, and they suspected either trauma related or because I have so many mental illnesses that my brain can't process it normally. We also went through psychosis history, and they also suspected schizoaffective disorder. So if it is FND, they'll send me to a psychiatrist to figure everything out and also see if I have schizophrenia as well. Does anyone have any advice or anything that can help me feel better about this, about if it is FND? I don't know why, but it makes me overthink it as if I'm actually faking instead of having genuine seizures. I don't exactly know what FND is, but computer's right here.
FND is kind of similar to PMES. It's a non-epileptic type seizure, but all seizure types matter. No, you are not faking it. And I have a book that tells me that. And books mostly don't lie.
Yeah, it says functional neurological disorder is diagnosed based on clinical features, patient history, and physical examinations, often with the involvement of neurologists. Yeah, I don't say you're tripping. Functional neurological disorder refers to the condition where patients experience neurological symptoms that cannot be explained by the structural brain changes. Instead, these symptoms arise from dysfunction on how the brain networks operate. Common symptoms include movement disorders, seizures, and sensory issues, which can significantly impact daily functioning. The first comment says FND, PNES are faked seizures. Faked is in quotes. They are seizures that are non-epileptic. Your brain is reacting to stress, trauma, past or present, or another psychological process by seizing. For that reason, therapy and treatment of mental health conditions are recommended. AEDs, anti-epileptic drugs, most of the time do not help FND or PNES seizures, except for a few AEDs that also treat mental health conditions. And the person responded, that actually makes a lot of sense. The medication I'm on currently also helps with mood disorders as well as schizophrenic symptoms. What are schizophrenic tendencies?
Get confused with schizophrenic and multiple personality disorder. I know it's completely different. I don't know why I get confused. My mom would know. She was a psychiatrist, well, psychologist, but she's asleep right now.
It's something like a brain doctor, right? I mean, they work with the brain.
Yeah, she worked for the public school systems, helping to identify kids that, well, needed different learning style.
Something here says, no energy. I slept 14 hours today and I want more. Missed work due to not feeling okay to drive to work. And there's no way for me to get there that I could afford. Plus, I work with children and couldn't risk falling asleep on them. I take 5 medications: Excopri, topiramate, Lexapro, Vraylar, and Yaz. And I've tried fixing my workout routine and drinking more water and changing eating styles. Nothing is working. Please, I beg for help. There are so many diagnoses that doctors are giving me, and I'm tired of not getting the answer as to what's causing this fatigue and how to fix it. Please help. I'm only 21. I need help.
She said Excopri. And I wonder when she takes the Excopri, if she takes it at night or if she takes it in the morning.
I think all those are ones that make you sleepy.
I know Excopri does.
Yeah, I haven't heard much about topiramate, but yeah, all those sound like AEDs, right?
Think so.
I've heard of Lexapro, Vraylar, topiramate, and Excopri. Yaz, I haven't heard of, but I would assume it's hell of a cocktail. It says I don't really know how to make a post, so bear with me. But I'm really confused about what's going on right now. Any advice is all appreciated. 18-year-old female, been healthy for most part, and back in March I randomly collapsed and had what looked like a seizure. I don't remember it and hit my head pretty hard when I fell, but a few minutes later I was coherent and speaking again. Because of this, my doctor and paramedic that picked me up all told me it wasn't a seizure and probably wouldn't happen again. Next day I started feeling really dizzy and hot and twitchy, and my heart starts beating really fast. And I have another one. My boyfriend, who is a licensed EMT firefighter, told me it looked like a full tonic-clonic seizure, but around 3 to 4 minutes afterwards, I was okay and coherent again. I just tired. I had 2 more that night and was admitted to the hospital. They told me that since I didn't look like I was postictal, it wasn't a seize, and I was just anxious and put me on Prozac, 40 milligrams. A full day after the seizures, they ran a 60-minute EEG on me, which showed nothing. So taking Prozac, I go home, and for the next week, I'm having 3 to 4 of these episodes a day. I'm assuming the Prozac made it worse. So I asked to get taken off of it, and I am, which lessens the episodes. My only issue, I'm not anxious. I have nothing to be anxious about. I know when I'm nervous, and I've never gotten so nervous to the point where having what looks like a seizure. I have at least one every week or two, and it's been over 4 months already of being told that this is normal. And I'm just anxious, and I feel like my concerns are being dismissed. I've had horrible brain fogs, migraines, which have which I've never had in my life until now. My memory has gotten horrible, and during majority of these episodes, I can't speak or think properly for a few minutes or a few minutes after. My doctor said I'm not postictal because if I was, it would last longer. I don't know. I'm just really confused and overwhelmed by all these, especially considered I have no way of managing them and have hurt myself and hit my head so many times already. My friend also told me that it's important to note my whole life I've had issues constantly zoning out around a minute at a time where I'm unresponsive to what's going on around me. So much so I was diagnosed with a dissociative disorder when I was around 14ish. Any advice or input is really appreciated. I have no idea what's going on, but I know this is not normal. I can feel something is wrong, but I'm being dismissed by anxiety at every turn. But yeah, if anyone has had any similar experience, please let me know. I feel alone in this. I feel alone like all the rest of us. That sounds like a seizure. It sounds like they're kind of just brushing it off, which really sucks.
Wait. I'm like the promise. What is the question?
The person was just asking did all the things that they just do sound like seizures. And
Oh,
yeah, they did sound like seizures. I was trying to keep the most important parts in my head at the right time, but yeah, they did sound like seizures, and you should go see a doctor. And I don't know about the not postictal means you didn't have a seizure.
oh yeah,
Angel,
that's the weird thing. Okay, postictal is a range of time. It's a range of time. And some people are only postictal for a few minutes after. Some people for a day or two after. And for me, I come out of tonic-clonic. I kind of come one is just I'm coming out of a tonic clock. I am aware. I know that my mom could like lead me to the car. So I could lay down and then I'd wake up in the car. I'm like, okay, what the fuck just happened? I'm very docile while someone's leading me to the car. I'm awake. I'm walking on my own accord, but I am not there in my head. So you gotta really think if these people are asking the right questions to her after she becomes aware, because she might look aware, but maybe just she might still be rebooting.
oh, the party is restarted.
Hey,
I
Hello,
buddy.
was going to
party.
sleep before you guys got here.
I'm sorry.
It's
I
all
just
right.
got back. I've been working all day, then I just got back from a meeting. I'm sorry. I just interrupted. I'm sorry.
No,
Oh
it's all
no.
right, Tom.
What
I
you
needed
do
the energy. You
You need
guys are a
the
boost of
energy.
energy.
So,
Um,
how's life?
life is great, like you always say. Life is
Life is
good.
like, and I had 2 seizures in the last 2 days, but
Oh my God.
yeah. Oh well. It is what it is.
That's Tom.
Tom
Yeah.
101.
There you
101.
have it. There you have it. And let's see who's all here. Who's
Um,
Rusty Van? I never met Rusty.
that's Kevin.
Who?
Kevin.
Kevin? Oh, okay. And Rick and Lapa and James.
The tramp is here. James is new. He doesn't have a camera or a mic. So
Okay. I haven't met James, so I guess that's about par for the course. There's quite a
yeah.
few people I haven't met yet because they're either here before me, before I get on.
I'm
Yeah.
meeting you again for the first
You,
time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
isn't that just a wonderful thing about the community is that it just hop on and off at when we can, and it's so freeing, if that makes any sense.
So, Toaster, how are you doing?
I have taken my medicines and I'm going to probably be falling asleep here in a
It
moment.
sounds like you took your ex copper.
Uh-huh, I did. Took about 30 minutes ago.
and she
Ish.
took Ambien
Did I
with her.
freeze? Yep.
Oh yeah, and my
Yeah.
Ambien. Yeah, I took my Epcot free and my Ambien. My nighttime medicine is.
And I was having auras today all day. But I had some I got some emergency medication that
Nice.
is good. I mean, just with auras, I take it. It's I forget what it's called. Camry or uh
Yeah, I got something here. Suppression of seizure. I just wanted to ask if anyone else has ever been able to somehow suppress an oncoming seizure by focusing on their breathing, for example. I would like to know if that's even possible, or if I may have confused a seizure with a panic attack, because for me, they both seem to feel the same at the start, at least. I haven't been able to stop one, but I've been able to maybe think, is this a seizure? And come to find out, I was having what they call it, I was having myoclonic, breaking out into hives and sweating and hot flashes in public places. Have you guys any way to suppress your seizure? You guys find out any, what they call it, hacks?
Take my medicine.
well, they gave me clonazepam. Is that right?
Clonazepam. It's Clonopin. Yeah, it's a benzo.
Yeah.
It's the rescue medicine.
Yeah, he gives me 5 of them at a time. And yeah, I like that.
5
They
of
were
them.
good.
How many milligrams? Or
1 1 milligram.
oh,
I mean,
and
I
you gotta
could take. I wouldn't mind taking 3 or 4 of them.
don't please don't. Don't.
No, I wouldn't do that. No, because well, it's like the razapam. I mean, I can't believe I got a script of 30 one time.
Yeah,
And
it'll make you tired too, and it definitely eases up the mind.
well,
I
I had to take 2 of them at a time, where some people take a half of one or a quarter of one.
yeah,
Yeah, and I had
I
to take
forgot.
2 of them. And I felt, I never felt anything, but when I was giving talks and I had to get up on the platform, I was, wasn't there a lot of time. But I take tularazepam and I was fine. And that was just for stress, I guess.
Yeah, the lorazepam is more for like it will have that extra
Anxiety.
kick for insomnia.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
My wife
because
used to get it also.
yeah,
And
the,
anytime I asked my doctor for some, she'd write me a script.
my friend used to call Clonopin the queen of benzos, whereas Xanax was the king
Oh
and
yeah.
still is. Clonopin's the queen, but
Yeah, 'cause I can't
it,
believe, it does. I mean, if I was having like I've never had to take one with a seizure. Because by the
yeah,
time I have a seizure come on, it's already, you know, I mean, I don't have any time to look for this.
it's going straight through the central nervous system and kicking in.
Right. But if I have an aura, like at work, I'll just pop one of these in and within a minute or so, 2 minutes, about 2 minutes, I'm chill.
Just be careful about it because you know how benzos are. They
Uh-huh.
can be addictive.
Oh, I mean, that's what I mean, no, I take one maybe once a week, maybe.
Yeah, I would take them with my clusters, and I I still don't. I told them I don't want to because I have to take them nightly anyway. Clonazepam
Oh,
nightly.
oh, yeah.
I didn't want that also to be my rescue medicine because
no, you don't want, because you'd be definitely addicted.
because if my tolerance builds up too fast, I need something stronger to like get me all,
Right.
you know. But
But yeah, with my see, because you know, as I've told you before, I don't have convulsions anymore.
yeah.
But, yeah, but I get auras sometimes that are intense, and it scares me at work, you know, because last thing I want to do is have a seizure when I'm out on the floor.
That always it always scared me at work, but I tried to keep it at the back of my mind so it wouldn't happen.
A lot of times I can, you know, I can mind over matter it.
And
you know, if the seizure is going to happen, it's going to happen.
I think I managed. I mean, they had cameras all over the building anyway, but I think the only ones they didn't catch were the absences, but
no, yeah,
but I didn't even know about them then either. That I was having absent seizures.
Well, mine are pretty much focal unawares. You know,
Yeah.
I just space for a little bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I can if I have something to sit on, I'll be cool.
Yeah, I'm focal impaired awareness, but basically from my first, and they go straight into grand mal if I guess the focal doesn't stop in time. But yeah, the only aware like the only aware ones I ever had were my clusters.
I don't think I ever had clusters. Like when I have
I
a
wouldn't.
seizure, it's just whip bang boom. It
Oh, whip,
happens,
bang, boom.
and then like it having them back to back. Not
I
since
wouldn't
I've
I
been an
wouldn't wish it
adult.
on anybody. I don't wish epilepsy on anybody, let
No.
alone clusters.
I don't know if you've read any of the. See, I'm also on Facebook. Some of the chat rooms on Facebook. I just read chats. Some of the things that they just come up in my notices in Facebook, and I just read some people's experiences and such. But I read some stuff that freak me out. You know, people post things that their kids are having problems their kids are having, and sometimes a child might just start having seizures, and mom and dad are freaked out because they don't know what to do or how to react.
Yeah. I've always every stuff I've seen with a child and the parent doesn't know having a seizure. I have a someone I've been direct messaging, and they think it's a tumor, but I don't want to disclose. So
Right. You know, you didn't mention a name or anything, so it's all good.
yeah,
Don't worry about it.
but I
Right.
anytime I see something with like a child related, I'm like, I've been through this as a child. Like we lived through epilepsy as a child. We don't wish it on a child. Like let's
No.
get to the
Or
let's
wish it
get
on parents that are dealing with a child with, like at
Mm.
Costco.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm standing in one spot and I have people come by me all the time, kids with helmets on, you know,
Yeah.
kids in wheelchairs and in these little like they're being pushed, they almost have a cage on over them, you know, and I don't know why, I don't ask, but I see them come by and I try and be friendly and give them things, you know, just to let them know that somebody cares about them.
Yeah. It's
But
like
yeah, it's scary, man. I dread,
I
you
dread
know,
it.
yeah, I feel so bad for parents that are not used to having to deal with something like that, and then all of a sudden they have a child and it's got epilepsy.
I knew what my parents went through and stuff with my epilepsy, and I mean, we all know what we go through with epilepsy, but for a child, yeah, it's like my I don't know what to say. I can't think of the word right now.
Well, you
It's
know, I
like
was 13. I was 13 when became epileptic or
I
was
was
diagnosed.
I
And
was basically about to say I was going on 14. I was shy of 14.
uh-huh.
I was 16.
Yeah.
And it was important, I don't remember. I don't remember any of that. I don't remember. Well, I know that I acted out as a child after I became an epileptic or a teenager. Um, my mom blamed my acting out on my epilepsy, as though I was, I felt, I don't know, I guess it had a negative reaction on me, and I, had, I just became a real obstinate, rotten kid. Got myself involved in a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have if I wasn't epileptic, if that didn't happen. But as far as being uh traumatizing my parents, as far as me being epileptic, I don't know.
Okay, so I got something here. It says, "Today we are nothing."
Was there an icebreaker today, Pookie?
Huh?
Was there an icebreaker today?
Oh yeah, the
ice is
icebreaker
broken.
today was
I didn't get it either.
what do you say when somebody says "so what" when you're talking about something?
What?
What?
You're telling somebody something about something, maybe you just left the hospital for your epilepsy. What do you say when they say "so what"?
I don't think I've ever had somebody say, so what?
Or "I don't care"?
I'm not getting what you're trying to say here.
If you're talking to
Some
someone, you're telling them about your epilepsy, then they just say "I don't care" out of nowhere.
I don't care or they don't care.
They don't
if
care.
they don't care.
I haven't had that happen. I
What
think
would
I'd
you What
probably
would you do?
punch him in the face. What do you mean you don't care?
Life is good,
I don't
Tom.
care. And actually, I don't care that you don't care. That's irrelevant. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, so what? I mean, if
Angel.
I was having a conversation with somebody and that came up that, oh, well, I'm epileptic. They obviously, I mean, I wouldn't have said it unless we had some kind of thing going on. You know what I mean? Having a conversation. If they were to say, so what? I mean, well, that'd be end of the conversation and move on.
That's me. I walk away.
That's it.
Try to be non-confrontational. You walk
Yeah,
away from the
Yeah.
situation.
I'm non-confrontational.
me
So
either. That's the Christian in me. I
it's
don't fight. I don't argue. I don't, it's just, hey, it is what it is. In fact, I'm getting my wife there. Because she's a caregiver. And she's dealing with somebody right now who's just obstinate. And she's having a hard time with it. She has a friend who she's on Zoom right now. My wife does crafts and she does it with a friend on Zoom. But her friend is a real nonchalant, oh well type of person. And my wife was always like, I don't know how she can live like that. You know, oh well, so what? That's, you know, oh well. And I said, see that, honey? That is the type of attitude you should have. It makes your life a lot easier. So what? Somebody is a butthead. So what? They don't like what you're saying or doing. They want you to do something that you don't want to do. Oh well. I don't. So just tell them, you know, I ain't doing that.
Right.
You know, don't get upset. Don't let it bother you. Oh well, that's people. Don't let other people bother you or upset you. It's not work.
Called life. Yeah, you let people bother you, you'll be messed up in the head forever. Don't
That's
listen to
it.
people. People
And
suck.
it's like,
That's what I
who are
say.
they? How can you let somebody else mess with your head? That's it. Do not be do not be anxious over things you have no control over. That's not the way there's a saying or a quote or something.
Yeah.
Do not be anxious over anything you've got no control over. That's primarily it. Because what's the sense? What's the sense in it? Why should you be anxious? You've got no control.
Right.
So if you're going to be, somebody's going to allow you to be upset to ruin your day. Why?
Right.
That's my outlook on it anyway. Kevin, how you doing?
What's up, Tom?
Rusty Vent. Where'd that come from?
I'm gonna start using cartoon characters' names. I'm gonna see if people recognize the reference.
Okay.
You know who Rusty Venture is?
No.
Nobody knows who Rusty
No
Venture
clue.
is.
Who was that? Was it Angel? Oh, I think it was Toaster I was talking to today. And she said, oh, well, I didn't recognize, you know, your username. It's like I got like 4 different accounts in what's the name of that? Here's my epilepsy happening again. What's it called? Oh, Reddit. I have like 4 different accounts because of being banned so many times. And then find out that they know all my accounts are all linked together.
Yeah, you don't want to get clipped for that.
Well, I did.
ban
I
all
did
your
get clipped
accounts.
with that. I got banned, you know, for using different accounts because that's, you know, that goes against the rules too. You know, like going on epilepsy with another account. I finally got banned from Reddit. I'm bad. They banned me for 7 days. You
I
know.
think Annie texted me something about she had trouble with Reddit earlier, signing in and stuff. And it sounded like a ban, but then like I said, she sent me a text earlier. She logged on to say goodbye to people.
Yeah, you missed it.
I don't know. I was taking care of my daughter.
It's all right. That's perfect reason to not be here.
I mean, I have her cell phone number, so I can.
Actually, no. Excuse me, gentlemen. I need to go take my meds.
Okay.
Go do that. We need that. We need you here, Tom.
All
Take
right.
those meds.
All right, everybody, stop your conversation and wait for me to come back. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Annie will text me with things, so but
Yeah, she came here and told me, so I didn't really need her to call me.
I'm just like sad about it.
We'll be all right, Angel. Don't do that. We'll be all right.
Yeah, I took
That's
him
my
when I got
twin.
home.
That's your twin in them, huh?
That's my seizure
I was
twin.
just telling them about, because he has this icebreaker every time, that when first log on and say, okay, there's an icebreaker. And this time was, what would you say to somebody if you mentioned that you were an epileptic? And they said, so what? I would say, so oh well. And then I mentioned to them about your attitude when people
Does he know that he's
upset you.
unmuted?
And I
I don't
told
think
them,
so.
and I said, see, this is
Half
our.
the time he doesn't.
I was tuned in for a second, but I muted him. Yeah, that one that said suppressing a seizure. None of us pretty much know how to do. Someone said concert. Since my stroke, my life has changed drastically, and I almost wanted to end it. But I told myself, fuck epilepsy and start living again. So I bought 2 tickets for the Kids concert in Vienna. But one evening before the journey would have started, I had a focal seizure. So I decided not to tell anyone, especially not my
mic wasn't
parents.
on. Okay.
Come again?
Sorry.
Oh. Okay, but the evening before the journey would have started, I had a focal seizure, so I decided not to tell anyone, especially my mom and my dad, and hid some emergency meds, benzodiazepines. Today, my mom noticed that they were missing, and now I am a junkie in her eyes, and we have had a huge fight. It says advice, so I don't suggest fighting your mother. It actually didn't say if it was a girl or a guy. Advice, you guys, don't strike your mother.
Oh, no, we don't do that. No.
No.
But I mean, her mother feels she's a junkie because she's addicted to diazepam,
Benzos.
right?
Well, they are addictive,
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm told. But
your mother could be right, but if
whatever the case is, you don't strike your mom.
yeah, don't strike your
End
mom.
the conversation right there.
Yeah, that came out of left field.
It's I think it's time to admit that you need that help,
But there was also the part where they said, they're trying to hide that, that they had a seizure. Basically, they're like, I'm going to keep my rescue meds on me. But mom noticed they were gone.
It
Is
sounds like
that signs of a junkie still?
Like I think a kid just didn't want to be told that they couldn't go to the concert.
Show her that she still has her rescue meds.
Maybe
And
is
she's
this
not abusing them.
maybe is this like a teenager?
That could be, yeah.
I think so.
That could be it.
It sounds
Yeah.
like they don't want their mom to know they had a seizure because she'll say you can't go to the concert.
Yeah. But you still don't hit your mom then.
No.
You don't
That was
strike.
just my advice. Don't put your hands on your mother. It
No.
sounds like
No.
personally. We said we had a huge fight, so yeah. Don't hit your mother. If it was a
It
physical
don't matter. It shouldn't get violent.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the comments said, well, you made a bad choice, but she made a wrong assumption. Wait until both of you calm down, then explain to her. Don't do anything like that again. Be responsible.
There you go. That was good. A good reply.
Someone said, yeah, it's never safe to hide your seizures. It can only lead to a worse situation, but I'm not only putting yourself at risk, but your family worrying about you. A quick note, I had an episode one morning, and by thinking I was fine, took my dog out for a walk, and usually I do, and ended up in the ER due to having a post-tonic seizure. One of the scariest moments I faced waking up and realizing that I came out of an episode. All I could think was where my dog was. Is he okay? Thankfully, I changed habits and lifestyle, and glad to say I will be seizure free for a year in April. Congrats to you. Yeah, I say congrats to you. So I'm lucky you. I can try, but got another one that
Congrats to
says,
everyone who goes
I hope to be seizure
seizure
free
free.
one day, at least a year.
I
Try a
think we
year.
all do, right?
Right.
Yeah.
We all want that dream.
Yeah. I go through
We
phases.
all want the Kevin's life.
Right. We want Kevin's life.
Oh,
How long since you've all had one?
Mine was, forgot the date. It was 2 Sundays ago. Yeah, 2 Sundays ago.
I had
My
one
my
Wednesday
last
and
grand
Thursday.
mal was in May, I think.
Mine was on the 13th of July.
And I had two, one Wednesday, one Thursday. But I don't have grand malls. I just phase out for a little bit. Focal unawares.
You're unaware?
Focal unawares, yeah.
How do you know, Tom, that you've had one? Does someone tell you?
I can usually I feel one coming on. And yeah, I'll tell Tracy, my wife, honey, I think I'm going to have a seizure. And we'll, wait it out. If it happens, it happens. If not, it was just an aura. But no, yesterday I had one. No, Wednesday I had one, and I didn't know it. I mean, I felt it coming on, but I didn't realize I had it. And she told me later on that I had one. And then, and I felt my tongue and my cheek was chewed up a little bit.
Oh.
But yesterday I had one, and I think I bit my lip.
Ouch.
But that's usually how I know. And
Okay.
Tracy picks up on them really bad. We've been married for 23 years, so
That's a good sign.
yeah.
That's awesome.
Experience with age with the pioneer.
Yeah.
He's picked up on all the ticks.
Right.
Speaking of which, I just got back from a ministerial servant and elder meeting. So I think you know what they are, Angel, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are from Philly.
Well, this is a Jehovah's Witness thing. Yeah, we're both from Philly. Now
Wow.
I'm
And
2,300 miles away from there.
And Kevin's from Philly too.
Oh, you are?
yeah.
Yeah.
Where at?
Northeast.
I'm from Trevose.
And I
Oh,
think
pretty good.
Jeff is from Philly.
Trevose. How about Feasterville, Southampton, Levittown? That's where I'm
Yeah.
from, that area. Pendle, the Chamonix Mall.
Okay. Let's get
Yeah,
back
I
to
know.
epilepsy.
I've been to Chamonix many
I mean,
times. Yeah.
shoot, I mean, you're from Northeast. I'm right outside. I was Bucks County.
I'm from like Northeast Philadelphia, like that section of Philadelphia.
Give me a cross street. A big cross street.
I'm guessing the Tacony area, or maybe.
Yeah, Lawndale area.
Lawndale, okay.
Lawndale, yeah.
I know approximately where Lawndale is.
Yep.
I think of a bigger area. Okay, where the big where they showed the Super Bowl will be Castor and
Fairview or
It's already
I'm
escaped.
trying.
Keep talking. Yeah.
Trying to
It
think what
already
my
for
mom was from.
Cotman and Cotman and the Boulevard.
Common, yeah. I know where Common Avenue is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you right there on the boulevard area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't live near there. Well, yeah, it's walking distance for me.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know where that's at.
Yeah.
And I'm talking 20 years ago or 30,
Well, you're in Portland now.
35 years ago. Yeah, now I'm in Vancouver, Washington. I can throw a rock into Portland.
Yeah, that's
Right
good.
across the river, yeah. I live you cross the bridge from Portland, Vancouver, Washington.
That's nice.
Columbia
I'd like to
River
be
cuts
around
us
there.
down. Yeah.
Escape this heat and go up to Vancouver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's been like today it was 83.
I got
Been
something
sunny a
here,
few days.
fellas. Got something for everybody. Says, what's the strangest thing you've done in your sleep? Obvious story. Disclaimer: I'm still waiting to see an epileptologist, but I'm suspecting focal awares. I had a bedroom camera set up recently. I woke up in the morning and my husband asking me why my shirt was gone. When I reviewed my camera, I found out at 1 a.m. my eyes shot open. My right arm went up over my head, and with my hand in a claw position, and my right leg kicked out into the air. Then I put my leg down, grimaced, and squawked loudly. I seemed to go back to sleep after moving like my right knee and down a few more times, but a few seconds later, I sat back up and ripped my shirt off. I have zero memory of this. Before I started Kepra, it was normal for me to wake up drenched in sweat throughout the night. I would have super vivid dreams, and it wasn't uncommon for me to.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind being in bed with that woman.
Yeah, take her shirt off every night.
Her legs thrown up in the air.
Good problem to have.
I'm sorry. Yeah, time of death. There you go.
Well, you didn't have to do it. She did it herself, so you didn't have to do it. But I'll move forward. So before I started on Kepra, it was normal for me to wake up drenched in sweat throughout the night. I would have super vivid dreams, and it wasn't uncommon for me to feel like I had dreamt something before. Sometimes I'd catch a video of me gasping or struggling to breathe in my sleep too. Since starting Kepra, the hot flashes have vanished and hardly had any dreams. This whole situation was super weird. Yeah, so what's the strangest thing you've done in your sleep?
I actually answered this on Reddit. I saw it today.
Well, let's find your answer. Just increased my dose of Impact a few days ago, and yesterday I found on my laptop and charger in my sock drawer. I don't know if it was a form of a seizure or what the fuck. I feel you.
Yeah, I mean, I vaguely remember doing it in my sleep, like sleepwalking, and that's not normal for me, and I have no idea why I did that.
Before I had a camera, I did some stuff that was conveniently convenient, but it made me feel really weird because I woke up with 3 joints rolled on the table and had no idea of where this came from.
Well, that's always good.
It's like the weed cherries.
It is, but I didn't have a camera. And I was really,
yeah.
That's something you'd really like to know. I smoked them, but I mean,
was it good weed?
Of course it was. I smoked all of them.
Yeah, was it Mexican dirt weed? I don't know if you guys remember, if you guys even know what that is.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Raven, how old are you, girl?
Oh, 38.
Okay. You still, I got you by 30 years.
You're still a baby.
Whatever. Aren't I older than you, Pookie?
Not by much.
Well,
I was born late, so
I still don't believe she's 38.
I was overdue.
Thank you.
Yeah,
don't
I
hit
saw, I
sunlight.
saw her before, and she looked way, way younger than that.
That's
It
what
was
I
the
told
dark.
her.
It's because it was in the dark, I'm sure. But I'll take the compliment. Thank you.
Honey, we take them any way we can.
I know, right?
Well, I got my gray hairs coming, so I'm 44,
I'm
42.
64 and I just have a little here
Mm.
and a little here. A little bit of salt and pepper, real, not much at all.
Well, the only gray hair I noticed was a pubic hair, and
Man,
I just let it grow.
Wait,
It's
that's
didn't
actually
you
pretty
say you
long.
found one on your dread or something?
TMI.
Yeah,
I don't want to
TMI.
know about the pubic one.
Yeah, that's something you can keep to yourself.
I'm not going to describe it. I'm just telling you what had happened. Yeah, I only had one. Sadly, you guys have plenty. Heard gray means knowledge, right? That's what I was told.
That's it. Knowledge and wisdom.
something like that. I've started getting so many silver hairs that I had to just like give up and let them grow in.
Oh yeah.
Losing the fight.
It's
Oh.
it's like I tell people at work, oh, I'm getting old. It's not old. I don't even use that word. It's experience.
Yeah.
It's experience.
I couldn't
I'm
imagine
the
what you looked like,
pioneer.
Tom, with all the beard growing in.
Oh man, me?
Yeah.
No, I don't do facial hair. Nah, I never could. I had a girlfriend one time, years and years and years ago, who wanted me to grow a mustache. I got about 3 or 4 days. No,
Looks
we
terrible on
don't
me
play
too.
that.
Can't do that.
No. Oh,
It
I
comes
can.
in.
Evan, you don't even look like you shave, do you?
Oh, I do. I have to shave like every day. It comes
How
in
old are you?
Has
39.
Kevin been through puberty yet?
39.
You're 39
Yeah.
and you have a baby face like that?
It-
You
all vegetables.
Well, I mean,
That's
you
the
do
secret.
skincare or anything?
Nah.
you could have said you were 29 and I'd have believed it.
You could have said you were 19 and I'd go for it.
If I
Yeah, I
grow a
thought
beard, it comes in
Kevin
all
was in
gray.
his 20s.
It comes in all gray, you said?
Yeah. Well, and it never actually came in black. Even as a teenager, I had a gray beard. It never came in black.
I mean, see how dark the shadow is on my face? That's as dark as it gets. If it gets any longer, it's see-through. It's that gray, it's see-through. I don't have any
Angel,
gray hair.
you do the
My
gray pretty
face-
good, Angel.
Yeah, Angel, look at you. You look like an old man.
Angel,
He looks like an old biker. You gotta keep letting that grow.
your gray
I
looks
think,
nice,
Then you
Angel.
need a ponytail
I think James is beating me though. He's got a
and a
10-inch one.
tattoo, a
He's got a
zipper right
10-inch
here on your
long
neck.
beard.
Good. Wow.
Real biker, man.
Mhm.
Get yourself
So,
a zipper right here.
I did actually have a beard a couple years ago. Like a real, it was all grown in.
I don't see
It looked
it.
good.
I don't see you with a shadow, man. Not even.
It it looked good. I gotta find a picture of it. Let's see if I can.
Who is that going to, Raven?
Oh, the link that James just posted. Sorry.
Oh.
I should have replied appropriately.
Yeah, I
It's all
was
good.
reading stuff that he was posting. He doesn't have his mic. I'm not sure.
Well, it's like everybody's got mics on except Lufa. And
I,
Lufa's hiding on us. What's up with that?
I think she might be asleep.
Yeah.
I don't. I I don't think she was armed when I came on. I
Somebody
mean,
was on, but she left because she sounded stoned.
I think she's doing her hair. She'll be back.
Toaster was
Sonic,
she had took her nighttime meds.
That'll do it.
And I remember I said I had to go take my meds. I had already taken them.
I got to take my nighttime meds soon too.
All right, James, it's all good. Thank you as well.
So I got another question here. What's the best thing about having epilepsy? There's some right in the UK.
I can ride C-Van.
Hold
That's
on
the
one
little
second.
white bus.
1 second. It says there's some right in the UK when you can't drive and you can't get disabled parking badge, so you can park as a passenger just about anywhere for free. I don't know if it's the best thing, but it's pretty cool.
I just got approved for C-Van, which is it's the local, the city transportation.
Yeah.
They've got a little bus, a van that comes around and picks you up. And all you
Yeah,
have
they
to
don't.
pay is like $1.75 for the, which is the regular fare if you were to take a bus.
That's awesome.
And I don't know what time it starts in the morning, but it goes to 5 o'clock at night. So I was just approved for that.
So about the question, what's the best thing about having epilepsy? For me personally, I think I wouldn't say made me a better man, but it helped me learn lessons that I probably would have not gave a shit about if I wasn't having epilepsy. I'd just be running wild. But yeah,
I see that.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a lesson learned. It made me pay attention to life.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, besides that, I mean, when you said that, what's the best thing that happened to you for being epileptic? I think the wisdom you get from it, from having to live with it. The things we go through with dealing with people, dealing with our circumstances, and how we view our circumstances and how we can become better people because of it. Instead of allow it to rule our lives, we learn how to take charge of it. Some of us do anyway.
Yeah,
not to allow it to take charge of us. I feel as though I don't allow it to rule my life.
Right.
To an extent. I mean, of course, I've got limitations as we all do.
Yeah, time 101.
I guess we do have to learn new skills.
Yeah.
That is thing. But I mean, besides anything deep, I would say I do have excellent healthcare. I mean, I get that for pretty much free. I mean,
There you go. Yeah, we don't have to pay for health care.
and there's other benefits that come along with that. You know, I'm allowed to go to the museum. We have excellent museums around. I can go to that for free on certain days, and other museums for
I bet.
that
Yeah, I
come
bet stuff like
with.
that.
Yeah, I just found out I can go to a lot of places that comes with the Medicare card. Yeah, that's really cool.
I never looked
I
into
mean,
that.
hey, yeah, I
Awesome.
didn't know that.
Huh.
Yeah. So
I'm learning. Like I didn't know I would be able to get this, be part of, get into this C-Band. The public transportation. I think I'm epileptic. I can walk. I can get to the bus. But somebody talked to my wife and had actually sent the initial application in because she was some sort of representative or something.
And she told my wife that she had helped some other people do it. So after she sent the initial application in, they sent me one and I filled it out. Then it went to my doctor, he approved it, and bang.
I think the thing that I learned through living with epilepsy,
It's the best thing about having epilepsy.
well, is I mean, I guess this is the skill that I picked up while living it, but it's being adaptable. You know, you have to adapt to your life situation. So
Yeah, I feel like it helped me learn some lessons. I might have not have actually learned lessons or actually paid attention to certain things because I didn't have to be cautious if I didn't have epilepsy. Stuff like that.
I mean, we've been through the era of before the healthcare and stuff, and you know, we had to be careful with work and stuff. The pre-existing condition stuff. We've been through that era, and we had to adapt to like make sure like we can get through it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it taught me how to be more grateful. I could say that. That's a good thing about it. A lot of people I know with epilepsy, most of them are very grateful because the situations that we're already in, if they're not grateful, they're depressed.
Again, we can allow it to
take over.
But
Don't do it.
And hey, look at I've got friends that I probably right here in front of me. I've got friends that I probably wouldn't have right now.
Oh yeah, Pookie brought a big group together.
Yeah.
Thank for you guys.
From all over the country.
Couldn't do it without you guys.
You had the idea.
And you made it happen. I wish I could be on more.
Tell by Tom, we can do more. You want to do more? We can do Thursdays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, we can do Thursdays. I don't work Thursdays. I don't work Tuesdays.
I don't want to get myself wrapped up in something. I was just throwing it out there. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah. Or hey, you know, as we've done before, if somebody wants to Zoom, I mean, we can always Zoom.
Yeah.
You know, people got something, you know, they want to just chat.
Yeah.
Always
we
Zoom.
were having a meeting and a bunch of us decided to wait it out of nowhere. But yeah. Basically like having our admin meeting. But yeah, the things that are good about epilepsy, somebody else said I have nocturnal epilepsy. And one of the triggers is lack of sleep. So I always have an excuse to leave early from parties or events that I don't want to be at. That's a good one. Get to leave like, hey, I'm tired, y'all. Someone says, I don't get drafted if there's war.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's a good one. I didn't think of that. It helps me stay sober. It also gives me a handy excuse to refuse alcohol when someone is pressuring me. It would be too awkward to disclose alcoholism at extended family events, for example.
That's a good one.
One more time.
It helps me stay sober. It also gives me a handy excuse to refuse alcohol when somebody is pressuring me at it. Would be too awkward to disclose alcoholism, extended family events, for example. Another one said, I used to work for a company that would rent a stage annually for a corporate prep rally. I would always say that the flashing lights would trigger me, even though I'm not photosensitive. I had to report to work, but I was only one there. Since my department was the call center, There was no work for me. I read, surfed the web, and napped and got paid. Or someone said, I'm in the U.S. currently living near some natural parks in U.S. forest. The lucky enough to drive. Even if you can't, you can apply for the access pass online, which allows you and anyone else in the car with you to get into parks for free. That's every national park in the country. I've heard of that.
But yeah, I heard something like that before.
Yeah, I think my sister told me something about that. Like, take your kids here or there. But thing about it is taking the kids somewhere, I don't want to go alone with them, and they're gonna end up there alone because I might leave or walk away or something. You
I
never
love
know.
kids as long as they're not mine and I don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, I got to deal with
And I'm just saying that because I work around, I work around a lot of public and I see a lot of obnoxious children who I'd like to slap. But that's parents that don't know how to train their children.
What are some of the perks about having epilepsy? What perks have you found that may be useful, such as a free lifetime national park pass in the US or DAS services at Disney, or even discounts or excuses to get out of certain things? I ask because I really just thrown into my diagnosis with no resources and wonder if y'all had similar situations and had acquired knowledge like I have over the years. Someone says, we always know how to seize the day.
Seize the day. There you go.
Someone says, yeah, we can. It says, oh, yeah, wait up. We can are free to national parks and passes in the US.
Yeah.
And DAS services at Disney. They said that like this is something that they're first new to.
I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World or any of that stuff and have no desire. I'm a poor man. And I'll be dipped if I'm going to spend all that money.
Last time I went to
you don't have kids.
in Florida, I was in high school and I was still poor. It was the high school senior class trip, and we found like this special discount for it, and we were like, "Yep, I'm going." And that was the only time I ever went.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, it was
All
a
right,
senior week at Disney. Is that Disneyland or Disney World? I can't remember.
I don't know. All I know is that I like
It's
right
good.
now. Okay, let's say we were to go there. I mean, you have to spend the night somewhere.
Hotel.
And you go in, yeah. So this is just what I've heard. But to rent a room, a hotel or a motel or something down there, I mean, you're talking $500 or I'm sure it's more than that a night. And it's like, I'll go find a bridge myself.
I was younger, but I think the one we had was cheaper than that. It wasn't a top of the line hotel. Fireworks went off at Disneyland. We step out on the balcony part with other people who didn't go to Disneyland, but it's across the street. Yeah, that was an experience of its own. But I was 8, so.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't.
that's something different. But you see, when I was a kid, they didn't have Disneyland.
You make me feel so young.
See, I mean, I was around when dirt was created. Yeah. Hey, Katie, how you doing, hon?
Before you were here, Tom, there was sand.
Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Good to see your smiling face.
And same
You
to
need to
you.
put on a light behind you or something.
No, not gonna happen.
Oh man, because I can't hardly see you.
Well, check out that pretty view.
Oh, that's a pretty view. You in a
There you go.
motel?
Or
Baby's
hotel
rocking
stuff?
across the USA.
Yeah, I had a hotel
Oh,
myself.
Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping in.
Happy to do so.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was able to get here today.
Tom was able to seize the day.
Busy.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I've had a busy couple days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Well, I worked a lot. Then yesterday and the day before, I both had seizures. And like today, I got home and I had a meeting I had to go to, and had to be responsible. Gosh, I hate that word.
Yeah, that one gets old fast.
Yeah, it does. I'll tell you what I feel bad for as women that have
Cadaminio.
children as epileptic. I mean, I can't fathom
I would say
because
parents.
men suck. Especially
Hold
when it
on.
comes around
Come
to
on, Tom. Come on.
taking care of children, being
And
responsible.
you
I
thinking that
mean,
blanket statement is well, okay, no filters, no filters. Go ahead.
it
Let
is
it out.
no, it is blanket. It is blanket. I'm the only good person, man anyway. So because I'm humble.
And you try to tell me you don't smoke, you don't do any drugs. You're
Nope,
not high as a fucking kite right now.
nope.
Oh,
Beautiful.
Tom 101.
I haven't been high in over 20 years.
All right. Well,
Congrats.
that's a strong
I
statement.
love the smell. I love the smell of good bud though. I have a
Yeah.
return visit who I go see, and return visit somebody I see out in the ministry from time to time. We have good conversations, spiritual conversations. This guy sits in his garage. He's got to be in his 60s, and this man smokes good bud. I can smell it coming up the street,
There you
and
go.
I don't get high, but I might be getting a contact high.
Likely.
Yeah, if it's that good, that potent.
Oh man. But then the last drug I used to do was meth. And I
That's
did
a good
meth for
one.
a lot of years. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm not the same person by any means, man.
Yeah, sounds
Since
like
I
it.
became a Christian, I mean, I've been in prison. I was a drug addict, a drunk, and I could go on, but we'll leave it at that. But I was not a very nice person. I wasn't somebody that would be sitting here on Zoom talking with a bunch of lovely people.
Feel good about that.
I do. I
Exactly.
feel real good.
We're all
I
grateful
said
to
I
have you.
feel good.
And I'm a very happy person. I can say that.
Me too. I feel like a happy person for the most part.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that. We should all be happy. And if we're
We all
not,
deserve
we
it.
need to find out why we're not. And what can we do to make a difference? How can we change that?
We can read this and somebody might see it that wrote it, and then they'll get the advice they need and life will be great. Tom 101.
What's that? I missed that.
Listen.
I said we'll read this to somebody and answer somebody's problem when we
Oh,
read this right here.
all right.
Feeling helpless. My niece had a seizure and her mom won't take it seriously. I made a post a couple weeks ago. I gave my niece a hug and she dropped to the floor and she had a seizure. Her head and her eyes shifted to the left. Her arms went stiff and shook, and it lasted around 30 seconds. We took her to the emergency and they said it sounded like a seizure. They said they were setting up a pediatric neurologist to call and book an appointment. It's been a couple of weeks and no call has been made to book the appointment. When I asked what's going on, her mom said that she only had eaten jelly beans that day and that she thinks it was just a sugar crash. She doesn't seem interested in a follow-up with a neurologist or getting tests done. Keep in mind, we are in Canada and all the appointments and medications will be free. So it's not a matter of cost, but a matter of being consistently drunk and lazy. She acts like nothing happened. Takes herself
she's
to
honest.
swim in the lake. She acts like nothing's happened. She takes herself to swim in the lake. I am epileptic myself. I saw her seizure. Her mother did not. If she brushes it off, like I think she is, I don't know what to do, but I can't do anything.
No,
Oh, I can't just not do nothing.
there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do. I mean, if the person has to want it. I mean, if the person doesn't feel that there's a problem, then I mean, what are you going to do?
You can do
Make the
nothing but
call.
get mad, I guess.
She did what she can do. She told the person and let her know that, hey, I'm epileptic. I understand. I recognize the that it was a seizure. This is my recommendation. And she declined that. I think she did everything that she could do.
You do realize they're talking about a child.
I'm sorry?
You realize she's talking
About
about
what?
a child. A child.
Yeah, and the child is the victim here. So
Oh, no. No, I didn't.
Yes.
And a parent or somebody saying not they don't want to take them to have any medical stuff done.
She
Right,
said
not taking it seriously.
she said all
Same
she
thing.
did was eat jelly beans that day. So her mother said it was a sugar rush.
Good for you, Mom. I think that's very loving and considerate of you. And let me know how that works out for you.
Yeah, so you don't give up on the children. Definitely make the calls accordingly. They can be documented anonymously. Obviously, if you take the girl out for a outing or whatever, then anybody in public could have seen you and they can't necessarily pin it on you. So whatever you can to be around that child when she needs you.
One of the responses says she needs to go to a pediatric clinic ASAP. They will get her into a neurologist and do tests. Talk to anyone who you think can get through to your sister. This is very important.
They have pediatric neurologists.
If they hook you up with the Nemours will put you up in a house.
So the responder, the person who wrote it responded saying, I'm an epileptic. I do understand how important it is. We are in Canada, and even though everything will be completely free here, it takes time to get appointments. The mom will be contacting the neurologist's office. If she doesn't hear back in a week, the third week from the event, I'm going to be making sure that she does. And the other person responded, I'm in Canada too. I found out that the kids seem to get in fast. I hope it's the same in her case.
Yeah, free but slow when it comes to healthcare.
Legal advice for arrest over a brawl during an epileptic seizure in Texas. I want to be clear that I'm not posting this here and not in legal advice community, as most people there would just proceed to tell me I belong in a mental institution. Feel free to share this. Feel free to share this with anyone who you think might actually offer some useful input. I was jailed last year for a fight with a stranger, and I can't even identify because I wasn't conscious during the predicament. During an epileptic seizure, and ultimately coerced into a plea deal that gave me problem. Oh, and they gave me probation. I am planning on suing the local police department, but have no income and no idea on how to proceed. Does anyone have any recommendations? Nobody I've talked to about this is helpful, and I'm trying to get this started as soon as possible. Someone said leave Texas. Someone said, so you had a seizure while fighting? Yeah, that's possible. This person sounds like it's not possible. Another person said, I had a seizure on the 4th, and when I came back to half consciousness, I was very aggressive to the Bell EMTs. They were attempting to take my blood pressure, but I was just too in panic and paranoid state of mind even to go through. I was still at home and wouldn't let them. My husband was there and tried to reassure me, but I kept going on and on, in and out of consciousness, so I didn't remember exactly what I had said to the EMTs, but I know I was not friendly. They had me answer a few basic questions before they left so they wouldn't have to take me to the ER because that would probably be more for bill and insurance. But my point is, it's not your fault.
Well, a lot of people do unexpected things in their post-ICFL state.
I got one that says, rejoining the world. I developed epilepsy 4 years ago. I live on a farm and lost my license. Thus, I lost my job, RN. Fast forward to now, we moved to the city. Dear hubby left the farm for me to be able to live a life and quit living like an old woman. So I am here, finally ready to take my life back and work out the bus schedule, and get back to work at the hospital. But can I share that I am petrified, mainly because I am out of practice. My short-term memory takes a few minutes to pull up information. My meds make me dizzy and tired. I can't do night shifts and just quietly. I'm not sure that I would even want to do this. Can I even do this? Should I even do this? Will my training and knowledge come back to me after reintegration at work? I know that I was losing my mind at the farm. I was so lonely and wasting my life away, accomplishing nothing important and relying on others for ideas and necessities from town. And so we moved from an 80-acre property to a huge house and gardens and cattle and 300 square miles apartment or square meters apartment in the city. Dear hubby has given me exactly what I wanted, and now I'm too scared and sensible to start my life up again. I'm spinning and spinning, and I need you guys to help me because you're the ones who truly understand how it is to be ruled by hazards and to have lost your independence for so long. You don't know how to get to your old strong self. Am I still me, or am I chasing the old Foley me? So you're still yourself. You can't let living off of a farm or living on a farm make you less of a person. Tom would love to live on a farm, right? Tom 101.
I would love to live on a farm.
I knew it.
My wife, myself. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just imagining Tom on a farm, and I can see you with a pitchfork right now.
There you go.
Personally, I like the mountain areas and like
Right.
mountain and foresty areas, but I hate bugs because they bite me because I got that sweet blood.
Oh, you got the sweet blood. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You sweetie pie, you.
So yeah, this person basically was saying, are they chasing the old person of them? I just say no, you're not chasing the old person. You're just trying to be back into this world, like rejoining the world. I never lived on a farm, so I don't know what it's like moving out into far out to coming back to the city.
Well, I
I'm a
mean,
city boy, and it sounds awesome.
hey, I prefer a 7-Eleven on the corner, but I wouldn't mind living on a farm as long as I don't have to do any work. You know, baling hay and shoveling up after animals, riding a horse, any of that. No, homie, don't play that. I like sitting behind the computer and doing nothing.
I could give up the computer for good. I have no problem with that.
So Tom wants his acres, but that's it.
That's it. That's it.
No, yeah.
That
People,
works.
they want the land, but they don't want to take care of it. You know?
Exactly.
Internet
Okay.
connection might not be so good
I
out
mean,
there anyway.
I'll cut the grass. I mean, as long as it's
manageable. Yeah, I mean, I did sort of I in a what was it? It was a campground when I was a kid, and there was a nice lake there, and kind of like a trail. It wasn't a trailer park, but it was a high-end campers and stuff. A lot of people lived there all year. Yeah, that was nice. So that was an Amish country. Um,
Oh, up in Allentown.
Lancaster,
Lansdale?
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that was very nice. I could just disappear there. Yeah,
I
whatnot.
could go there, yeah, that'd be nice. Nice people up there too, good people.
Yeah, quiet people.
Quiet,
Everyone,
quiet,
and not like yeah.
not city boys and girls.
Yeah, I love the city. I couldn't imagine being so far out that I can't just walk to the corner store even though I'm not supposed to.
Well, I mean that's the compromise. Here you get everything you need. If you want some Thai food, you can order it at 3 in the morning. And out in Lancaster, you can't
No.
really get that.
And well, if you're in Amish land, yeah, yeah,
It's potatoes and carrots all year. Yeah,
that's it.
but it's good food. I mean, they actually
Oh,
sold
yeah.
food. And, if we
And,
wanted dinner, we
and if you're not used to eating ice cream and cake and Danishes like I am, you get used to not having it, and you wouldn't care, you wouldn't crave it anymore.
yeah. Yeah.
But those are my go-to.
Okay, so this person says, I think I may have had an absent seizure. How do you guys tell if you all had an absent seizure? I was diagnosed with adult absent seizures during my last EEG, and I have been on edge ever since because I can't tell at all what those are, and I don't even seem to have any triggers for them and that I'm aware of. They freak me out because I feel like the only way for me to tell if I had one is if someone else is with me. Also, the reason huh?
Then someone tells them.
Says
If
also
that,
the reason I think I had one is because I got to work at 5:20 and I always stop at the gas station and it's only max 15 minutes from work. And I got a text at 6 a.m. from my girlfriend asking if I was home and I responded immediately and was like, not yet, just finished pumping gas. So how did it take me 40 minutes to drive a 15-minute drive with no traffic? And I remembered it all, leaving work, driving, getting gas, buying gas. I'm literally freaking out right now. How do I know?
no, I don't. If you were driving and had the seizure,
Something happened.
something happened. I'll tell you, you'd be wrapped around a pole or have driven into somebody or I ain't going for it. He didn't have a seizure.
Okay, yeah, I think he was getting off of work. It said he left at 5:20, so got home at 6 and it's supposed to be there in 15 minutes. Something happened. I don't have absence seizures. I've heard of them though, but also I've been through a situation like that to where I was actually in the car, and I remember like the situation where
Like this guy saying he was just on autopilot.
basically just driving to the gas station with no traffic.
Yeah, I don't know. I
love your
Another
opinion.
theory, another possibility though is that he knew essentially, he was more aware during that missing 40 minutes, but then did have a seizure and that wiped out his memory of like the half hour before that.
That's a good point.
That's happened to me before.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking happened.
Absent seizure, yeah. Like I've had them and not, like this right here. I go in and let my wife know I'm going to have a seizure, go in, lie down, bang, have a seizure, wake up, and the TV program's over. And I was watching the TV, but I had a seizure, and the next thing I realized is I'm still watching TV and the program's over.
I had one to where I didn't know I was having seizures. I didn't know there was a such thing other than grand mal at this time. So, let me remind myself. Okay, we were on the freeway, and shortly after I figured out I have them, that's when I put the pieces to this. I guess I was falling asleep, which I thought I was falling asleep, but I didn't know about absent seizures or any of that, or focals or any of that. And it was like exit 3A. And then next time I seen it, we were at like 4Z or something. And I was like, 3A, we missed 3B and all that. And I don't remember any of that. I remember waking up and we were like in the Z's or something.
Uh-huh.
We were in some letter, and I was like, this is not the right exit. I don't remember.
We missed a whole lot.
Miles in between, and it felt like I just blinked. It didn't feel like I missed anything, but I told myself that was weird. I talked to the person I was in the car with, and they just laughed at it. We both laughed. I didn't know it was a seizure. That's why. We probably wouldn't have been laughing.
Well, like I'll be lying on the couch, and all of a sudden my wife said, "You just had a seizure." Okay. Didn't realize, didn't know it. Didn't feel anything coming on. But as far as missing time, losing time.
I want to lose time. Time 101.
Hey, I'll tell you what. At this point in my life, I want to keep all the time I got.
I understand you there. Got one that says, keen on going into teaching. Hi, I am keen on becoming a teacher and teaching students in special education schools. Fortunately for me, my seizures have been controlled for many years and I have been off of medication for almost a year. However, about 2 months ago, I bit my tongue in my sleep for the first time and I suspected that it might be epilepsy. I pushed my appointment with my doctor forward to see him about it, and unfortunately, he told me that it was epilepsy, and now I am back on medication. I am taking carbamazepine. Now I'm feeling fine with the medication, and I'm hoping to stop the medication again in the near future. However, I am afraid that if I do go into teaching, I might get an attack again. Are there any teachers here with epilepsy who has epilepsy but have been teaching for many years and managed to control their epilepsy at work? Please share your experiences. Being that none of us are teachers, I could just go through the comments here.
I've read of some teachers that are epileptic. They're on Reddit.
Okay. Someone says, my sister had a teacher with epilepsy in primary school. He did have seizures. Rarely it happened, but it did happen. The children were taught to run to the next class to get help. He was a very good teacher.
I think James said he works at a school. But he went to make some food, so maybe he'll come back.
Well, special education probably entails a lot of different tasks too. I mean, you still have the schedule, the routine, but maybe a smaller class size, but obviously more individual attention. So either way, it's probably a heavier workload at a special education institution.
They could shoot for like a school counselor or something.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're under
Art
control.
teacher or something. Something that's, not as
Not like as many people in your face all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to any art teachers. I don't mean to. I'm sure you got a good amount of work.
I feel guilty enough homeschooling and having epilepsy.
Okay. It says neurologist disregarding my absent seizures. Hi, this is my first time posting here in this thread, but I want to vent a little bit and seek some advice. I was diagnosed with epilepsy a little over a year ago as two seizures sent me to the A&E. I was already going through the test for epilepsy after absent seizures for 2 years, but I was told it's just anxiety. However, I eventually had two tonic-clonic seizures in my sleep, which sent me to the A&E, and I was diagnosed after a while. Thankfully, I haven't had those type of seizures again, but often have absence or focal seizures. I've said this to my neurologist multiple times, and he always says this is likely cognitive overload, as absent seizures mainly happen in teenage years and then stop. I also previously told him that these seizures usually happen at certain points in my menstrual cycle, and I have PCOS. And he didn't investigate this. He didn't investigate this at all. It seemed to believe. Oh, he seemed not to believe it either. I know these are seizures, and as I have every symptom of focal absence seizures, but I just feel like I'm not being believed or fobbed off. I'm in the UK, so it's not easy to ask to see alternative doctors as often as you want to. Often just see whoever is assigned to you. Has anyone experienced the same or has any advice? These seizures really affect my day-to-day life when they happen, as I have a large gaps in my memory and I cannot remember what I'm doing, etc., until I fully recover, which can be really scary. Looking for any advice.
I'm not a doctor.
No, but you know doctors that disregard people. This person's asking, what do they do for the doctors? Just brushing them off.
Well, in my experience, you got to bring the proof to them.
Right, I was going to say
That's all
that.
you can do.
Journal.
Well, I'm kind of surprised, first of all, now that I'm seeing that epilepsy may play an intrinsic role in the development of PCOS. Nobody ever told me that. So
What is PCOS?
polycystic ovarian syndrome, it's got to do with enlarged ovaries, and I know people that have like lifelong acne and just like other symptoms of it. I did not know that epilepsy
Well,
had a
that's
hand in
above
that.
my pay grade.
Well, I mean, if more women were made aware of the intrinsic comorbidities of epilepsy, maybe we would keep those OB appointments a little more, strict.
There you go. Well, you know what, everybody? I'm going to go. My wife's back, and I'd like to spend some time with her. So, anyway, Tuesday.
I'll be on tonight.
What's that?
You won't be back. I'll be on tonight.
Yeah, I probably if I get a chance, I'm not gonna don't wait for me.
We won't.
All right.
We have insomnia, so we'll be up until about
Katie?
2, 3 a.m.
Bye, Tom.
All right, good seeing you again, hon.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm faking my seizures. I was hit in the face with a flagpole when I was in high school. I resulted in a traumatic brain injury and epilepsy. I wasn't tested or diagnosed until about 7 years later. I've had tests done. I've been to doctors. I've had 3 EEGs, 3-day EEGs done, and officially diagnosed with seizures from that. I can't remember if it was general seizures or if it was just epilepsy, or just if they called it epilepsy because it's easier when I try explaining it to people. The problem is I've just had this really terrible bad imposter syndrome sort of thing ever since I was diagnosed about 6 years ago. For some reason, I just can't help but think things like maybe maybe I can control it and just don't want to. I try to control it and I never can. Maybe I'm just doing this for attention, etc. I know when I have seizures, my muscles tighten up and it always hurts hours after. I twitch in some places and I even stop breathing sometimes. After my seizures, I always get a migraine. I'm always aware during my seizures, but I can't respond, react, or even really process what's going on. My memory afterwards is a blur, but the fact that I'm mostly aware of my surroundings is what makes me anxious, that I'm faking them. I've been officially diagnosed. I've been officially diagnosed. I don't know why I'm so worried, but I can't shake it though. Maybe just don't know enough about seizures or something. Please help me. I feel like I'm going insane. Um, should I go to the comments?
Please.
Yeah, imposter syndrome. I also heard about that.
Oh yeah.
I heard someone else say it. I think it's when someone is.
What is that? I haven't heard that.
Imposter syndrome is like basically you're like, I am a father, but you're starting not to believe it, but you know you're a father. You feel like you're being an imposter.
It's doubt. It's really, really strong self-doubt.
Yeah, there you go. You're like, I know I'm a father, but am I actually a father? Yeah.
I mean, I can see how somebody gets that when with a diagnosis, when they've got so many doctors who are supposed to know their shit telling you that they don't see how it's true or they don't see how it's actually this. So I can see how that might encourage the imposter syndrome thing.
I had a little bit of that for a while because when you have an aware seizure, it's like, why am I not moving my body? Why am I not controlling my body? Am I just being dramatic? Like, what is my deal? But, you know, if they caught it on the EEG, like this person is saying, and diagnosed them with epilepsy, then that's validating. You're not faking it. There is something going on in your brain that's measurable.
In denial.
Yes.
Been there.
You don't want it to be true, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Especially when they tell you something like that. There's something going on, but I don't know what. We can't help you. Try this medication and see you in a couple months.
Yeah.
Try this. Yeah, that sucks. I've been wondering which hospital and treatment I should use. Hello, you guys. I've recently noticed my body has been changing with my seizures. I have been having more seizures due to stress. My seizures are usually caused by my hormones, and I usually just have one once a month. However, now I've been having at least 3 or 4 due to stress and irregular periods. I'm considering the surgery for the seizures, but I feel like it's taken so long to find the right treatment. Every day when it's time to fall asleep, I always think, what if I don't wake up for the next day? What if this or that? So I'm wondering if there's a treatment that will help me. I usually go to Cedar-Sinai in LA, but recently I've been thinking UCLA. Which one do you prefer for quicker for me? I just want some peace of mind.
Did anybody in the comments ask them what surgery?
No. I was just thinking that. It's only 2 comments, 3 comments.
Well, probably ablation.
Someone said, I have heard the UC health system is decent. Good luck. Make sure to advocate for yourself and be firm.
That I feel like that one needs a little bit more info because there's a bunch of things that can go wrong in surgery that will cause a seizure, you know?
And there's a big difference in how much they're doing to you, depending on which surgery. Some of them can be laser and like barely even incision. But then there's the one where they take part of your skull and your brain.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Isn't that called the craniotomy?
You got it.
Ooh, I don't know how I remember that, but I feel good about it.
Oh, you're retaining information. Good job.
Right. It was a while ago. It wasn't today. I could retain something from last week. It'll just come to me for some reason.
Well,
If
you
I
know,
was
we say
asked this last
craniotomy
week,
like 10 times a week.
if I was asked this last week, I wouldn't remember right after it. Surprised I remembered it now. But something here says dating with epilepsy. I saw someone else comment about their issues with dating and I responded, but I want more opinions. I am in a university and I go to a pretty big party school, clubs and bars every night hosting something. I love the energy, but I love the energy here, but clearly there are a lot of events that I can simply not attend. This leads to my issue or questioning, should I not try and date? I feel like dating me would be a letdown and just pointless because I can't do what a normal girlfriend would be able to do. I just feel like I come with so much baggage and start meeting people and they want me to go clubbing and drinking and it's just not possible for me and I have that lifestyle. I feel like the party pooper, honestly, I don't know. I need advice, ladies. Oh, she said specifically, I need advice, ladies. I'm not a lady.
All right, Raven, you want to take this one?
I mean, well, not everybody wants to do those things, so you know, like find your people.
There we go. Let's get her on track. Get that shit out of your head that you got too much baggage. Please embrace and love yourself and your lifestyle because that's how it's going to have to be before anybody else can love you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
You
fuck
have
the
to.
college scene. It's short lived and yeah, there's a whole lot of world out there besides the college town, I promise.
I forgot Toaster was still here asleep.
I didn't call on her because she is never silent if she's not asleep. So
She'll wake up for Insomniacs.
yeah, she'll pitch in for sure. What about Lupa though?
Well, she'll come back for Insomniacs too.
All right.
So to the dating with epilepsy, there was a response that said, even if you're not able to hang out in the same ways, if you're able to hang out and attend and just hang around, true friends will 100% understand and still appreciate you being there. Socializing does not have to be involved in alcohol, drugs, etc.
Exactly.
Sounds like
Still
a
have
female.
fun.
Somebody said my epilepsy is not too bad at university, and I disclosed that I had epilepsy early in relationships. One of the relationships stuck, and I've been married to her for 30 plus years. She helps me when I have bad days, and I help her on her migraine days and recently when she broke her hip. Be upfront and not too hard on yourself. Also, after 3 years of university, I was convinced I would be a lifelong bachelor. Another person says, I wish I could give you some advice, but I gave up a long time ago. Can't put more people through this. I say don't give up. There's somebody out there for you. There's your person or persons. Or
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Whatever
stuff
works.
these days.
There are lots of different dynamics in the world. It doesn't just like being disabled doesn't mean you have to be loveless.
Yeah. Going back to school. I had to quit studying shortly after I was diagnosed because my memory sucked so much I couldn't remember anything and kept falling asleep on tests. Oh, and kept failing my tests. I think my memory has improved in the last few years since I've been seizure free. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. I was studying pharmacy and biochemistry before, but I don't want to go back to that. Also, I think my memory is so good as to memorize all the chemical formulas. I was thinking about studying accounting and economics. I would really like to be able to go back to study, but I'm older now, 42 years old, and I also have all the side effects from the meds, sleepiness, fatigue, depression, anxiety, insomnia. I'm taking SSRIs for the depression and anxiety. I'm better in that regard. The problem is I'm always tired and find it find it hard to concentrate. I pay attention for like half an hour, but after that my mind starts to wander around and I start feeling tired. I don't know what I should do. My self-esteem is very low regards not graduating and not having a job. Do you think I should give up or don't study? What advice can you give me or tips to concentrate with study? Also, I would really like to work, but things are rough in my country and I haven't been able to find anything, especially considering how tired I am all the time. Part-time jobs are almost non-existent here. Maybe a degree I could find a job. Advice: give up, go back.
This one, I mean, be practical. Is this degree and this time and money in school gonna really be worth it? Will it lead to anything?
FYI, I don't have to pay for university. I can study from home.
Well, I mean, if that'll lead to a career that you want to be a part of.
Yeah, I'll do that. Angel, you think she should give up, or he or she?
I think, well, if it's for a career, it's like Kate said, it's got to be worth it because you never know what epilepsy might do in the future. But at the same time, it's always good to get your education done, and it's one less regret you will have in the future, you know.
Something to
And
be proud of.
learning new things is always good. I mean, we have a member that's very smart, Mark.
Yeah.
What about me? You just forgot about me?
You're smart too, Kiki. But I'm just
Point out
saying, like,
Mark?
Mark comes up with facts out of like, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, and Mark does have that good advice out of nowhere. He's like AI really fast. Struggling with money. So after I was diagnosed with epilepsy in 2022, my neurologist and doctors told me that because we can't find a reasoning behind my seizures or causes for them, I cannot work. No matter what I've done or said, it's always the same thing. You're a liability. You can't work safely. I don't know what to do. My grandpa's neighbor helped me get on disability, but they went off of my dad's income and I only get a little under 200 a week, a little under 200 a month. I can barely make it 2 weeks with that. Does anyone know if there's any way I can get any more than that? I'm only 23 and my doctors told me I can't drive, can't work, can't live alone. I've been having constant seizures for 3 years now and just don't know what to do. I've been told once I started getting benefits, I can't increase the amount. I'm at a loss, but I think it's because I'm so young. Anyone out there have any advice, please? Anything that helps. I'm in Oregon, by the way.
Social worker.
Only 23 probably did not have much on the books for them to do their calculations on.
Yeah,
This one's gonna be tough.
the work credits and stuff.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to get any more. I mean, the food stamps and Medicaid will always be there, Medicare after 2 years, but to get any more to actually live off of, I didn't think 200 was even that sounds way too low. So definitely a caseworker to start with. Lawyer, really.
Yeah.
what is it? I think you need 40 work credits.
I have no idea. I think I equated it to like 5 years.
But yeah, I was working for over, even though I was diagnosed at 14, I was working since I was a teenager, pretty much. I started with jobs as a teenager, but you gotta find jobs that you can do.
Not only
But
that, but make money, make enough
but
money to
if
have
you're having but
those
if you're having
credits.
seizures all the time, this is different. This is really tough.
Yeah, that's hard to do. And that's why you need a good lawyer to actually show where you would have been.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to show to predict that on the application of what you would be making throughout a lifetime if this didn't slow you down or stop you, basically.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.